which will be James in lane number 3, and that seems to be the case. So they're still there in lane number 4, actually, Fletcher and Tommy. Then we come across to Timaru 30. Outside of them in lane 6. Then right outside of them is Avon number 51 in lane 7. But look at that out there in lane 9, St Andrews College number 1, which is Oscar and Cameron. Very much between them and Cure. Remember, 1, 2 and 3 we're looking for. On the right of the umpire's boat, we can see the Timaru crew and those blue diagonal stripes on the white. Women's senior single sculls following this race down now. They're underway in that's race 62. So they're through the first 250 metres, just getting themselves sorted. We'll give you that crew shortly once we give you a latest update on what's happening out here. But it is still just, I think, Cure Boating Club over St Andrews College. And then we go back inside to Timaru, just outside of Timaru. It is the crew. Avon. It is Avon, running on the Avon boat, then just outside of them some beads. As they head up now, 500 metres to run for this third heat of the men's novice double sculls. Women's senior single sculls underway, heading up towards 500 metres. In lane number 2, Whakatipu 2, Emma Andrew. In lane number 3, Twizel 1, Kiara Thine. In lane 4, Canterbury 1, Becky Chook. In lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Emma Spittle. In lane number 6, Whakatipu 1, Anika Arlett. In lane number 7, Wairo 1, Lexi Timpson. And in lane 8 is Cure Boating Club, Abby Jenkins McCaw. Strong field, looks very even as they come past the Alcatraz 500 metre mark. Very little between them at all. Not quite the case out here as we see this third heat, the final heat of the men's novice double sculls. Nice effort out on that far lane from St Andrews. And Cure Boating Club, they're the two. We go back in the middle of course for third position, which is the Timaru crew. Idris and Parker, so that's how we're looking to finish there. So they need to be put under pressure from the red scullers out there, which will be Avon, Finnegan and Fergus. So they're trying to put some pressure to take that third spot, at least be into the next fastest. The time for that second heat was 8:14, which is quite a bit slower than the first heat. So that first heat's looking quite likely for those that finished fourth in there. Check on a time out here, but just come to a stop, Cure. Just got a little bit of a hiccup in the boat. That can happen in the novice double sculls, but they got themselves going again quite nicely. They're still holding clearly onto second. So St Andrews will take this heat out as they come down to take the buzzer on another 3 strokes time. They've got 3 boat lengths there on Cure. They've now got 2 boat lengths on Timaru, who just continue to be put under pressure by that Avon crew going nicely on the outside of them. They've still got time to roll over if they can get another couple of pushes on as Cure finish. They're just gone sideways again, have St Andrews. That's pressure, but I think they'll just have enough course. They've beaten the Avon crew by half a boat length. We'll see how the times go. Then we come back to some beads on the outside. In the middle of the course will be Union number 2. And then we'll come back inside and we'll see Timaru 31 and Cashmere High School. They will complete the field in the men's novice double sculls heat number 3. Is down there in that women's senior sculls, out there in lane 5, Emma Spittle from Dunstan Arm leading the course down. We go across to Lexi Timpson, I think it is. Colours, make sure no one's changed lanes. It is Lexi from Wairo, coached by Kay Surgeon and Matt Straker. So she's just second there behind Emma. On the inside of Emma, we would see Becky Chook from Canterbury, then across to the local Kiara Thine from Twizel. Out there to lane 8, Abby Jenkins McCaw. Then I would come back inside and we can see Emma Andrew from Whakatipu number 2. And just out the back a little bit there, Anika Arlett from Whakatipu number 1. So they've certainly spread themselves out since they got past the 500. Just coming in behind them now is the women's premier single sculls preliminary race. So in lane number 4 there, Canterbury 1, Shannon Cox. In lane 5, Cure Boating Club number 1, Sasha Robinson. Olivia Key is Dunstan Arm number 1 down there in lane 6. And Madison Neal is lane 7, Cure Boating Club 2. So they'll all row through. They'll come back into the finals tomorrow. But good for them to get some flat water rowing out here. See if we can get a time on that third heat. Just waiting for it. 8:04. So the second fastest heat. So most of our A finalists' fastest finishes will come out of that first heat, and then it'll be confirmed later in the day on Row It. Just a reminder to all the rowers that please don't leave your Birkenstocks or Crocs down at the water's edge for safety reasons. There's some masters about and they might trip over them. And plus, you don't want to lose them. 350 metres to go, and just very easy out there. As I look at Emma Spittle out there, and that looks like it's probably one of the red Laslows that someone's won at Marty. Almost rowing alongside Lexi from Wairau. So for the novices that are here and the parents that this is their first regatta, if you're out there and watching sculling, just watching some of these senior and premier single scullers come down, great exhibition. And you're just really looking for how much power they get out of those boats on the drive with very little splash, very economical movement, nice and clean at the catch, and big leg drive as they connect. So Emma, just down there in lane number 3. 3. Kiara from Twizel, coached by Calvin Maker and Sarah Henderson, doing a good job in there. Just inside of her is Canterbury 1, Becky Chuk, coached by Josh Schmidt. But it is Emma by a boat length over Lexi. Then we go back to Kiara, back in there to Becky, and across on the outside to Abby Jenkins-McCaw from Cure. Back down to Emma Andrew, Whakatipu number 2, and then across to Annika Arlett from Whakatipu number 1. 100 metres to go now for Emma. .63, which is the women's premier single sculls preliminary. They're just up now with 500 metres to run, very even indeed there between Shannon, Sasha, Olivia and Madison. But across the line there goes Emma. Nice exhibition of sculling from her, joined there now by Lexi to finish second. Third will be taken out nice works into the 1,000 metre mark for Kiara, and then it will be Becky taking out the 4th spot and across to Abby in this preliminary. So very even. If you look down the course out there, you'll see on the left-hand side in this women's preliminary sculls in lane 4, Shannon Cox from Canterbury number 1, across to Sasha Robertson, Cure Boating Club. Then we go to Dunstanarn number 1, and then Madison from Cure Boating Club number 2. Looks like she might have a slight lead out there in lane number 7. And behind them is the men's senior double sculls. It's their preliminary race for them. Full field there, lane 1, Whakatipu 2, Max Davis and Charlie Mansa. Lane 2, Dunstanarn 1, Josh Bartlett and Jed McIntosh. In lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury 3, Ben Morrison, James Lotter. In lane 4, Canterbury 1, Angus Cole and Tim Chapman. In lane 5, Union 1, Harry Pearson, Daniel Cara. In lane 6, Wairu 1, Liam Collins and Liam Kirkland. In lane 7, Whakatipu 1, Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot. In lane number 8, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Andre Simpson and Carter Baxter. In lane number 9, St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, Noah Laqualic and Flynn Grace. And completing that, big field 10, Dunstanarn 2, Oliver Hamilton and Angus Lowe. Whakatipu 1 doing well out there in lane 7 very early, and also Dunstanarn number 1 in lane 2, but we'll pick them up a little bit further down. So it looks like right in the middle there, Wairau doing well too, and Canterbury also. So that'll be a nice little ding-dong there, the men's senior double sculls. Seniors, just watching this women's premier single sculls. These are our premier women scullers. See Becky, Shannon Cox out there in the white for Canterbury. She's second, but leading them down out there in the purple, and also in lane 7, Madison Neal from Cure Boating Club. They'll come back again tomorrow for the final. Olivia Key from Dunstanarn, right alongside Shannon, and then it's Sasha Robertson from Cure Boating Club. 100 metres to go now for Madison. And same now for Shannon out there in a nice white single scull. Racing down the field though is the men's senior double scull. So it looks like that's how they'll finish out here in front of us. Women's premiers, single sculls. Madison Neal from Cure Boating Club. Just pushing through there, Olivia Key now just over the top of Shannon, who will finish third. And then it will be Sasha to take out 4th spot. Moving back down the course now, let's see where these men's senior double sculls are at. Perfect conditions for these guys. And a full flotilla of all 10 of them out there. So Whakatipu number 2 down there in lane 1. Remember, this is a preliminary. They'll race it all again tomorrow. They've got a nice lead there over Whakatipu number 1. So the two Whakatipians, I don't think that's a word, but it sounded good. They're both leading down here, I think, if we look at it. And then we go on the outside to Dunstanone number 2, Oliver and Angus. Also Dunstan number 1 just inside of Whakatipu 2 as well. Then out in the middle of the course is Angus and Tim Chapman from Canterbury. Go over from them to Liam and Liam from Wairau. So pretty even between some of those crews. But it is Whakatipu number 1, Sebastian and Harry. Out in the middle, right alongside Whakatipu number 2 are down there in lane 1, Max and Charlie. That's your 1 and 2. Starting to push through in lane number 2 is Dunstan number 1. Right outside of them, Canterbury number 1. And across to Wairau. So we're looking at Whakatipu, Dunstan, Canterbury, Wairau. And then on the outside to Dunstan number 2. So it is a preliminary, but they'll be racing for lane. So the faster times, we'll see them back in the final tomorrow in the middle of the course. So even now just starting to pull away these two crews. And just moving ahead of that Whakatipu number crew 2 now, looks like Whakatipu number 1, Sebastian and Harry. As they come up now, 150 metres to go. Just might have clipped a buoy there, Whakatipu number 2. They just wobbled a wee bit. 100 metres to go now for Whakatipu 1, looking very clean and stable as they come to that 100 metre mark. Joining them now with 100 metres to go is Whakatipu number 2. They did clip a buoy. They're just straightening up now. Dunstan number 1 will be third. Outside of them we go to Canterbury. Under pressure on the outside of them from Wairau number 1. Look at the stroke rate from Wairau number 1. They've really picked it up as they come into the red buoy. Just practising their finishing. On the outside is Dunstan number 2. Kicked up again here, Dunstan number 1. Nice finish from these men's senior double sculls. As over the line goes Whakatipu 1, now Whakatipu 2. Then we'll come down into lane number 2, will be Dunstan number 1. In the middle of the course will be Wairau number 1, just pipping over the top of Canterbury 1. On the outside to Dunstan number 2. Then we go back to the St Thomas's of Canterbury number 1 crew. Then St Thomas's of Canterbury number 2. And St Thomas's of Canterbury number 3 will follow behind them. And completing the field in lane 5 will be Union number 1 of Harry and Daniel. Look forward to seeing that final tomorrow, especially if we've got conditions like this. It should be a cracker. Another preliminary coming down for us. Race 65 is the men's premier double sculls. That is in lane number 3, Dunstan number 2, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. In lane number 4, Dunstan number 4, Sam Barnett and Hamish Yateman. In lane number 5, Cure Boating Club 1, Josian Leota Butler and Alex Fletcher. In lane 6, Dunstan 1, Jack Pearson, Angus Kenny. Some powerhouses in these, just a preliminary. We look forward to the big final tomorrow. But it is with Dunstan number 2 and Dunstan number 1 by the look of it. His women's premier single scull. Madison took that out in a time of 8:22. So while these men's premier double sculls make their way down, we can see that the next race, race 66, which is the men's club 4. A mix of coxed and coxless. So we'll give you, we'll just wait for these premiers to come down. I think it's the 2 Dunstan crews, isn't it? Dunstan number 2, which is Matthew and Henry. Just right alongside now, Jack and Angus and Dunstan number 1. Then behind them is Dunstan number 4 of Sam and Hamish with Jostian and Alex Fletcher from Cure, just making their way through the middle of the course, doing what they need to do. They'll be back tomorrow to finish through. That's like 100 metres to go now for Cure Dunstan number 1. Half a boat length over that Dunstan number 2 crew. And then we go back to Dunstan number 4 and Cure Boating Club. So the men's club 4, Coxed and Coxless. In lane number 2, Wairau 11, Logan Flight, Louis Girling, Blake Campbell, Aidan Bennett with Jack Shaw the Cox. In lane number 3, it's Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Benson Winters, Villimano Finau, Jamie Carmo and William Mackay with Blake Robson the Cox. scratching in lane 4, which was due to be Avon. I do know that Avon have had a bit of sickness in the camp, and that might be why that one's out. Lane 5 is the coxless 4 from Avon 2, Benjamin Bolton, James Tavendale, Kobe Good, and Lockie Nicholas. In lane number 6, coxless 4 from Awamaru 1, which is Jacob Harrison Stewart, Isbister, Jet Rogers, Lockton Wright. In lane number 7, the coxless 4 from Avon 3, Danny Webb, George Kinder, Jackson Drake, and Lawrence Birch. And Avon 4, another coxless 4, Sam McAfee, Harry Black, and Scott Hayward. Jack Wassell out there in lane number 8 as they make their way down. So the 2 Cox 4s are on the inside lanes, just carrying a little bit of extra ballast. That's Wairo 11 and Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Then we've got the scratching, and then we go out to the middle of the course, which is where we see the leader, which is Avon number 2. And straight across from Avon 2 is Avon 3. So those are the 2 crews leading them down. Squeeze them between the middle of them is Awamaru number 1, and then we go on the outside to Avon number 4. So that men's Premier double, Dunstan Arm number 1, Jack and Angus going through in a time of 6:52. Good conditions from them. Up now, 500 metres to go. We've got the men's coxed and coxless Club 4. And so Avon there, Benjamin, James, Kobe and Lockie, doing a good job out there in lane number 5. They've had boat length over the Avon 3 crew of Danny, George, Jackson and Lawrence. And then there is probably 2 boat lengths back to Oamaru number 1, Jacob, Stewart, Jet and Lachlan. Oamaru there in the yellow and black. Off the Oamaru Harbour. Not sure how much rowing they've been able to do out there recently with the big Hollywood movie that's been filmed down there. Would have got themselves apart. Then we go back to Avon number 4, Sam, Harry, Scott and Jack, and then the 2 4s that are carrying their cox with them. Wairo 11 doing the best of the 2 of those down there in lane number 2. That's Logan, Louis, Blake, Aiden. Jack Shaw is their cox, just guiding them nicely over the top of the Christchurch Boys High School crew of Benson, Villiamu, Jamie and William. Coxing there with Blake Robson. Pulling alongside the Avon number 2 crew is the Avon 3 crew. Be a bit of internal competition. I know they've had a big camp up on the Wairo River over the Christmas break. Lots of seat racing as these club crews look to secure their spots heading in towards the Nationals, which will be held here at Lake Ruataniwha on the week of the 18th of February. So major comps that the 3 sort of categories are moving towards. We've got the secondary schools moving towards Māori and Karapiro. We've got the clubbies moving towards their nationals here in February, and the Masters moving towards their nationals in Hokitika in April, all at various stages. But just picked up again did Avon number 2, looking very clean and tidy around the finish they are as they come down the 100 metres to go. This Avon number 2 crew, almost clear water now, 100 metres to go now with Avon number 3. Then we'll be back inside to look at the Oamaru crew, and then Wairo back to Christchurch Boys High School, and then Avon number 4 on the outside. This is race 66, men's club 4 and coxless 4. Over the line goes Avon number 2, taking the buzzer. Joining them now is Avon number 3. And then they'll be followed by Oamaru, Wairo, Christchurch Boys High School and Avon number 4. Five minutes to lunchtime, team. So a lot of you will be unpacking your sandwiches and your picnics you've brought with you. Please remember to take your rubbish with you. And if you've been good, you can go and get an ice cream. Go and support Mr. Whippy down there. Does a great job. And then you can top it off with a coffee from one of the many vendors here. But please do make sure that you are looking after your rubbish, but also get that sunscreen on. She's going to be a little bit bright and shiny this afternoon, which is what we want to see, but we don't want to see any lobsters tomorrow. Women's Club Coxless Pairs, heat number 1. There's 2 heats. These will be good to watch. Heading down now in lane number 1 is Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Laura Ryle and Summer Smith. In lane 2, Wairo 1, Iris Vivasau and Lily Smith. In lane number 3, Timaru 13, Abby Hurst and Annabelle Talbot. In lane number 4, Avon 2, Isabel Williamson and Cara Brignall. In lane 5, Ashburton 1, Georgia Scammell, Zara McGillan. In lane number 6, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Marley Ross and Izzy Abley. In lane 7, Timaru 12, Isla Crawford and Kate Keard. In lane number 8, Columba College 1, Kiara Patterson, Isla Nicholson. They should have their orange caps on to make it easy for the commentators to spot them. And in lane number 9, it's St Andrews College 2, Katie Taggart, Isabella Cody. So this is heat 1. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through to the A final. The rest will go through to the B final. That looks like Columba are doing quite nicely out there in lane 8. Then we come across to Wairo. And then I think 2 across to Ashburton, I think it might be in there. No, Christchurch Girls High School. Marley and Izzy out there as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Nice work through that first 1,000 by Kiara and Isla from Columba College. Just on the outside of them is St Andrews College. Just the right of the umpire's boat, we can see Timaru. And then we come back inside Ashburton in the yellow scull, and there's two boat lengths ahead of them would be Christchurch Girls. So it is Columba, and Christchurch Girls will be 1 and 2 at this stage. My apologies, that's Avon. That's Isabel and Cara. They're second. So Columba and Avon. That's better, Ian. Then we come across to Wairo. Wairo would be third. Second heat is underway. Second heat through nearly 500 metres now. As they come up towards Alcatraz. That second heat in lane number 1, Christchurch Girls High School. Number 4, Greer Bauman and Abby McPherson. Lane 2, Oamaru 1, Sophie Spittle, Hannah Strawn. Lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School Number 1, Jessica Skinner and Amelia Wilkie. In lane number 4, Wairo number 2, Anna Hurren and Elizabeth Glover. Eliza Glover, sorry. In lane 5, Avon 1, Kate Smith, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. Lane 6, Timaru 11, Emily Caird and Lily Grant. In lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School Number 1, Tallulah Leggett and Sienna Cochran. In lane 8 will be St Andrews College 1, Sophia Drury and Jasmine Christie. In lane number 9, St Andrews College 3, Charlotte Galvin and Lucia Epps. And in lane number 10 is Columba College 2, Georgia Drummond and Annika Liza. They are through 500 metres into this, nearly 500 to go, just under 500 to go is this first heat. Looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4. Great conditions for these coxless pairs. And we look out to Columba out there in lane number, St Andrews College actually doing the job out there. I think, no, it's Columba. It is Columba. Look at the boat, Ian. It's green. Out in the middle of the course, though, is Avon, the second. Then we come down to Christchurch Girls High School, number 3, just very even between them and Timaru 13, right down in lane number 3. So we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. Some work there for Timaru in lane number 7. See if they can push up into this mix. Nice battle coming. No, they've been well ahead all the way, Columba. Just starting to push through more and more is the crew from Avon up on that crew from Columba. Then we see what's coming down there from Christchurch Girls High School in number 1. Going to make sure they hold their line. There's going to be a little bit of movement here between Christchurch Girls High and Wairo. They're going to have to straighten these crews. Wairo going a little bit sideways. They'll need to straighten. That's our 3rd and 4th positions down there. Second is still with Avon. So it's Columba coming through 100 metres to go now. They're still ahead by 2 boat lengths over Avon. Wairo have done a great job correcting. They're holding on to 4th, just in behind their crew from Christchurch Girls High School. Then we're across the outside. Nice push and wing, well timed coming now through from the Timaru crew. They look on the outside of them. They can see St Andrews College number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 are looking for. 1 out in front of us is Columba. Back inside for 2 is Avon. 3 is Christchurch Girls. 4th just is Wairo. Oh, it's going to be close between Wairo and the Timaru crews. Working really hard out there is lane number 7, which is Isla and Kate trying to make certain of their 5th spot, and looks like they might. Second now is Avon have gone ahead. 3rd, Christchurch Girls have got a canvas over the crew from Wairo. Both going a little bit crooked at the finish. We've got themselves over, and 5th will be that crew from Timaru. Lane number 7, Isla and Kate doing the work in the last couple hundred metres, just pushing ahead of St Andrews College. Then we come back to here in lane number 3 is Timaru 13, across to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and just in the middle of the field there is Ashburton number 1. Trying to pick that second heat. I think there's been a couple of lane changes, which is a bit awkward. So Oamaru number 1 down there in lane 2. Then we go across to, I think it's Avon. Avon number 1 out in the middle there. No, it's Wairo. Wairo with the green and white. Holding on to second because just to overside from them is Timaru 11, Emily Caird and Lily Grant. Just on the outside of them, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Again, we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through the A final. that first heat going through in a time of 8:23 for Columba College. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 looking to go through here. There's a wee bit of congestion in the middle there between Christchurch Girls High School, just on the outside of them, St Andrews College. See, with the blades going in with the white diagonal stripes on them. So it's Timaru, and then Christchurch Girls and St Andrews out of the middle of the course. Coming across, we see Wairau, and then to Oamaru. Those are your 5. So the pressure needs to come from Christchurch Girls High School to squeeze through the middle of those 2 outside crews. We go across on the outside to Columba College, number 2. Back into the middle, just to the right of the umpire's boat to pick up the Avon crew of Kate and Sienna. Back down to lane 1 would be Christchurch Girls High School, number 4. And then we go back into Rangiruru Girls School, number 1, Jessica and Emily are down there in lane 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. And it is Wairau doing a great job just moving ahead of the Timaru crew. Anna Haran, Eliza Glover, coached by Joe Benny and Marion Howell. So third at this stage is with the crew from Christchurch Girls. They've just moved ahead, I think, of Oamaru. Oamaru will have to come back at them, trying to chase them down there in lane number 1 is Christchurch Girls High School, number 4. Well under control out there in front is Wairau, the 120 metres to go. We go outside then to racing under the Timaru colours, across to Christchurch Girls High School, number 1, then Oamaru, then we go St Andrews College, number 1. Back inside we come to Christchurch Girls High School, number 1, down here in lane 1, so there's going to be a wee battle here for the 5th spot. But first is with Wairau, second is with Timaru, third is with Christchurch Girls High School, number 1. Fourth currently sits with Oamaru, then we go across to the crew from St Andrews. So battling down here in lane number 1, and might miss out on going straight through the A final will be Christchurch Girls High School 4, but going into that A final will be Wairau, will be Timaru, number 11, and then joining them will be Christchurch Girls High School, number 1. Nice finish down here from Oamaru to go with them as well. And on the outside to St Andrews College, number 1. Followed by Christchurch Girls High School, then it will be Avon across the outside to St Andrews, number 3. And then Columba College, number 2, and back down here to Rangiruru, number 1 in lane 3. Second heat there of the Women's Club Coxless pair. We've got some 8s. It's the Women's Novice Coxed 8s out there. They are. This is heat number 1. In lane number 3 is Canterbury 1, Jacqueline, Brooke, Charlotte, Laura, Georgia, Lily, Monique, Natalie, and Zoe Sullivan, the Cox. In number 4, lane 4, Columba College 1, Isla, Ava, Jessica, Lucy, Zara, Liv, Devon, Stella, Jade is the Cox, Jade Bogue. In lane number 5, St Andrews College 1, Madeline, Anna, Scarlett, Georgie, Talia, Lucy, Ivy, Holly with Lily Prophet, the Cox. In lane number 6, Oamaru number 1, Isabel, Sasha, Ava, Laura, Gemma, Summer, Peyton, Bailey, and Quinn Anderson is the Cox. Avon 51 are out there in lane number 7 with Zoe, Trinity, Isla, Mila, Ines, Mackenzie, Bridget, and Pagan Hay with Mason Jessup, the Cox. And completing this field out there in lane 8 and leading them down at this stage is Christchurch Girls High School, number 2, Annalise, Izzy, Sophie, Lola, Paige, Lily, Mia, Millie, and Liv Abley is the Cox. So we've got 2 heats here, and it's a straight timing. The fastest 10 will go through to the final, so we won't know until we've seen both heats. So fastest 10, there are 6 in this race, and there are 5 in the next heat. So this is the first heat, and it is with Christchurch Girls High School out there on lane number 8. Sitting second in the yellow is Oamaru number 1. And then we come inside to Columba College number 1 down there in lane 3. Who are now all wearing their orange caps. So that's good. Thank you very much. Just inside from them is Canterbury number 1. We go outside to St Andrews College. And then back to Avon 51. Second heat of the women's coxless pairs. Wairau number 2 going through in a time of 8:19. There's 4 seconds quicker than the first heat. So looking at race 69, if you're busy colouring in your day sheet, this is the Q Alpha. Heat number 1, Women's Novice Coxed 8. Nothing better than hopping in an 8 and rowing out here. And that's what they're doing very well out there is the Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew. Clearwater on the Oamaru crew, and then we go back probably 3 boat lengths now to Columba College number 1, and just back inside of them is Canterbury 1, coached by Daisy B. Grace and Maeve Power. And then we come across to St Andrews College number 1 inside of them, and then back to the Avon crew. So they're underway in the second heat. In lane number 3 there, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Sophie, Dylan, Charlotte, Olive, Georgia, Ashley, Izzy, Sophie, Stella Pannett, the Cox. Lane number 4, Wairo 1, Emma, Ellie, Hannah, Maggie, Casey, Liv, Daisy, Ruby, Penny Soper, the Cox. Lane 5, St Margaret's College 1, Olivia, Elsie, Izzy, Genevieve, Grace, Sadie, Greer, Isabella and Sarah Farrell is the Cox. And lane number 6, St Margaret's College number 2, Cece, Holly, Fleur, Sophia, Alex, Tessa, Stella, Grace, Annabelle, Scott is the Cox. And completing the field in that second heat there in lane number 7, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Eddie, Mila, Meg, Bo, Martha, Lily, Georgia, Zoe and Phoebe White is the Cox. Through 500 metres they go. Right out in front of us with 100 metres to go though in this first heat is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. And very clean, aren't they? Very little splash as at the catch. Look how nice and clean they are as they go through. Swinging together nicely. 2 boat lengths they've got just about over the Oamaru crew, have got 100 metres to go. Then we go 3-4 boat lengths back now, or even more, to the Columba College crew. Looking a little bit stronger there, the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Then we'll go back to the crew from St Andrews and then across to Canterbury, then to St Andrews, and then we go back to the Avon crew. Early lead in through the 1,000 metre mark in the second heat there by St Margaret's College number 1 as they come up to that 1,000 metres. Just ahead of Christchurch Girls High School number 1 they are. Then we go across to Rangiruru number 1. So 3 strong schools there. They've got that formation going down there. And behind them is Wairo number 1 and St Margaret's College number 2. Just coming down the line now in the first heat is the crew from Canterbury. Middle of the course coming down now is St Andrews College, and then we go back to the new Avon crew out there. So these are novices, and for many of this will be one of either only their first or second race in an 8 out here at Ruataniwha. So an achievement in itself just to get yourself in the position where you've done enough training to be able to be selected into an 8 and get yourself out here rowing at the Canterbury Championships. So great to see these crews out here. Second heat makes its way down through up to 500 metres to go, and it is still St Margaret's number 1 leading them down from Christchurch Girls High School 1 just on the outside there to Rangiruru Girls School number 1. This is the second heat of the Women's Novice Coxed 8. Making their way up the course already is the boys under 17 Coxed 8. Preliminary heat for them. They'll all come back again tomorrow for the final. In lane 4, Otago Boys High School 1. Leo, Zach, Kobe, Jackson, Ben, Henry, Toby, Jude, Connor Sinclair, the Cox. Lane 5, Christ College 1. Toby, Ollie, Shay, Oscar, Louis, Sam, Harvey, Seb, and Gabriel Bevan is the Cox. In lane number 6, Otago number 1. Noah, Mackay, Mackenzie, Oliver, William, Paddy and Fergus with Matthew Hall, the Cox. Well done to the Avon crew just finishing out here in that Novice Cox 8. Ladies, well done. And in lane number 7, the boys under 17 Cox 8 coming on down the course now is St Andrews College 1. Henry, Hendrick, Henry, Jack, Kalen, Oliver, William, Bradley and James Steele is the Cox. Just those 4 crews coming down. Early lead there with Christ College number 1. Just inside of them back to Otago Boys High School number 1 as they're through 500 metres. Then we go on the outside to St Andrews College 1 and be back inside to Otago. So just get a time for you on that second heat of the Women's Novice Coxed 8. Shouldn't be too far away. I mean, the first heat went through in 7:40. And it was the fastest 10 are going through to the final. So second heat of the women's novice coxed 8. Still with St Margaret's well in control out in the middle there. Well coxed there by Sarah Farrell. They've now got Well Good Clearwater over the... Well Good Clearwater, what sort of language is that? Christchurch Girls High School number 1 in lane 3. Penny Soper doing the coxing there. Then we go across to Rangiruru number 1, being coxed by Phoebe White. Probably half a boat length back from Christchurch Girls. So we'll just wait to see what these ladies go through in their time. Remember, it is the fastest 10 of the 2 heats going through. Just moving ahead of that St Margaret's College number 2 crew is Wairau number 1, coached by Rick Stenfield and Mike McManaway. Standard riggings on these 8s as they come down. And down to the line now goes St Margaret's number 1. Congratulations, they go through. We'll see what time they go through. They've got a boat length back now to the Christchurch Girls High School crew, across to Rangiruru number 1. And then 2 boat lengths back will be just Wairau just going to poke their nose ahead of St Margaret's. A nice battle within a battle here as we see St Margaret's 2 and Wairau batting. This is Wairau number 1, St Margaret's number 2 just battling at the back to see. There's very little between them, is there? I think it might be just with Wairau by a bow ball. Oh no, St Margaret's might just be pushing ahead now. Oh, and it's gone the other way. No, I think it's going to be Wairau on the line. Well, they can have a photo on that. I can't call that. That's heat number 2 done. We'll see the time. The boys under 17 coxed 8 heading on its way down, and a nice little exhibition going in here from Christ College number 1. Not letting them go though is St Andrews College number 1 as they got 500 metres to run. Those 2 crews out in front. St Andrews coached by Mitch White, Liam Parker. Christ College coached by Tony O'Connor. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Otago Boys High School number 1, coached by Beth Anderson. And then it's Otago 1 actually back there in lane number 6 would be the 4th at this stage. Dylan Davis and Georgia Clark doing the coaching there. Remember, this is a preliminary heat. They'll all come back again and do it tomorrow. That second heat, women's novice coxed 8, went through in 7:48. So 8 seconds slower than the previous heat. Keep an eye on Rowett to see the fields for tomorrow's final. All these 4 crews will be in their own final tomorrow. Otago Boys, Christ College, Otago 1, St Andrews College 1. 250 metres to run for them. Following through after them is race 72, which is the men's intermediate cox 4. Straight final all the way through. They will go to their finals tomorrow. They're just underway. We'll let these guys finish first in front of us. Then we'll bring you those fields. Into the afternoon session we go. Usually we get through them pretty quickly, don't we? Racing through until about 5:15 this afternoon. And although I wasn't here at Otago's, I believe these are far better conditions than what the athletes put up with. And St Andrews there now, finishing a little bit quicker than this Christ College crew. The big battle will be tomorrow, but a nice clip coming from the good finishing stroke rate they've got here as they go in 100 metres. Obviously just testing their finish. Laying down a little marker, saying to Christ College, we're here, see where you guys are tomorrow. As they come up through with 50 metres to go, they'll be extending to a boat length and a half, will St Andrews College, as they come up to the line now. In this boys under 17 coxed 8 preliminary heat, over the line they go now and take the buzzer. Boat length and a half back to Christ College. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Otago, and then it will be, Otago Boys. Otago Boys having the horizontal blue stripes on the white, whereas the Otago racing community under the vertical blue and white as they head on down with their red hats. Caps. Third there to Otago Boys, and Otago will complete the field. So, men's intermediate cox 4, lane 3, Canterbury 1, Mark, Sean, Christopher, Liam and Annabelle Scott, the coxed. Lane 4, St Bede's College 1, Amiri, Liam, Wyatt, Ryan with Fletcher Franklin, the cox. In lane 5, St Bede's College 2, Ashton, Diong, Dara, Andy and Xian Kang is the cox. In lane number 6, it's Omaru 1, Sean, Jacob, Cash and Ike. Geez, I've just hopped out of a boat, those 2 boys. And Greer Dixon is the cox. And in lane 7, Elliot, Xavier, Harvey and Eugene with Ella Hansen, the cox there as well. So racing through just this preliminary, they'll all come back again and do it tomorrow. Canterbury 1 have got an early lead. Go across to St Bees number 2. Then we go to Oamaru 1, Avon 1, and then back inside to St Bees 1. Not too much between them though in those 3rd, 4th, 5th slots. Another 10 minutes or so from me, and then the youthful Russell Mills will come back. So 4 of us here today, Russell Mills and Will Tavendale, who's doing a great job, great addition to the commentary team this year. And Clive Murden not joining us this weekend. Clive's probably away on some culinary tour that he's organised. Extending nicely here, Canterbury 1. Coached by Josh Schmidt, men's intermediate Cox 4. Down there in lane 3, they'd have clear water over at St Bede's College number 2. The 2 ahead of their number 1 crew, then across to Oamaru and Avon. So just dropping a little bit back, the Avon and St Bede's number 1 crews. Underway in the following race 2, which is race 73. That's the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Heat 1. Again, that's one of 2 heats. We were looking for the fastest 10 to go through. They're right up into it really quickly there. Lane number 3, Meridian College 1, Jennifer Neem, Jenna Olive and Jessie Wayman, the Cox. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm 1, Charlotte Crosby with Drew, Ruby, Ballabreen and Fred Phillips, the Cox. In lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Emerson, Hassada, Issy, Ella and Georgia Dean, the Cox. Lane number 6, Wanaka 1, Millyanne, Eliana, Meg, Lily and Chantal Thurston as the Cox. Wairo number 1 in lane 7, Lucy, Trinity, Georgette, Paige and Molly Hoban, the Cox. And out there in lane 8 of that first heat of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls as they go through 500 metres is Cashmere High School number 1, Regan, Rose, Zoe, Millie and Ivy Omar is the Cox. Down here though, 2 boat lengths it is to Canterbury number 1 over the St Bees number 2 crew. Then another boat length back to St Bees number 1. Just pulling ahead of the crew from Oamaru, and then we go back to Avon. So men's intermediate Cox 4. The race behind them, that heat 1 of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Dunstan Arm out to an early lead. Metres to go now for Canterbury number 1 out in front of us. Almost out to 3 boat lengths over the crew from St Bees. But they'll do it all again tomorrow. Always good to put your best effort out in these though, because if the weather does kick up, which we're not expecting tomorrow, this becomes the result. So down they go to the line. Well done to Canterbury taking that out. Mark, Sean, Christopher and Liam with Annabelle Scott, the Cox. They'll be back tomorrow. 3 boat lengths and some out to St Bees number 2, finishing 2nd. 3rd at this stage looks like it's going to be Oamaru number 1. They've got a half a boat length ahead of the crew from St Bees number 1. And then we go 3 boat lengths back to Avon number 1. Out there in lane 7. Looking very comfortable as they come down to complete the preliminary heat for the men's intermediate Cox 4. Got a time for you on the boys under 17 Cox date. That was St Andrews College going through at a time of 6:35. First heat of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls continues to make its way up the course. Into the second half it comes, and a nice little race out there between, it is Dunstan and Cashmere out there in lane number 8. And just inside from Cashmere, Wairo number 1. So we're looking for the fastest 10. This is the first of 2 heats. And Meridian College down there in lane 3 looking very tidy as well. So they'll be 4th. And then it is across to Christchurch Girls High School and just in behind them, Wanaka. Second heat's underway. Second heat there for the girls under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls, race 74, is Burnside High School in lane number 3. Amy, Jessica, Evie, Melissa and Lucy Gibson, the Cox. Lane 4, Otago girls number 2, Jamie, Kira, Mila, Francis and Meg Toomer is the Cox. Lane 5, Otago girls 1, Ariana, Harriet, Sienna, Millie and Ruby Merriam in the Cox. Lane 6, Whakatipu 1, Eve, Lucy, Amy, Zara and Jessie Glover the Cox. Lane 7 in that second heat of St Andrews College 1, Emily, Olivia, Xanthi, Lucy with George Rankin is the Cox. So that'll be the second one of this particular event. Looking for the fastest 10. So well out in front at this stage, Dunstan. They'd have 3 boat lengths over Cashmere, back down into lane number 1, I think. Yep, we'll go with that. That's Marion. Across them into Christchurch Girls High School. Then we look across to Waido. Very little between those two crews. Back inside we come to Wanaka down there, just in the yellow and black suits as they normally are, as the umpire boat makes its way over to lane number 3, like a mother hen marshalling the chicks down the course. And just a little shout out acknowledgement for our umpires. In fact, all the volunteers. This race, of course, the chief umpire for this regatta is Christine Moffat. Marvellous job being done by her and her team of volunteers right across the regatta. If you are parents here for the first time, just take a look around and look at what has to happen logistically to make a regatta run, not just at a individual club level, but collectively. It's an amazing thing to see it happen. And all of that comes together to support these athletes who are down there in front of us. And we can see with 150 metres to go, a very clean-looking Dunstan arm crew coached by Simon Smith, just leaning on the dais, watching his crew come down. On the outside, 3 boat lengths, we go back to Cashmere, running in second at this stage. Down we go to Meridian College. They've done a nice push since the 1,000-metre mark to get themselves in that 3rd spot. We go across outside of them to Waido, coached there by Jessica and Joe. Then we come back into the Christchurch Girls High School crew and Wanaka just inside from there. But down the line we go, 50 metres to go. Moving very nicely is the crew from Dunstan. Another 3 strokes and the buzzer will be theirs, and almost 100 metres ahead of Cashmere. Just less than that. Cashmere come down into the last part of the course and just heading up towards that red buoys to signal 100 metres to go now is Marion, coached by Fiona Mackay. She'll be happy to see that as they go. And then Waido just joining them now. Very little between those two crews. Then we go back to Christchurch Girls. And on the outside there will be Wanaka. Looking at the second heat, making its way down. It's the big yellow boat out in the middle. That's Whakatipu. They're leading just inside of them to Otago Girls. Third would be Burnside. Then back inside to Otago number 2. And on the outside to St Andrews College 1. So we're looking for the fastest 10. So we've got 6 through already. Not necessarily the fastest though. We'll see what happens in this heat. And there's 5 in this particular heat. So if you do your maths, fastest 10, 1 crew's going to miss out. So girls under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls. First heat coming to a conclusion as Wanaka make their way up to the buzzer. Second heat pushing its way through nicely. And under pressure a little bit now is the crew from Whakatipu. Otago Girls starting to run up alongside them. And just watching down there in lane 3 is Burnside moving right alongside those 2 crews. So Burnside have been down here, full training camp out on Lake Ruatanava for the past week and starting to put some of those lessons into play as they move up alongside that crew from Otago Girls, and those 2 crews putting pressure on Whakatipu. On the outside of Whakatipu, St Andrews College, then we go back to Otago Girls number 2. First heat's finished. Let's see if we can get a time on that for you. So that first heat went through in 7:39. Second heat has got just on 250 metres to go. Still with Whakatipu. Pushing back again is Otago. Otago Girls number 1, that is. Still holding third is Burnside. Then we go to Otago Girls number 2. Andrews College out there in lane number 7. Just pushing on that Otago number 2 crew. Look like they're about to pull away from the field, Whakatipu, but Burnside and Otago Girls number 1 have pulled them back. Up to the Royal Red Boys we come. That tells us there's 100 metres to go. And through that now goes Whakatipu. Eve, Lucy, Amy, Zara and Jessie Glover, the Cox. Gosh, look how clean they are at the catch. Nice finish as well. They're all swinging together nicely. That boat moving along very tidily. Second and behind them by a boat length and a half would be Otago Girls number 1. That's Ariana, Harriet, Sienna, Millie, Ruby, Miriam and the Cox. And then we go back 3/4 of a boat length to Burnside, Amy, Jessica, Evie, Melissa and Lucy Gibson, the Cox. Cross on the outside then to St Andrews College 1, Emily, Olivia, Xanthi, Lucy with George Rankin. Then we come back inside to Otago Girls number 2, Jamie, Kira, Mila, Francis and Meg Tuma, the Cox. So just the next race due is the boys under 15 double sculls. Should be on the course now, but being boys, they might not be very well organised, so they're just waiting for them to get themselves into line, which makes it a good time for me to change over now and bring Russell Mills back into the commentary. And we'll leave you with Russell and the rest of the team, and we'll pick you up again later on this afternoon.
Well, thanks, Ian. Welcome along, everybody. If you've just come in off the highway, you want to know where you are, you're at the 2025 Canterbury Meridian Energy Rowing Championships. And you're on the mighty Lake Ruatanapa. That's the lake of the two monsters. And when we tie the monsters down to the bottom of the lake, we get water like this. Absolutely brilliant rowing conditions. I've been out there, it's getting quite warm, guys, so if you want to look after your body, I would suggest that you slip, slop and slap if you've got it. Take on a bit of water. Pop along, it's getting near lunchtime. It's lunchtime, pop along and see about the canteen. Get yourself a cup of coffee if you want one from Erin and Drew down there and go along to the row shop. And don't forget Mr. Whippy, the big sumo wrestler guy there that's running Mr. Whippy. Now, I got a note from Mr. Whippy while I was walking around, a special note. A call goes out to the St. Thomas of Canterbury. And Steve give me this note via St. Thomas of Canterbury. St. Thomas of Canterbury row on the Selwyn River, where I kept saying they rode on the Avon. So there we go. We don't know everything. The Selwyn River to me was in the summertime it dried up, in the wintertime it flooded. So well done, guys. Congratulations to all the ones that have made into the second round so far of the regatta, and we hope that you can put up the same performance again when it comes to the finals on Friday. We're all getting the fast lanes in the centre, of course. And we'll come tomorrow, we'll talk about that if you're a novice spectator, about what we always talk about, the times of what we are doing. It looks like we've got our computer up and running now as well, that we can give times out. The girls under 17 coxed. The Cox quad that went through Heat 1 was Dunstan Arm in 7:39. They were 22 seconds ahead of Cashmere and another 14 back to Marion. So a pretty easy win for the Dunstan crews in the under-17 quad. The next race up was going to be race 75 if you've got a day sheet. If you haven't got a day sheet, you unfortunately have to listen to the commentators. We do have St. Thomas of Canterbury that do all their rowing on the Selwyn River. Guys, I've got that one right. Wakatipu, Avon, Burnside, Union, Dunstan Arm and Otago. First call for you today from Millsy, Otago. So good to see you got your crews here, Johnny McGlashan boys. The under-15 double scull, we're looking at the first 5 of each of the 2 heats to go through, and the rest will be eliminated. We can't... Okay. I'll have to see Gren. As we look down the lake and we look down to the eastern end of the lake, it's absolutely brilliant water conditions coming out of the 2,000 metre blocks down that eastern end. It looks like we're going to have that all the way to the rest of the regatta. Lanes 3. The gold boat of lane 3, which is Wakatipu. Wakatipu, very, very strong. We saw it earlier on this morning. We saw a very, very complete race by their octo, and we knew they've got a good, very good under-15 squad. And Wakatipu look as if they're out in front of the double scull. They'll most likely have a couple of crews. I see they've got a second crew and a third crew in the second heat. So this is their number 1 crew, and they've said goodbye to the rest of the field. On their left-hand shoulder, but most likely about 3 lengths down off them is St. Thomas of Canterbury. We'll just check those lanes. It doesn't look right there. Seems to be a crew down in lane number 1, and we've got nothing listed in our program from lane number 1. Okay, we'll try and pick that up as we go through the race. But it is certainly Wakatipu that's sitting out in front. Should be John St. Thomas of Canterbury. That's the crew that's up in second place, or they're just having a wee bit of steering problems. St. Thomas of Canterbury, they've got one oar getting dragged along the ground a wee bit. That'll slow the boat down a wee bit. I'm sure the coaches will get on top of that as well. But it's still Wakatipu as they head down towards the 300 mark, the gold boys. Wakatipu, like I said, saying goodbye to the field. We've got St. Thomas of Canterbury on one side, and then we go right out to Otago. It should be the Otago colours right out on the face. Gosh, this water is absolutely unbelievable. They'll be absolutely loving these conditions. Otago never had water like this down on the Otago Harbour. They're cruising along very nicely right out there. We're looking for 3 to qualify. No, we're looking for 5. We'll take 5 from each heat to qualify. Wakatipu, still that 3.5 lengths clear of the crew on their left shoulder. That's St. Thomas of Canterbury. Then we go out wide another 2.5 lengths back to Otago across the far side. 2 in from them is the crew from Union. Looks like Shirley Boy's colour. It's Union, must be Union. Burnside, they were in the firing line. They'll be up in the top 4. Then we go to Union, and then there's a couple, one down on right on the inside. We'll just pick up the colours of that crew that's in lane number 1. It's the Dunstan Arm crew. So how they got in there, I don't know. They might have been from a previous race. As we head down towards the finish line, the buzzer though, no titles until tomorrow. So that's where they'll be saving their row. Wakatipu under 20. Down towards the buzzer. They'll get one of the fast lanes for tomorrow's under 15 double for the guys. There's the second qualifier. That's St. Thomas of Canterbury. And then we go across the far side. It's going to be Otago, John McGlashan rowing in the Otago colours. In the middle of the course is Burnside, and then it looked very much like it might have been the crew from Union, but it's the crew from Dunstanarm will be the 5th qualifier. Unfortunately, the other 2 crews will miss out, and they should be out. Well, they won't be de-rigging boats at this stage, but if it's tomorrow, they'll start de-rigging boats. That second heat has got Otago 2 in it, Wakatipu 3, Wakatipu 2, Timaru 3, Timaru 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Timaru 31, it says. Coming out of lane number 6, which is Timaru. It's Timaru that's cruising along out in front, watching all the action happen behind him, but down on the inside, it's hard to tell on the angle. Doesn't look like Timaru colours, but it's Timaru's lane. The yellow boats of Wakatip down here together. Oh gosh, there's boats all over the place. The steering from down on lane number 3 is not that flash at all. That's Wakatip's number 2 crew. Well, it could be their number 3 crew anyway. They've crossed over in lanes. So the 2 Wakatip crews down the inside. And then right in the middle of the course, right beside them, is the other Timaru crew. St Thomas of Canterbury just back off the pace a wee bit. 2 Timaru and 2 Wakatippers just in the second heat of the boys under 15 double sculls. They'll rip through this course in around about the 7:20 mark. We can give you the time of the result of that last race, which is the boys. The first heat went through in 8:03. Wakatip's number 1 crew. And here they go out here with 2 more crews trying to qualify, be in the top 5, and you qualify guys, and they're going to get them through. So the whole under 15 squad going exceptionally well for Wakatipu off Lake Hayes. Down inside the yellow boys, Timaru. Timaru over Wakatip. And then we go back about 4 lengths and it's Timaru again. And then another 2 lengths back to Wakatip again. So it's Timaru, Wakatip, Timaru, Wakatip. And then a long way back. St Thomas of Canterbury. Sometimes you're novice spectators, so this is under 15 grade now. A lot of under 15s are generally in their second year rowing. But you can get a lot of under 15 crews that are also novice rowers. And the novice rowers towards the end of the season at the big championship regattas do struggle a little bit, even though throughout the season there's very little difference between the times of the novice and the under 15. At the under 15s, the percentage, I think it's around 92% of under 15s on the dais at Mardi Cup are second year rowers. So there's Wakatip. Timaru, Wakatip again, and St Thomas of Canterbury will qualify because we only have to be in the first 5. Don't forget the rules about the rubbish, guys. If you pack it in, please pack it out with you. Don't put anything in the bins. Take it out with you. Not a hard job to do. You must have those dogs on the lead. That's not optional, that's a must. And of course you must have a fire extinguisher if you're working a barbecue in the tents. Keep yourself filled up, enjoy the day, sit back, be aware of how burning the sun can get. I think after the Canterbury Rowing Champs, I think there's a little bit of a break, I think, and then we come back again in early February, I think, for the South Island champs. Then we have the New Zealand rowing champs, and then we have the South Island sculls. We hope as spectators, which are always down the old 300-metre strip there, we hope that you continue your support throughout the rest of the regattas. Right, that second crew, the second... If we can get a time for that second heat for you, has come through. That's one of the Timaru crews that's just gone across the finish line. That's from that second heat of the under-15 doubles. Right, the women's intermediate cox fours. It's a preliminary race. It means if you're a novice spectator out there, it means they'll come back and row it all again tomorrow, and then you'll think, well, why are they rowing it today and then have to come back and row it as a final tomorrow? Gives them the racing, and it also they're going for lanes. Now, we talked about the lanes. We told you we'd tell you about the lanes if you're a novice spectator. Out of the heats, the fastest time out of the heats will go to lane number 5 in the final. And then your second fastest time will go to 4, and your third fastest will go to 6, and then it'll jump over to 3, to 7, to 2, to where until you get the 10 crews in the final. Now, the theory is that if they all rode true to form in the heats, you should see an arrow effect come down the lake as they come through their course. So the leading crews will come out of the centre lanes, and the slower crews will flare out to the outside and the inside lanes. Okay, so we have Invercargill in lane number 1. Welcome along, Invercargill. We believe you haven't got many rowers here, but what you do have here are performing exceptionally well. Wairau in lane number 2, Wakatipu in 3, Columba College in 4, Dunstan Arm in 5, Oamaru in 6, Avon in 7, Avonside in 8, Ashburton in 9, and Wairau 2 in lane number 10, full field. Women's intermediate coxed 4. We do have a crew that look as if they've said goodbye to the rest of the field. We'll try and identify what lane they're in. It's the colours of Avon. So it must be out of lane 7. So it's Avon 1, Samantha, Lucy, Faya, Ella, and it looks like Hazel's in the coxswain seat. The intermediate grade, this is the grade that you come, when you come out of school, you unless you've been a championship on the dais, you'll go into this grade. And it is Avon sitting out in front. We go out really wide, most likely Wairau. Wairau right out on the very far sides in the firing line. Left-hand shoulder of Avon, Oamaru in the gold is there as well. So these three crews have opened up quite a big gap over the rest of the field. One's Wakatip, it's Ashburton, it's out wide. They'll be the next one, and they are locked up with down on the inside. Wairau 1 and Invercargill as well. Just back off the pace ever so slightly is the Wakatipu crew. We'll just... And then in front of them, Columba College and Dunstan Arm. And there's another crew right out the back of the 10 crew field. And I think it is Ashburton. So they're inside the yellow buoys they go. It's Avon goes through now. Right on their right-hand shoulder. Wairau now. So there's the lead they've got. It's a good length and a half. Then we go down into the middle. We go to Oamaru through the yellow buoys this time now. So the three crews have sorted themselves out. A wee way back to Ashburton. Ashburton's crept up into 4. We're not looking to so many. We're just looking for times to get them in the middle. Dunstan's coming through the middle of the course, bringing with them Dunstan, bringing Wairau's number 1 crew with them. And then just on the left-hand shoulder of Dunstan is Columba College. Then we go back to a second Wakatip crew and Invercargill down on the inside, and that crew that's a wee way back is Avon side I'm picking. So Avon goes down, nice, clean, tidy crew from Avon side. Avon, it is not Avon side, Avon down to get the buzzer. They'll get the quick time for tomorrow. You'll see them on the centre lanes. They brought along with them Wairo number 2 crew, and down on the inside of the Momaroo. That's the third qualifier. And then she's all on between Ashburton, Dunstan. Down at number 2 is Wairau's number 1 crew, and trying to squeeze in between them is Columba College. Down the inside, Invercargill. And we see a second Wakatip crew, and still that crew just struggling ever so slightly, which is Burnside. They look as if they haven't had a lot of rowing by the look of it, but I'm sure that this will build plenty of confidence for them. Girls under 15 double sculls. The progression is the first 5 will go through to the final. The rest will go through to the B final. It's Wakatipu's in lane number 1. Then we have North End's 5. Otago Girls, Meridian College, Invercargill, Avon 5, Timaru 2, Union 2, North End 1. They haven't gone through the 1,000-metre peg yet, but we go right out wide to the outside of the course. That's North End's number 1 crew. They will be St Hilda's girls rowing out of the North End sheds under the North End colour. They're going along pretty well, Jazz, but I'm sure pressure will come on them at some stage. Then we come down to the inside, right to the very inside is the gold boat of Wakatipu's. So we're out wide for North End and close for Wakatipu. Right on the right-hand shoulder of Wakatu is the North End, the second North End crew. I just check, make sure it's not Otago Girls. Second North End crew. Otago Girls just back off them a little bit, and slightly ahead of Otago Girls is Meridian College. Where's the mighty Invercargill? I can see gold blades flashing there. That tells me that could be Timaru with Roncalli blades. Lane number 6 seems to be travelling along pretty well indeed. That's his Avon as well, but we go still right out wide. That's where the lead is. It's right out at North End's number 1 crew. Out of the North End rowing sheds on the harbour in Dunedin under the guidance of Jazz McIntosh. St Hilda's. Right in the middle of the course we have Avon in the dark. Right in between them is the crew from Timaru. Could be Union. It could be Union. There's so much. There's the little Pakeha boys coloured blind, so we can't pick the colours up. So down on the inside, there's no challenge coming from the crew that's sitting out in front. They are completely clear of the rest of the field. It's the chasing group. It's got Wakatip. Right on Wakatip's is North End's number 5 crew. Otago Girls a couple of lengths back from that. And just ahead of Otago Girls, we have the dark colours of Marion. And I'm still trying to identify where Invercargill is. Avon, then Union, Timaru. And that's Invercargill just back off the pace a little bit. So we're heading up towards, we're in that third 500 now, so the old legs will be just starting to shake a wee bit. It's really warm out there, and you have 2 or 3 races in those conditions with the heat. They certainly take the pressure off you, and if you're in the under 15s, the adrenaline runs. You sit out in the sun all day, and takes the energy right out here, and you run around the paddock all day, and then you go out and have tea and run around the paddock again. and then have to come back and row 3 or 4 finals. You certainly won't be doing any homework at the end of the day on Sunday, that's for sure. You'll be too tired. Inside the yellow boys goes the leading crew, and like we says, they are well clear of the rest of the field. This is a pretty good crew coming out of St Hilda's. Rosa Hillary and, Yvonne Moore. The pressure's going on the crew on the inside now. We have Wakatip up in second place going through that 1,000-metre peg. There's some real pressure going on them in the middle coming from Avon. Oh, it's not Avon. Coming out of lane 6. Yep, tis Avon. They're not rowing in Avon colours to me. It's coming out of lane 6, so take it as Avon. And then we go, just trouble with the Union crew just when they were starting to really get hold of it. Union, hang on to those oars, ladies. They got themselves back together again. They were almost in the swimming carnival. They were so close to it. Avon in the middle of the course, so they've hung on down here. Wakatip, Avon in the middle of the course. We're looking for, there's the first 3. There's the first qualifier. They'll go across. Looks like North End might get 2 into the final. Wakatip's going to be the second buzzer. Avon the third buzzer. Then we go Union and North End together. And there's your 5 qualifiers. Then we go to lane number 4, which is Meridian College. The heavy girl has a wee look round to see how far she was. There's really, Union have really, they're just having problems, Union out there. They haven't got the buzzer yet, and one girl is out on her feet by the look of it. I hope the safety launch keeps an eye on her. They've got the buzzer, they will qualify, but the stroke girl from Union, don't look that flash, guys. And then we have to go way back down to, it's a Timaru crew, showing Ron Carley's blades. Program moves on to the second heat of the girls under 15 double sculls. Again, we're looking at 5 to go through. We can just see if we can pick up the first heat. They have gone through, Wakatip's gone through. We haven't got a time for you yet. North End, number 5 crew is second. The Target girls were third. No. We can tell you that the women's intermediate sweep-forward 4 went through in a time of 8:010. Union 3's down in lane number 1. Wakatip 3's and 2. Wakatip 2's and 3. North End 3's and 4. North End 2's and 5. And Timaru 11's and 6. And Union 1's and 7. Dunstanarm 2 and 8. And North End number 4 out there in lane number 9. So again, we're seeing coming out of lane 3, we're seeing the crew with the yellow boat. That's Wakatip's number 2 crew, Carla and Caitlin. Jimmy, you've got your squad going along really well, and your coaching partner. They're going along, so it's Wakatip coming out of lane 3, 2 Wakatips together down on the inside with the other crew out of lane 2, just back off the pace a wee bit. On the right-hand shoulder of Wakatip 2 is North End 3, but they're a good 4 lengths down off them. The crew that's going to veer for the lead or try to take it off Wakatip is showing Timaru colours in the middle of the course, and alongside them on their right shoulder, but 2 lengths back, is also a second Timaru crew. Then we go right out, very, very wide out to North End's 3 crew. I don't see. Then we come back to Dunstanarm. There's another crew in the middle of the course that's quite a wee way off the pace. Coming out of 5 it is, which is North End's number 2 crew. And then there's another one back. They're really spread out over a few metres on the course. Coming out of lane 4, the crew that's back, which is North End 3. So it's Wakatipu showing their colours again as they go into the yellow boys, followed up again by Timaru. These girls will go to Wakatipu High School and the crew from Timaru will go to Craighead by the look of it. Then we have Union. They've got a chance of qualifying. Union, also the second Wakatip crew. And in the middle of the course, I think all the qualifiers have sorted themselves out, is North End. So the 5 crews to go through to the final have sorted themselves out. Oh, they may not have Unions. Oh, Union had trouble in the first heat, and they just had trouble again in the second heat. Their second crew. They've got it back and running again now. They caught a big one on the stroke side, almost shot them into the next lane. Now we've got the crew inside them going out into the next lane. So the old steering's a bit of a problem by the look of it. Union's coming across, North End's going over. They've changed lanes. You need $1 each way to do that. Wakatip qualified Timaru. Union's going to get the next buzzer if they don't crash with Wakatip. And then Wakatip will get the buzzer as well. And then North End in the middle. And that's your 5 qualifiers. Unfortunately, we hope that the other ones have it, which is North End 4, Dunstan Arm, and the crew back further all have another event that they get to row in, because if you're here for the rowing regatta, that's what you want to be doing. Now it's just after, well, just around 1 o'clock, guys, so it must be lunchtime for a lot of people. Don't forget, pack it in, pack it out. Please shoot along to the cafeteria. Mr. Whiffy. Right, the under-16 quad scull for the guys. We're looking at 5 to go through. Tells us it's 2 heats. It's race 80, and they were due to go out of the 2,000-metre blocks at 12:46. They are right on time. Shirley Boys, St. Bede's 2, Wakatipu, Christ College 2, Cashmere, Christ College 1, Timaru and Christchurch Boys. And it's right out wide. That's the crew that has to be caught. Right out wide, Timaru, showing those Timaru, the white with the blue braces. Right out wide, Shirley Boys, the ones trying to chase, but they're a good 2 to 3 lengths down off them. And then right on the right shoulder of Shirley Boys, there's a dog fight going on there. That's between St. Bede's and Wakatipu. Then we go out to the left-hand side of Timaru is Christ College. Where's a target? Christchurch Boys back off the pace a wee bit, along with the crew from Cashmere. So down towards the line they go. They've just about picked up the double scullers. And Timaru, nice tidy little crew as they head down and get the buzzer. They'll be the first qualifier for the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls for 2025 here on Lake Ruataniwha. Shirley Boys takes the second buzzer, St. Bede's the third, Wakatip the fourth buzzer, and it looks very much like the final qualifier is going to be Christ College. Christ College is 2 crew, and then we go Cashmere, and right across the far side, Christchurch Boys. Now, don't forget the secondaries office guys have also got an awful lot of footwear there. It's almost like a shoe shop. You go past there, there's a fine display of shoes that have been left on the boat ramp. Trying to make sure we keep the boat ramp free of obstacles so there's no accident and that people don't drop a boat going up the bank. So if you think you've lost your jandals or your Crocs or whatever you had in your feet and now it's not gone, it could be around at the secretary's office. Right, the second heat, we can let you know the boys under 16 Cox quads have gone through in 7:10. The second heat has St Andrews down in lane number 2, St Thomas of Canterbury's 1 and 3, St Thomas of Canterbury's 2 and 4, Christchurch Boys 2 crew and 5, Christ College's 3 crew and 6, Otago in 7, Wairo in 8, and Christ College's number 4 crew out in lane number 9. And according to the information we have got, everyone has gone to the start. So it's coming out of lanes 3. So lanes 3 is St Thomas of Canterbury's number 1 crew. Lucas, Cairo, Harry, Seth and Sam. They have said goodbye to the rest of the field. We go out second in from the outside, the Wairau crew. Right out there on the far side is getting along very nicely. A beautifully balanced crew as well. Got them on about 35.5. The crew that's sitting in front, we're going to get it clocked for you just to see what rating some of these crews are doing for you. They're on 34.5. The Wairau only a half, maybe a stroke quicker. St Thomas of Canterbury, gosh, they're swinging off long oars, these young fellas from St Thomas of Canterbury. They are really swinging off the end of them. Wairau won't get near you when they're taking that much oar. There's absolutely nothing stepping Wairau out wide. They're about 4 lengths back, all these crews. In the middle of the course, we have the second crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. And right down here in lane 2, we have St Andrews by the look of it. So there's nothing separating them. We then have to go back another 3 lengths back to the crew from Otago. And then we go back to one Christ College. And it looks like in the dark colours could be Otago. Coming out of lane 5, which is Christchurch Boys it is. And nice and easy through the 100-metre buoy line they go. Coxon won't know what's happening behind them, but the stroke will know if there's any crews putting in challenges, so he will have a little say in the boat as well. Generally, the coxswain will keep them quiet. He'll know that there's no boats in front of them, and the stroke man will know if there's any challenges coming from in behind. So they get the buzzer, and there look to be a little bit more urgency in that crew, so I'm picking that will be a quicker time than 7:10. We go out wide to Wairau, they'll get the second buzzer. Then we go to the second crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. St Andrews. There's 4 crews, and your 5th qualifier looks like it's Otago. So the first heat went through in 7:10. That was Timaru. We'll just see what the second heat's gone through in. Right, the next event up, if you've got a day sheet, is race 82, and it's the men's premier coxless pair oar. This is a preliminary race, and this is the event that the selectors look for. They want to see where the strong people are. You've got to be quite strong and also technically perfect to be able to move these boats, especially with your timing. Otherwise, they go all over the place. So the selectors like looking at these, the ones that can pull the old coxless pair along. Many, many years ago, there used to be coxed pairs. It was all coxed pairs. Then all of a sudden, they decided they didn't want the coxswain because he was a cheeky little bugger. So they wanted to get rid of the coxswain, and they became coxless. And then they started building coxless boats. And all pairs are coxless now, even at school level and the under-18s at Māori Cup level. The first coxless pair that come into the Māori Cup program was in 1999 in Karapiro. And it was won by Dunstan High School, and it was the Petherick twins. So Avon will have a stranglehold over here because you've got Avon in the first 6 crews, Avon 7, Avon 3, Avon 6, Avon 1, Avon 5, Avon 2, all from the inside. 2 crews, college crews from St Thomas of Canterbury, Avon 4 and Cure Boating Club. So only the 2 outside Avon, and it is Avon that's sitting in front. We can just tell you what crew it is. It's coming out of 4. So it is Avon number 1. It's Cody Johnson and Oliver Welsh, who is sitting in front under no pressure whatsoever. And then we go out wide, we go out to the Cure Boating Club. Just ahead of Cure Boating Club is the Avon crew. That's the Avon 4 crew, Sam Wilson, William McIntosh. Then we come down the inside to lane 2, which is the Avon 3 crew, Josh Simon, Fergus Johnson. Right in the middle of the course, Avon 5. And then right in behind them is Avon 3, and then right out on the far side will be St Thomas, the 2 St Thomas of Canterbury crews. Trying to mix it with the Avons. Cure going really well. They're mixing it with the Avons, the 2 fellas from Cure, Lewis and Alex. They're 2 top premier rowers out of the Cure Boating Club off the Waimak River. So Avon dominating the coxless pair, premier coxless pair race. Good row from Cure and a couple of college crews from St Thomas of Canterbury back out in the field there. Really good conditions, really good for coxless pair racing. The program drops 1 grade. The program now drops 1 grade and goes to the seniors. Senior coxless pair, 1 grade down from the guys that have just crossed the buzzer. We've got Christchurch Boys 2 out in lane 2, Christ College 2 and 3, St Bede's 1 and 4, Christchurch Boys High School 1 and 5, Christchurch Boys 3 and 6, Christ Colleges 3 and 7, St Andrews and 8, and Christ Colleges 1 and 9. And they're through the 1,000 metre peg. They're just about ready to go through the final 500 peg. Oh, we've got a closer race here. Lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. 3, 4, 5 and 6. Christchurch Boys 2, Christ College 2, St Bede's, Christchurch Boys 1 and Christchurch Boys 3. These line up there in the centre. There's no qualifications. It's a preliminary row. And then we go out wide from there. We go out to St Andrews, it is. And then in St Andrews, have got 2 or 3 lengths over Christ College on their right-hand shoulder. And also over the Christ College's number 1 crew's got a couple of 3 lengths over their number 3 crew, just on their left-hand shoulder, but back off the pace. And then we come down the Christ College crew on the far side. Their number 1 crew's locking horns with one of the Christchurch Boys crews down on the inside. That's the number 2 crew. Back to the leaders. Now they're starting to open up the gaps now inside this last 500. It's coming out of 3. It's Christ College's 2 crew it is. They've got an advantage of maybe right on 1 length only from St Bede's. St Bede's have got a length and a quarter over on their right-hand shoulder, Christchurch Boys. Then we go out wide to St Andrews. They all know each other. They all train each other. They all most likely see them going on the water out of the sheds on the Avon River. St Andrews trying to put some pressure on the leaders, sitting out there in one of the outside lanes, but it's still hanging on to it down here on the inside. Christ College goes down. They'll get the buzzer. They'll get the fast lane tomorrow for the finals. They're a half a length clear. They're just on the slowly closing St Bede's. St Bede's, Hugo and Bruno got within a half a length of them and opened up the gap back to the crew from Christchurch Boys and St Andrews. Another canvas back to there. Then we go to the second Christchurch Boys crew, come down the inside to Christchurch Boys number 2 crew. Right across the far side we go to Christ College's 1, and in the middle in the yellow boat has got to be Christchurch Boys 3. Right, trying to get a bit of time for you. 50. The men's premier coxless pairs went through in 6:50. So we'll just see how the seniors went. Women's premier coxless 4. 3 crews entered. Avon, Wairo and Avon 2. Now I think Avon, the 2 Avon crews have got a big advantage over Wairo. It's like a demonstration row. Avon, Wairo. Right, that second heat, the seniors, I didn't take a note of the prems. The seniors have gone through in 7:29. Bryce College's number 2 crew, George Young and Will Richards went through in 7:29. That's pretty good, guys. Women's Premier Coxless 4, preliminary race. They're looking for lanes, but won't make it, I don't think, a difference whatever lanes they get. The 2 Avon crews just a wee bit too classy for the Wairau crew. No to pressure whatsoever. You'll notice that if you're a novice spectator, you take a look at the leading crew and you'll see that it has been tandem rigged. You'll see the 2 in the middle instead of being alternate orders. The 2 in the middle are locked together. You can either have it stroked or bow stroked, depending on what the coach wants to do. You're sitting back. You'll notice also tandem rigged. The other Avon crew is tandem rigged as well. And as a spectator and a novice spectator, you're most likely saying, well, why is it done? Well, generally, it's done to try and even out the power on both sides of the boat, so the coxswains, when the coxswains are in the boat, are not pulling to one side or the other. You'll also notice that the Wairau crew is tandem rigged. You'll find that sometimes one side's just a little bit stronger than the other side, so they tandem rig the boat to put the person in the bow out the back end to make it the power through the water quite even. Sometimes it may work, sometimes it doesn't work. Women's Club Crod, the Women's Under-19 Cox 4. Women's Under-19 Cox 4. This again will be an awful lot of school crews in here, just getting themselves warmed up for the Māori Cup. Wairau is down in lanes number 2. Oamaru in 3. Rangiruru's 2 crew in 4. Timaru in 5. St Margaret's 2 crew in 6. Rangi's 1 crew in 7. St Andrews in 8 and St Margaret's in 9. Should be a very competitive race going on what we've seen so far. Just going through that 1,000-metre peg now, and I can see the gold caps of Rangiruru from the outside. So it's Rangiruru's number 1 crew, Charlotte, Lucy, Samantha, Brooke and Charlie Ward in the cox seat. The Ruse coaching team. Rangiruru doing a good job. There's a crew right out wide, though, that looks to be in front of them. There's a crew right out on the outside that could be showing the St Margaret's colours. Yep, St Margaret's. So it's St Margaret's over Rangiruru. And then we go to the second St Margaret's crew and the second Rangi crew down on the inside. There's not a great deal separating that group, just in behind the leaders. St Margaret's sitting out in front. Rangiruru's number 1 chasing them on the left-hand shoulder of Rangi's number 1 is the St Margaret's number 2 crew. And then Timaru trying to squeeze himself in between Rangi and St Margaret's. It's like making a club sandwich and putting a bit of tomato in the middle of the 2 lettuce leaves. They're squeezing up in between them. Timaru really putting pressure on St. Margaret's, one side of them, Rangi the other side of them. And then we come down to Oamaru on the inside, or it's Wairau's ahead of Oamaru. Oamaru just feeling the pinch a little bit. They're back. They're the only crew back off the pace. Oh, the one just inside the leading crew, which is the St. Andrews crew, just feeling the pinch a little bit too. But take away the leading crew that's sitting out there in the outside lane. If you take them away, you've got nothing much separating the rest. You can see Rangi's number 2 crew just starting to drift off a little bit from those middle rowers now. It's come back in the middle. St. Margaret's, Timaru's the one big mover. And behind the leader, it's Timaru. It's the Craighead crew from Timaru. Now, they were back in about 4th position going through that final 500. So Timaru really put some pressure on Rangi's number 2 crew, and now starting to put some pressure on the Rangi's number 1 crew. And the St. Margaret's number 2 crew's right there with them. These 3 crews absolutely locked together. You can kiss goodbye to the crew that's sitting out in front. That's St. Margaret's number 1 crew. Bella Harris will be in the coxswain seat, and I'm sure she'll let her crew know that she's inside the yellow buoys. She'll let them know when they've got 100 metres to go. And she's got her crew sitting right out in front. They've got about a 3.5 length lead over Rangi, but the pressure's coming on Rangi from St. Margaret's. Timaru runs come to the end, but they have opened up the gap from the Rangi number 2 crew. Rangi 2, now it's St. Margaret's 2 trying to put some pressure on the Rangi number 1 crew. They're trying to bring Timaru, trying to come back into it again. Timaru's runs come to the end. Rangi just realises that St. Margaret's are getting a lot closer with their number 2 crew. There's the buzzer for the number 1 crew from St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's 2 crew came home really well. They've got up within a half a length of Rangi Ruru. Length and a half back to. On the inside was Timaru, put in a valiant effort trying to pick it up from the 500. Then there's the Rangi's number 2 crew. Right down the inside is the crew from Wairau, and then we go across to St. Andrews and Oamaru. Now we can tell you that the women's premier coxless 4s, Avon number 1 crew, went through in 7:09. Over the number 2 crew and then Wairau. Girls under 16 coxed 8s. Oh, we may as well go and pick them up. We've got Meridian College out of 3, Rangi Ruru out of 4, Christchurch Girls out of 5, St. Margaret is out of 6, Timaru's out of 7, and Christchurch Girls number 2 crews out of lane number 8. And it looks like the familiar colours of St. Margaret's again, especially with their boat. Gosh, they've got great water to row on out there. This is just spot on stuff here on the Lake of the Two Monsters. We're at the Meridian Energy 2025 Canterbury Rowing Championships. Titles will be won tomorrow. St. Margaret's doing a good job out in front here. They've got about a length and a half advantage over the crew from their left-hand shoulder. We just see there's not a crew in between me. A crew on their left-hand shoulder, that's for sure. And that's the crew from Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls, and getting a little bit of pressure put on them from Rangi Ruru. They're in Indian file as they come down towards the gold buoys. They've got about 422.22 metres to go. Rangi trying to put some pressure on Christchurch Girls in the middle of the course. But the crew sitting out in front, St. Margaret's, we've just seen it. They looked very impressive in the race earlier, just gone through. They've got about a 2-length advantage. Then there's more than 2 lengths back to Rangi. There's most likely 3 lengths back to Rangi Ruru from there. Christchurch Girls can't. They just will not close the gap. And if you're a novice spectator and you look again, Millsy's just been talking about tandem rigged. Here's a tandem rigged 8. You'll see the same happening in the 8 here, where you've got the two locked together instead of alternate oars. Gosh, this is a beautifully balanced crew. You could put a spirit level across the top of the heads here and the bubble would be smack bang in the middle. Well done to the coaches. I'm sure Treaty Keys would have something to do with this crew. St Margaret's, Ellie Scotland in the cox seat, letting her know that she wants a bit more pressure inside this 100-metre buoy line. Just opened up that gap to about 2 lengths now. And then we go back 2.5 lengths to Rangi. Christchurch girls, beautiful balanced crew as well. They're picking up the water and just moving the boat past the leverage point. They're not worrying about ripping the oar through the water. It's nice and easy to pick the water up and just push the legs. The Christchurch girls get the second fastest lane tomorrow, and Rangi Ruru will be the third fastest. And from there, just a little bit outpaced is the crew from Craighead. I'm sure that's Timaru. Then we have a second crew from Christchurch girls, and then in the middle of the course, layout of lane number 3, we have that crew from Marion College. We'll immediately go up and pick up the men's club coxless quadruple sculls for you, Oamaru in 2. Then we go North End 3, Avon 1, Dunstan Arm 2, Targa Boys, Avon 2, Canterbury 1, Dunstan Arm 1. Dunstan Arm 1 right out the far side, Jet Stuke, Roland, Ozan, Oliver Hamilton and Harrison Chu. Simon does the coaching at the Dunstan Arm course at Clyde. And they look as if they are sitting out in front. Then we look to the middle of the course from there. There's showing the Avon colours. Avon swinging along very nicely, not under any pressure at all. The gold of Oamaru's down on the inside of them, and then we go quite a wee way back to a second Avon crew. Dunstan's right in the middle of the course. That's a younger crew trying to drag a Targa Boys with them, and Avon as well. Not much separating those 3 crews. We go out wide to the white. It's Canterbury. Well, it's Dunstan. Dunstan just in full command, as they have been since we've been able to pick them up. Then we come to Avon in the middle, go out to Canterbury, having a great row. Canterbury, Oamaru down the inside, sprinting now. Oamaru wants to pick up the 3rd place over Canterbury. They're sprinting now. Dunstan Arm and Otago Boys locked together with the crew from the second crew from Avon. Down towards the Gold Boys, inside them they go, inside the 100-metre buoy line even. Dunstan goes down and get the buzzer, very impressive row. Avon will go through. It's the Avon number 1 crew, gates the second buzzer. They'll get the next fastest, and then we go out wide to Canterbury. They've been in the firing line down into Oamaru, and still nothing separating Avon, Otago Boys, Dunstan Arm, and the second Avon crew. We can tell you that the girls under 16 eights went through in 7:23, which was St Margaret's number 1 crew over Christchurch girls number 1 crew, 7.29 seconds behind. And then we went to Rangi Ruru, Timaru, Marion and Christchurch girls 2. Women's club single sculls. No, doesn't look like a single scull on the course. Race 88, the boys under 15, coxed 8. It's a preliminary race. There's only 3 crews. It'll be like a demonstration row. St Thomas of Canterbury's in 4, St Bede's in 5, and St Andrews in number 6. And it's out wide. It should be St Andrews. But it's not St Andrews. They appear to be in their wrong lanes, but that doesn't matter. It's St. Bede's that's in front. So it's St. Bede's, Thomas of Canterbury, and then we go to St. Andrews. So Bede's off their training camp in Lake Dunstan. All the boys there loading up the trailer on Thursday. St. Bede's a commanding lead over the rest of the field and the boys under 15 coxed 8s. They'll come back and get the fast lane tomorrow. They, for some reason, are in the outside lane, and I think your day sheet should say that they're in between St. Thomas of Canterbury and St. Andrews. St. Andrews just feeling the pinch a little bit. But when you're an under 15 or a novice rower, you can improve in one regatta. All of a sudden, the sport of rowing will just click. You could be a real goober for half a season, and then all of a sudden something clicks and you get the idea. So some of these crews, and especially in the under 15s and the novices that are back a wee bit, you'll find by the end of the season they could be the crews that are sitting out in front. Coming up towards the goal, boys, is St. Bede's. They're under no pressure whatsoever. The coxswain will be telling them that. They've mostly got, under 15 grade, they've mostly got about 3 or 4 events that they can row in for this regatta. Like I say, in the heat, and if they don't take on water, they could be pretty tired by the time it comes to the finals. And we talked about earlier on, if you're a novice spectator, about the flared effect. How the fast crews go in the centre and flare out to both the inside and the outside. And by rights, that should happen if everybody rows true to form. But you can get the idea you might get a crew that's in the centre that's had 5 heat rows and been sitting around in the heat all day, and you would expect them to be sitting out in front. And sometimes you'll find they're out the back door because they're absolutely buggered. So that's entirely up to the coaches and how many races they select to put them in, and also what the coaches do with them between races. St. Bede's, though, we know they've just come off that big training camp in Lake Dunstan. And they're just starting to hit their form now, and they'll be a force to be reckoned with at the big regattas coming up in February and March. St. Thomas of Canterbury take the second buzzer, and St. Andrews. They should have gone through in about 6:15, I would imagine. Oh, no, not that quick, Millsy. Oh, no, that's the Men's Club Coxless Quad, the Men's Club Coxless Quad Event 87. Dunstan Arm won and went through in 6:31. Avon 1 was second, 9 seconds behind, and then went Canterbury 1, Oamaru, Avon 2, Targa Boys, Dunstan Arm 2, and Avon 3. Women's Club Single, just there's nothing on the course. So we'll come on air the minute test. Yes. Right, the boys under 15-8, they went through in 7:17. Right, if you've got a day sheet, lane number 4 for the Girls Club Singles has been taken out, a Targa Girls 3 crew. take that out of your day sheet. So there's a scratching in race 89, which is the Women's Club single sculls. We're looking at 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the final, plus the next fastest time out of those 3 heats, which gives you the 10 crews. So it's the 3 heats. And then for the B final, it's 4, 5 and 6, and the next 2 fastest times will go through to the B final. We have Christchurch Girls 1 out in lane 1, St Margaret's College in 2, Avon 1 and 3. Out in 5 is Wakatipu's number 2 crew, Canterbury's 1 crew in 6, Avon Girls in 7, Timaru in 8, Otago Girls 2 in 9, and Dunstanarm 1 in 10. They have let them go. They've most likely travelled about 200 metres, so the next sighter that they go past will be Alcatraz, which is the island out there. That's where we put all the naughty people. So misbehave, you'll end up what life's like at Alcatraz. It has been the downfall of many boats when the fog comes up. I have seen a boat go straight into Alcatraz, the rocks at Alcatraz, and the whole front of the boat went up in the air and the boat snapped in half. It was a very foggy day here on Lake Ruatanapa many years ago. So we have Marley Ross for Christchurch Girls, Coco Flood for St Margaret's, Katie Mitchell's out there for Avon, Wakatips Emma Andrews, Canterbury Stella Cook, Avonside's Sari Welby, Lily Grant for Timaru, Lisel Tolson for Otago, and India Nichols for Dunstanarm out wide. Gone through the first 500, they'll now be in that second 500, and at this stage it looks like it's coming from the centre of the course. We'll just give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in from the outside. So it's Wakatip. Wakatip number 2's well up of the pace, and also right out very wide in this first 500 is Dunstanarm as well. So Wakatip, Dunstanarm, the Lakes going along well. On the right-hand shoulder of Wakatip, the white, we can see the white of Canterbury. She could even be slightly ahead of Wakatip, so it could be Canterbury, Dunstanarm, then Canterbury. And then on the inside, the outside of the Canterbury sculler, the Burnside's just back off the pace a little bit, and then 2 out from her we go to Timaru. Of course, we will never leave the Timaru cruise out. So at this stage in that first 500, they're now in the second 500 though, and it is done round Dunstanarm, Canterbury, Timaru and Wakatip. That's where the action is so far, going through the course. As we look down through the course, absolutely brilliant water conditions to row on for single scullers. Lane number 2 is also travelling well, which is St Margaret's College girl, Coco. She's getting along exceptionally well down on the inside lane, or the second out from the inside. Lane number 1 just back ever so slightly, and lane number 3's just ahead of lane 1. So Christchurch Girls 1's just back off the pace a little bit, and Avon's ahead of her. So we're still going back to Wakatip, Canterbury, Timaru, and then we go back into Avon out of 3. Wakatip, Canterbury. Canterbury's going along really well. Wakatip inside her. Canterbury's doing the chasing. Dunstanarm's still out wide, getting along really nicely away out there. Oh, she has a wee look out, turns the head quite a bit. Ooh, we don't want that head going around like the Exorcist, that's for sure. Got to keep these boats up on top of the water. The minute that head turns, the boat will drop. It'll only drop on one side, and therefore you've lost 2 or 3 metres. Canterbury sculler, and there's a bit of pressure now coming from 2 out from Canterbury. So it's Timaru. A little bit of pressure coming from the Timaru sculler on Canterbury now. Doesn't look like Timaru colours. It's 1 out from Timaru. It looks like Otago Girls. Looks like the Otago Girls sculler that's in the middle of the course that's getting along really well. It looked like it was Timaru. Timaru I can pick up back further. I think it's Canterbury's got the lead over Dunstan. Canterbury's got the lead over Dunstan. And then coming out of the bunch could be Otago Girls. On the right-hand shoulder of Otago Girls is Timaru. As they head now, they're in that third 500. These single scullers will be absolutely loving these conditions. I think there's still little between Canterbury and Dunstan Arm out wide. Could even be Dunstan Arm that's sitting in front. Then we go, it is Timaru. We then go to Timaru. So Timaru is putting pressure on Canterbury. The Canterbury girl has a look across. It's Timaru she's looking at. No use looking at Dunstan. She's well ahead of Canterbury, that's for sure. So Dunstan sitting out in front. I just don't know this young lady. India Nichols out of Simon's squad in the Dunstan hub on Lake Dunstan. Timaru is the chasing on Canterbury. Canterbury's clearly in second place. Timaru's a chaser, but down on the inside, coming out from behind the crowd, is out of lane number 2, showing the colours of the crew from St Margaret's. She was always there in that first 500. We completely forgot about her. And she's going along. She's coming. She'd only be about 1.25 lengths off the Canterbury sculler in the middle of the course, who all of a sudden went off course a little bit. So she would have lost a bit of ground. So the St Margaret's girl down the inside's got a chance. She's got a chance coming into the yellow boys. There was just a little bit of off course going on between Canterbury. She might have just dropped an oar a wee bit deeper. And she swung the nose around. She slowed the bow down. She's had to get it up and running. She would have lost 2 or 3, maybe a half length, maybe more, because the St Margaret's girl's gone to her and gone past her. Dunstan have been in front ever since we picked them up. So it's Dunstan, and now we go back to St Margaret's. And then we go to Canterbury in the middle. And then we have to go on the left-hand side of the Dunstan Arm crew is Otago Girls, Timaru. And then we come back down the inside to lanes, Christchurch Girls. And in the middle of the course, we've got a Wakatipu number 2 crew. Go down to get the buzzer. We're looking for 3 crews to go through to the final. And I don't think the 4th sculler is close enough to the 3 that's sitting out in front to be worried about the next quickest time. So it's Dunstan Arm. St Margaret's have been the big push in the last 500, that's for sure. So Dunstan Arm will take first qualifier, St Margaret's the second qualifier, Canterbury the third qualifier, and I can't see any of the crews in behind that close enough, which is Timaru and Wakatip Sculler. We didn't mention you much, Wakatip, but you guys don't pay me. And then we go to Otago Girls, Christchurch Girls, Avon, and I just can't identify lane number 7 colours, which is Avonside. Will's come on for his second stint. He might be able to just pick up this last bit for you for the second heat of the club single.
So just having a look here, I'd say we're looking at lane 4 and also well on the inside, lane number 1 looks to be leading this second heat of the women's club single sculls. So that's Marion College right there, that's Charlotte Peterson currently in front. Go to, I think that's lane, might be lane number 3, Ashburn, number 1, Isla Moffat currently sitting in second trying to join her. We go way back to third, we might be going on the outside, north end. Number 1, Lola Castle's looking to try and get up from one of those outside lanes. So we're looking at first three through the A final and then the next fastest from all the heats. But definitely performing well here is Charlotte Peterson. She's currently sitting in front, maybe just 2 lengths over this rower from Ashburn College. And I'd say we'd also be looking at the rower from Wakatipu in lane number 5, Annika Arlett, to try and get up for that top 3 position, as well as the rower from Wairo, Daisy Vavasor, currently might be sitting in that 3rd spot, but just looking across that far side, you've got to watch that rower from North End, Lola Castles. That 3rd spot seems to be the one in question right now. Through will go Marion and Ashburton. So it is the rower from Wairo, Daisy Vavasor, who's currently sitting in 3rd place, maybe just a length up over that rower from North End on the outside. That is the 2nd heat coming through now. That rower from Wairo will take it. Oh, yeah, sweet.
Test, test, test.
Third heat coming through now in the women's club single sculls. I'll call these crews out quickly. Lane 1, St Andrews College is Jasmine Christie. Lane 2, Timaru number 22, Scout Fiske. Lane 3, Columba College number 1, Kira Patterson. Lane 4, Villa Maria College number 1, India Taylor. Lane 5, Wairo number 3, Zoe Kung. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Olorenshaw. Lane 7, Otago Girls number 1, Kate Merriman. Lane 8, Invercargill number 1, Maddie Maelstrom. And lane 9 is North End number 2, Georgia Cockburn. So it looks to be a rower from Dunstan. I think that might be Olivia Olorenshaw sitting very comfortable out in front in this 3rd heat. Then I'd say we're looking, it might be Columba College. I'm trying to see that orange cap. Does seem to be Columba College, so that might be Kira Patterson currently sitting in 2nd. Then we'd probably be looking to the middle. That's Wairo number 3, Zoe Kung. That's your 1, 2, 3 in this final heat of the women's club single sculls. So very dominant performance here coming from Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Olorenshaw. She'll take out this heat. Then we go to the rower from Columba, Kira Patterson, and then to Zoe Kung in lane number 5. So it's going to be about 3.5 lengths to the rower from Dunstan Arm, then a length and a half back to the rower from Wairo, and then currently making a good charge towards the end is the rower from Timaru in lane number 2. That Scout Fiske will be sitting in that 4th position. There's not going to be any clear water between 3rd and 4th, so good performance there. Then go the rower from Villa Maria, back inside to St Andrews, outside to Invercargill, North End, and Otago Girls number 1. That's the final heat of the women's club single sculls. Next up is the women's masters single sculls. So lane 1, Canterbury number 1 is Adrian Edwards. Lane 2 is Wanaka number 2, Victoria Shute. Lane 3 is Cromwell number 1, Maud O'Connell. Lane 4 is Ashburn number 1, Charlotte Cox. Lane 5 is Union number 1, Kirsty Marnie. Lane 6 is Wanaka number 1, Belinda Ryan. Lane 7 is Twizel number 1, Marley O'Keefe. And then lane 8 is Avon number 1, Jill Carruth. here. Some of these leading crews are going into the final 500 now. I'm seeing might be lane number 4, Ashburton number 1, Charlotte Cox might have got herself up for the win here. There is handicaps here. I'm not going to read them all out, but some of them will. I'm not sure whether they started at the same time and then they get handicapped later on, or they are just released at different times. Right now, it does look to be lane number 4 leading it in this women's Masters single sculls. Might be a few scratchings in this event. That might actually be lane number 3, which is Cromwell number 1, Maud O'Connell, 67 years of age. So then we go 2 outside of her. That is Union number 1, Kirsty Marnie, currently sitting in 2nd. They're sitting well clear of the rest of the field. Probably for that 3rd place, you're going right on the outside to Avon number 1. That's Jill Carruth. So, yeah, these Masters, they aren't rating high, just ticking along the boat. They'll have the technique fairly well down, but there won't be any large changes of ratings apart from, as we can see, winding up to the line is lane number 5, Kirsty Marnie, trying to walk through Maud O'Connell. So that's a bit of a battle going on there. Final 150 metres. Let's see who gets it. That rower from Union has just taken their rating right up, so they'll see if they can catch it. I'd say we're looking at about a length between the two crews right now, but that is definitely doable in a single to get through in 100 metres, and it's definitely closing. It might be the rower from Union, Kirsty Marnie, walking through to the win here over Maud O'Connell. Then we go outside to Avon number 1, Jill Carruth, currently sitting in that 3rd spot. So it looks to be Union taking out those women's Masters single sculls. Only one heat for this. Those two boats still sitting way in front of Avon, sitting in 3rd. Then we're probably looking at Wanaka number 1, then Wanaka number 2. Then go outside to Twizel number 1. And then inside to Canterbury number 1, Adrian Edwards, rounding out the field there. So we've got a bigger boat coming up here. It is the men's novice coxed quadruple sculls. Lane 1, Wakatipu number 1. Lane 2, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. Lane 3 is a Wanaka composite crew with Cromwell. Lane 4 is Wakatipu number 2. Lane 5 is Cashmere High School number 2. Lane 6 is Wairo 11. Lane 7 is Avon 51. Lane 8 is Cashmere High School number 1. And lane 9 is Timaru 30. You're looking at 2 oars, 4 rowers, and this is a novice grade, so it will be coxed. Go to the club and senior grades, these boats likely aren't coxed, and it's only the 8 that's coxed, but novice and intermediate, you'll be looking at a cox, and I think we'll be looking to the outside. Right on the outside, I think it's 1, and it might be Cashmere High School number 1, James Gibby, Charlie Farlett, Thomas Clare, Cameron Taylor, and Eliza Omega is the cox. Then also, right on the inside, a great performance coming from Wakatipu number 1, Baxter King and Ruben Davis, Kaito Nakasawa, Henry Mornia, and Charlie Pagan is the cox. So good. Those are the 2 crews I'm saying. So it's both on the outside. We're seeing the reverse arrow effect here, but they will be in the middle tomorrow if they hold this up. There is 2 heats of this. But right now it is Wakatipu number 1 and Cashmere High School number 1. Go inside of Cashmere High School by 1, and that's Avon 51. I'd say they're looking at a 3rd place, as well as maybe St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. I'd say it's Wakatipu leading the field overall, maybe just a length or 2 over Cashmere High School number 1. And then currently maybe just trying to get up above Cashmere is that St Thomas of Canterbury crew trying to get that second place, but is Wakatipu comfortably in front. That is some great novice riding. They're ticking that boat along quite well. They've got that rating up. The timing's looking good. Maybe better catches would be nice, but that's novice riding. There's going to be a lot more variation than you'd see in the senior and premier boats. So it is Wakatipu leading it. Say they're rating maybe low to mid 30s, so definitely a decent rate for novices, and they're entering that last 250 now. Battle between St Thomas and Cashmere at the moment. I'll be curious to see who's in the lead as we get to the yellow boys. Cashmere enters now, St Thomas now, so I'd say it's about half a length between those two. Then we go to scratching. I'll just have a look at that, but it is Wakatipu still in front. That looks to be Wairo 11 actually currently sitting in that fourth spot, trying to challenge St Thomas. It's going to be a stretch whether they get them. St Thomas look to be winding it to the line, while Cashmere just looks to be holding their rate. So we're seeing two very different styles out here. Cashmere look composed, but they're not rating too high. Here comes St Thomas. Who's going to get it? Cashmere through the 100 now. St Thomas now. So it's definitely closed. It's closed to a canvas. Wakatipu comfortably 3 lengths clear over the rest of the field. Let's see what the St Thomas stroke set Calix Manahera can do here. He's winding it through. They might get them. St Thomas might get Cashmere over the line. It'll be a good race tomorrow. I think Cashmere's just leading by canvas, but it's closing. Ugh. Half a canvas to Cashmere, I'm going to say. I'll check the times for that. Cashmere in second, St Thomas in third. Go to the 2 Wairo crews. Back to Wakatipu number 2, and then that Wanaka composite crew. Back outside to Timaru boys, and in the middle there, that might be Cashmere High School number 2. 2 heats of that men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Heat 2 is made up of lane number 1, a Dunstan composite crew. Lane 2 is Shirley Boys High School number 2. Lane 3 is Otago Boys High School number 1. Lane 4 is Christ College number 1. Lane 5 is Otago number 1. Lane 6 is Otago Boys High number 2. Lane 7 is Shirley Boys High School number 1. Lane 8 is Cure Boating Club number 1. And Lane 9 is Union number 1. First 5 through here. Heat 2's coming down now, and it looks to be, instead of the outside lanes, it's the middle lanes performing well out there. I'd say we are looking at Otago Boys High School in the middle there. I'm not sure whether that's their number 1. I think it might be their number 2 crew out there that's performing well. In lane number 6, so that would be Charlie Anderson, Hunter Knox, George Murray, and Sam Glover, with Elizabeth Nicholson, the Cox there. And then also doing well just a bit behind them, but not too far off, would be that Shirley Boys High School number 1 crew. So look at those two. I think they're sitting pretty comfortable over the rest of the field. They're maybe 5 lengths back to that Otago Boys High number 1 crew. In fact, you know what? I think that is just Otago number 1 leading the field there. Shirley Boys definitely in contention there to make an upset. Shirley Boys have been performing well in the smaller boats. I think it was the novice doubles where they got 2 crews into the A final. And then also look to the inside. That's Dunstan composite. They're probably sitting in about 5th. The Otago crew's performing well out there. Just trying to make sure it's Otago Boys High currently sitting in the lead. And then we go inside to Otago number 1 sitting in third pretty comfortably on an island there. Bit too far off the top two. But not going to get closed down anytime soon. But it's less than a length between Shirley Boys and Otago. Just looks like Shirley Boys' rates have dropped a bit, and Otago isn't rating too much higher than them either. Be aiming to row together. Just looks a bit hectic going on in there, and that's going to happen when you get a battle between two crews. So Shirley Boys and Otago are head-to-head here. Otago does have the lead. Let's see how much it is. There's no clear water here, and it's closing. Shirley Boys are closing up. Now they've got their rating up. Shirley Boys are taking this final part of the race. Coming into the last 100. Let's see what Shirley Boys can do. And they're closing. Shirley Boys has the lead by Canvas. Canvas to Shirley Boys, so they're going up. Shirley Boys, this crew is made of Luca Hartley, Ethan Danielson, Zach Brookhulls, and Sam Harmon. Hector Gabrielson is the cox, but here comes Otago. They're going back again. A few rough strokes from Otago there. Shirley Boys open up to a Canvas again, moving away to 1 seat and 2 seats. Shirley Boys are going to take it out by half a length over Otago Boys High School number 2. Then we go inside to Otago number 1 in third. Then Christ College is currently trying to hold off that Dunstan Arm crew, as well as that Union crew on the outside. Then go to Cure, and then Otago Boys High number 1 inside to Shirley Boys High School number 2, rounding out the field. Shirley Boys took that out. And in that previous race, it actually was St. Thomas that got second, and then Cashmere got third by 0.07 of a second. So some very close racing in the novice quads for the boys. Now we go to the girls under 17 double sculls in lane 2, Union number 1, Ruby Bell Ferguson and Jamie Seddon. Lane 3, Timaru 12, Abby Hurst and Isla Crawford. Lane 4, Columba College number 2, Alice Porter and Fenella Millen. Lane 5, Marion College number 2, Peyton Moss and Olive Burak. Lane 6, Cashmere High School number 1, Marley Lloyd and Charlotte Clatworthy. Lane 7, St Andrews College number 1, Xanthi Ward and Lucy McWhirter. And lane 8 is North End number 1, Bonnie Turner and Georgia Graham. Looks to be on the inside. That is lane number 2, Union number 1, Ruby Bell Ferguson and Jamie Seddon. Look to be sitting relatively clear of the rowers to and from them. That is Columba College number 2, currently sitting in second. And we'd be looking at Cashmere High School number 1 in third, and number 1 and 4th. So the progression for this is top 3 through the A final, and then the next fastest from all 3 heats, just 1 rower or 2 rowers because it's double, will make it through. So Union doing well here. This is under 17, so looking at most likely 3rd year high school rowers, but you do get rowers that row up as well as under 18s that can row down the under 17 grade. Right now, Union's just sitting comfortable but not destroying anyone. 100 metres there. Then we'll be looking at the rowers from Timaru, Abby Hurst and Isla Crawford going through now. So it's about 2.5 lengths back to that Timaru crew. Then about 1.5 lengths back to that Cashmere crew. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, and North End will be looking to try and get into that next fastest position, but they're sitting a bit back. Then we'd be looking at Columba College, number 2, Andrews and North. That's Marion College, number 2 there. Next heat, lane number 2, Union 2, Charlie Tate and Tanisha Chinuri. Lane 3, Otago Girls, number 1, Ariana Oswald and Frances Donald. Lane 4 is Burnside High School, number 1, Jessica Rankin and Melissa Irvine. Lane 5 is Wakatipu, number 2, Eve Pagan and Zara Small. Lane 6 is Marion College, number 1, Neve Devlin and Addie Pinfold. Lane 7 is Timaru 11, Libby Brown and Sophia Lawless. And then lane 8 is North End number 2, Hannah Spittle and Margot Erasmus. I do see a Timaru crew sitting probably second. There is a crew in the middle that's performing well. That looks to be lane number 4, Burnside High School number 1, Jessica Rankin and Melissa Irvine. So Burnside High School's been performing very well in this regatta so far on the sculling side of things. That is the Burnside colours. So Timaru will be looking to challenge them, but they'll both be through the A final. It doesn't look like anyone's going to challenge them. Then it looks like we're looking at Meridian College number 1 to take that 3rd spot, just holding off the rowers from Union and Otago Girls. I'm trying to bring the battle back up to them, but I don't think it's going to work this late in the race. But Meridian College definitely not out of the Shark Tank yet, as Otago Girls High School number 1 and Union number 2 try and close the gap on them. Here comes Burnside High School number 1. They're sitting comfortable here. They've got that semi-high rating. It doesn't look like they're winding it too much. They know they're comfortable. They'll just be looking to finish off this race clean with the hands away. It looks like those finishes are going out of the water pretty good. Timaru just a bit further back, but also sitting pretty comfortable, so they won't need to take that rating up either much more. Meridian College in a bit more danger. They'll probably take that rating up, it looks like, as Otago Girls and Union try to close on them, and it looks like they have closed. It looks to be less than a length. Meridian College go through the 100 metre now. Otago Girls through now, so it's probably just clear water between Meridian and the Otago Girls High School number 1 crew. So Brewers Burnside, here comes Timaru. Meridian College trying to get that 3rd spot. Otago Girls will be looking for that next fastest position. Length back to Union. Then we go outside to North End number 2. And that looks to be the rest of the field. So pretty quick that time. Final heat coming up here. So first through the A final. Lane 2 is Wairo number 1, Georgette Hirt. Lane 3 is Twizel number 1, Lucia Yates and Hazel Henderson. Lane 4 is St Andrews College number 2, Olivia Connor and Isabel Cody. Lane 5 is Omaru number 1, Sky Frank and Rosie Frank. Lane 6 is Wakatipu number 1, Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. And then lane 7 is Dunsnam number 1, Ruby Smith and Bella Breen. Then lane 8 is Columba College number 1, Nova Weston and Sophie Thode. And it looks to be Dunsnam. That's the crew I would have expected here. Dunsnam, Ruby Smith and Bella Breen are sitting pretty comfortable over the Wakatipu crew sitting in 2nd. Those two crews have a lot of distance between them in 3rd place. Battle for 3rd place looks to be between Columba College on the outside as well as that St Andrews College crew. And 2 in from them, that might be... That's just 1 in from them. That is Twizel number 1, so Lucia Yates and Hazel Henderson in a battle with St Andrews College. They might be walking through them now, as well as Columba College on the outside for that 3rd position. But dominant performance coming from Dunsnam number 1, Ruby Smith and Bella Breen through the 100 now. Solid rhythm. They're just taking the boat along. Rating pretty high, pretty efficient. They will have about 5 or 6 lengths over this crew from Wakatipu, who in turn probably has 7 or 8 lengths over Columba, Twizel and St Andrews. So let's watch this battle for 3rd. This is the final spot through the A final. Probably will make them have quicker times and likely get that next fastest position as well. So look to Twizel. Twizel look to be the ones moving here in lane 3. They're going through St Andrews. Can they get Columba? Columba is coming up to the 100 now, Twizel now, so it's very close between Twizel and Columba. They're starting to drop St Andrews a bit. St Andrews trying to fight their way back up there. Twizel and Columba for this 3rd position in the girls under 17 double sculls. It looks to be Twizel. Twizel's winding it through the line. Can Columba hold on? It looks to be bowballing on the line. I think it's Twizel just by, oh, it might be Columba. No, Twizel by half a canvas. I think they're going to take it over the line. and Columba are 4th, St Andrews in 5th, Wairo in 6th, and then we have Oamaru finishing off that heat. Another sculling event. This is the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. They'll all be through the A final. Coming down now quite quickly. This was a semi-quick boat. In the grand scheme of things, lane 1 is Otago Boys High, number 2. Lane 2, Wairo 11. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School, number 1. Lane 4 is Otago, number 1. Lane 5 is St Thomas of Canterbury, number 1. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys, number 1. Lane 7, Wakatipu, number 1. Lane 8, St Andrews College, number 1. Lane 9 is Otago Boys High, number 1. And Lane 10 is Burnside High School, number 1. So it looks to be sitting clear again. I'm going to guess this is Wakatipu. Yep, it is. It's the Wakatipu colours. That's Lane 7. Wakatipu, number 1. Jasper Crawford, McKellar Thornton, Max Davis, Charlie Manser, and Cameron Hall is the coxswain of that boat. They are probably sitting about 50 metres clear of the rest of the field here. So very good performance coming from them. Looks to be St Thomas sitting in 2nd, I believe. No, that's Christchurch Boys. St Thomas are sitting in 3rd. Christchurch Boys have a length on St Thomas. So that Christchurch Boys High School crew, Ricky, Charlie, Jack, Cameron, and Blake Robson is the cox. They're sitting comfortably in 2nd, but hold on. There's a charge coming from lane number 1. That's Otago Boys High, number 2. Watch Otago Boys High. They're in 3rd. Will they get 2nd here? It's going to be Wakatipu sitting in front. They'll all be through the A final. Wakatipu just pedaling along. Here comes Otago on the inside. I think they've got St Thomas. Can they get Christchurch Boys? Christchurch Boys, I think, have a length on them. Otago Boys sitting in 3rd. St Thomas in 4th. Wairo on the inside in 5th, then Otago number 1 in 6th, and Otago Boys High at number 1. Christchurch Boys take the 2nd, Otago Boys will take the 3rd, just a canvas over St Thomas. Then we go Wairo, Otago Boys High, St Andrews, and Burnside High School number 1. Then Shirley Boys. Next up, one of my favourite events is the boys under 16 Cox Day. At Otago's, we saw a battle between St Bede's and Christ College, so look for them again. I think it was Christ College that took it out this time. Let's see how St Bede's respond, or whether another school can potentially upset them. Anyway, lane 1, Shirley Boys High School number 1. Lane 2, Wairo 11. Lane 3, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Lane 5, Christ College number 2. Lane 6, Christ College number 1. Lane 7, Timaru 30. Lane 8, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. Lane 9, Christ College number 3. And Lane 10, St Bede's College number 1. Don't write off Timaru or Christchurch Boys from this as well. I think Timaru were the ones that got 3rd last time at Otago. And it does look to be St Bede's right on the outside, performing well out there. And then there is a boat in the middle, which I'd have to guess by the black blades is Christ College. So it is the two favourites of this event, Christ College number 1 and St Bede's College number 1, as they come into the 1,000 metre mark. So in that Christ College crew, it's made up of Alex Richards, Matthew Vance, Jay Ferguson, Fletcher Harris, George Hayden, Henry Handeside, Alex Lascelles, Harry Blakely, and Jono Simpson as the cox. And that St Bede's College crew is Wyatt Dent, Ryan Gardner, Isaac Guerra, James Franken, Alex Walters, Brody Clements, Cooper Tittenden, Leakey, Carter Connolly, and Matthew Casey is the cox. So it does look to be St Bede's leading it by, I'd actually pick that's a bit more than I would have thought. It looks to be about a length, but these angles can be deceiving. So St Bede's performing well out there. They're putting a message out to Christ College, saying we've improved, we've been training over the holidays. How does Christ College respond? This is the heat. So they will race again on finals day. Looking at that third position, it looks to be a tight battle between three crews. Just on the inside, I'd say that's Wairau, St Andrews College and Christchurch Boys High School #1. Look for Christchurch Boys High School as well as Christ College #2 in lane #5. So it's actually St Andrews College, Christchurch Boys and Christ College #2. So big three South Island sweep schools right there. And don't write off Shirley Boys High School #1 as well. As we go to the front of the field, it looks to be St Bede's pretty dominant performance here. Looks like they've got well clear water of Christ College. Like some seat racing's been done in the St Bede's crew, and they're just taking it along really well. Looks to be pretty good rowing from under 16 crew. What you'd want from them is probably blades off the water, especially towards the end of the season. Just Bedes do a good job at making sure their stroke's nice and flat. Christ College are pretty known for that pretty powerful swing. They really loosen the shoulders. Christ College are definitely sitting in second. Those two crews are well clear of the rest of the field. Say we're looking at St Andrews College have potentially moved up into that third place. So St Andrews College doing a good performance there. But look out for Timaru in the middle as well for that third position as well. This is under 16.8s. This is good rowing. They know how to put a performance out there, but St Bede's is putting on a clinic. They're through into the 250, and Christ College have only just entered it now. So St Bede's maybe looking at 2.5 lengths over Christ College. Christ College have in turn about 2.5 lengths over St Andrews. St Andrews trying to hold off the charge from St Thomas, Christ College #2, and that Timaru crew on the outside. Oh, sorry, that's not St Thomas, that is Christchurch Boys. Here comes St Bede's. They're through the 100. Dominant performance. They've got about 3 lengths over this Christ College crew. That Christ College crew has been back in that triple tandem all the way home. Here we go. Looking at 3 lengths. St Bede's take it out. Christ College on a bit of an island in second, and St Andrews have broken out to clear water over Christchurch Boys, Christ College #2. And it looks to be Timaru Boys challenging. Hold on. Timaru Boys are putting out a statement to Stack. What does Stack have to say? Christ College go through the line now. Looks to be maybe 2-3 seats to St Andrews, and look at the fight between Christchurch Boys and Christ College #2 as well. This is a great race. Timaru Boys closing right up to a canvas. Canvas to St Andrews College. Timaru Boys take the 4th. Christchurch Boys for the 5th. Christ College #2 for the 6th. Shirley Boys just a canvas up on Wairau for the 7th. And then St Thomas. And finally rounding out the field is Christ College #3. So they'll all be through the final tomorrow. See how that goes. Next up is the women's Inti single sculls. We're looking at top 3 through the A final and then 1 next fastest. So there will be 3 heats. Lane 1 is Avonside Girls High School #1, Olivia Licken. Lane 2, Dunsnarm #3, Michaela Olivia. Lane 3, North End #1, Yvie Moore. Lane 4, Wakatipu #1, Caitlin Perdue. Lane 5, Cure Boating Club #4, Ella Barnes. Lane 6, Ashburn #1, Charlotte Cox. Lane 7, Oamaru #1, Indig Jones Hogan. Lane 8 is Cure Boating Club #3, Perry Stevenson. Lane 9 is Waihopai #1, Lila Jack. And lane 10 is Wanaka #1, Lily Garrett. Apologies for any names I just mispronounced there. They're coming up still in the first kilometre there, so a bit hard to see them now, but it does look like an outside lane leading them through there. So times for that under 16.8, you're looking at St Bede's 6:31.88 and 12 seconds back was Christ College. So that's probably 3.5 lengths. 12 seconds back on them was St Andrews. Timaru were a second back on them. Pretty close racing for third. definitely into that second 1,000 meters now. It does look like that row. Maybe one in from the outside. I'll try and check the colours. It's the best way to tell. Green, white, and that's black. So that's definitely Waihopai number one. Lila Jack performing well out there. Then we're looking at, maybe that's one in from her. Your Boating Club number 3, Perry Stevenson, is currently sitting in second. So those are the two boats I'd say, and it's definitely not comfortable for that Waihopai rower as well. That looks to be a tough battle for first place. Haven't seen many close battles for first place. It's more been second and third, so that'll be a good one to watch. Then I'd say we'd be looking at maybe 4 or 5 there. That could be another Cure boat. Currently sitting in the third position. And it is, so it's 2 Cure boats currently sitting in second and third. But watch that Cure number 3 crew in lane number 8, Perry Stevenson, try to roll up and take out this first heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. So these are all second year rows. Heard these Cure inties are quite good on the girls' side, so let's see what they do here. Can they get 2 crews into the A final off 1 heat alone? And it does look like the rower from Cure, Perry Stevenson, has just rolled over Lila Jack for that first place. Lila Jack sitting comfortably in second. She's not going to be challenged by Ella Barnes, and Ella Barnes is not going to be challenged by any of these crews behind her. I'd say looking at that 4th place, maybe looking at Wakatipu, that's Caitlin Perdue. There's the colours of Wakatipu. Here comes Cure Boating Club number 3, Perry Stevenson. Doesn't look to be a big rating. And here comes the rower from Waihopai trying to challenge again. She's definitely changed her rate there. She's taken that rating up. Maybe the rower from Cure is trying to challenge herself by going at a lower rating. Trying to conserve some energy and say we're looking at maybe a length. No clear water yet for Perry Stevenson. Here comes Lila Jack on the outside. And then Ella Barnes is looking at comfortable to take that 3rd position. In fact, she's closing up on the top 2 there. So it's 3/4 of a length to Perry Stevenson. Then we go to Lila Jack sitting in second. Ella Barnes goes through the 100 now. Back to the rower from Wakatipu. And then we go to North End number 1 and Oamaru number 1. Hard time with these colours here. That looks like a blue. Oh no, that is Dunstan number 1. Side to Avonside girls, and rounding out the field will be Wanaka number 1. That's the first heat. 2 more. Lane 1, Otago Girls High. No, just Otago Girls. And number 2, Harriet Rowe. Lane 2 is Timaru 11, Ella Inch. Lane 3, Burnside High School number 1, Julia Mitchell. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 1, Jojo Baldwin. Lane 6, Wakatipu number 2, Lucia Summerfield. Lane 7, Avonside Girls High School number 2, Chloe Sykes. Lane 8, Wakatipu number 5, Kira Lightfoot. Lane 9, Dunstan number 1, Charlotte McKenzie. And lane 10 is Wanaka number 2, Lania Hay. Leading the field now looks to be lane number 4, Cure Boating Club number 1, Jojo Baldwin. So we're looking at a 3rd entry from Cure here in the women's intermediate single sculls. Cure's pretty easy to identify. They've got that purple row suit, and it definitely is a row from Cure. Good performance there. Then I'd say we'd be looking maybe one in from the outside. Dunstan number 1, Charlotte McKenzie. Yep, so that's Charlotte McKenzie sitting in second. Looking at that 3rd place, so we're looking at lane number 2, Timaru 11, Ella Inch. Trying to get up. Oh, actually, there's a row challenging her right on the inside. That's Otago Girls High School number 2, Harriet Rowe. Hiding behind the poles she'll be trying to challenge for that third spot. Looks to be pretty close for that third spot. Also on the outside, performing well, might be Wanaka number 2, Alania Hay. Not sure she's going to get up for it in time. There goes the rower from Cure into the last 250 now. Not a very high rating, just ticking it along. It looks like these Cure rowers have something to give here. Real large rating so far, but really powerful stroke, just trying to get it through the water and send the boat along. Singles, you don't actually have to rate too high. The winner of the boys under 18 single did rate about 40 strokes per minute, which is exceptionally high for a single, let alone any boat, let alone a single. Say we're actually looking at that rower, Timaru 11 Inch, to get up for that second position over the Dunstan rower, and that could potentially mean that Otago Girls number 2, Harriet Rowe, could get up into this final as well. So that rower from Dunstan needs to watch herself, needs to watch this charge coming right on the inside. She'll have to multitask here, keeping focus on her boat while being able to analyse where her competition is. So in second right now is Timaru 11 Inch. And close battle looks to be between Otago Girls 2 and Dunstan number 1. It looks like Otago Girls got it if she manages to keep pushing on and hold off this charge from Dunstan. So dominant win coming from Cure there. Timaru just a length up on this rower from Otago Girls. Harriet Rowe is going to take the third. Fourth will be Charlotte McKenzie. Then Burnside is looking for the fifth. Wakatipu 6th. Wanaka 7th. Wakatipu number 2, I think. Maybe that's Wakatipu number 5, actually. Avonside Girls. Second heat. Final heat for the women's intermediate single sculls coming down now. Lane 1, Cure Boating Club number 2, Macy Barnes. Lane 2, Invercargill number 1, Mia Brown. Lane 3, Wakatipu number 3, Ella Day. Lane 4, North End number 2, Rosa Hurley. Lane 5, Timaru 21, Macy Jane Chapman. Lane 6, Dunstan number 2, Dana Leishman. Lane 7, Wanaka number 3, Peter Craig. Lane 8, Avon number 1, Bethany Mitchell. Lane 9, Otago Girls number 1, Sienna Nicholson. Lane 2, Wakatipu number 4, Caitlin Julian. So, catching these ones a bit later. One rower's into the last 250, right in the middle. Dunstan rower, Dana Leishman in lane number 6 there, performing well. And then another Cure boat, potentially to get into this A final, is number 2, Macy Barnes. So that would be 4 Cure rowers in out of 10 potential rowers. Then we're looking at Invercargill number 1 to try and take out that third spot, but I am seeing a blue boat on the outside try and challenge for that third spot as well. That is an Otago Girls boat. That's Sienna Nicholson, currently sitting in 4th. Battle seems right now to be between 2nd and 3rd. So that's Invercargill and Cure. That's Macy Barnes from Cure and Mia Brown from Invercargill. Just a length in it. Yeah, Dunstan really looks to be rating high. That just shows the difference in rowing styles. Dunstan rating high, taking the boat along, keeping those hands moving away from the finish. Cure just a bit more still at the finish, lower rating, powerful stroke through. Seems to be the same for all the rows, so that just shows it's more effective that all your rows do the same thing instead of just trying to copy one style. Everyone's got their unique ones. The Cargill gets 3rd there. Going to the rower from Otago Girls High School. Nicholson, and then Wakatipu number 4, Caitlin Julian. Macy Jane Chapman, Haven Rowe, Bethany Mitchell, Monica Peter Craig, Wakatipu Ella Day, and North End number 2, Rosa Hurley. That is the end of the women's intermediate single sculls. Next up is women's novice coxed 4. So we've got 3 heats of this again. Progression is first 3 through the A final, and then next fastest through the A final from those 3 heats. Lane 2 is Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Lane 3 is Invercargill number 1. Lane 4 is Timaru 11. Lane 5 is Wairo number 1. Lane 6 is Avonside Girls High School number 1. Lane 7 is Ashburton number 1. And lane 8 is Oamaru number 2. Let's see who is performing well out here. See the middle of the course. I think that might be Avonside Girls currently leading it. So that'll be pretty impressive effort from them. And it would be a very dominant one as well, having a look at the screen here. Looks to be a red boat currently sitting in second. That might be Wairo. I'm having a really tough time telling the colours here. Yeah, it looks to be Avonside Girls' dominant performance in this first heat of the Novice 4 over the rest of the field. They've got about 5 lengths over... boat, that's a green boat. I think that's Timaru there, so Timaru currently sitting in second. Go inside to Invercargill number 1, or Oamaru number 2 would be looking for their third position. So pretty tight between them. Then we're looking a bit back, and 5th is Ashburton. But here comes a very dominant performance coming from Avonside Girls High School number 1. Ruby Clark, Kate Burgess, Emily Courtsey, Kira Knighton, and Arnica Johnston is the Cox. Sitting very comfortable over the rest of the field. They don't need to rate high, and normally with novices you just want to get as much distance as you can, but it just looks like these guys are sitting pretty relaxed, not rating too high, just trying to get that timing together. Then we go to Timaru. So Timaru have been consistently placing top 3. So they're sitting about 3 lengths clear of Invercargill, who have definitely moved clear into that 3rd spot. Then Oamaru sitting in 4th. Ashburton in 5th. Christchurch Girls High School in 6th. And then Wairo. So through goes Avonside Girls. Timaru might have just closed up a bit to 4 lengths, I'd say. Here comes Timaru. That next spot. Then we go inside to Invercargill for 3rd. Outside to Oamaru. Then Christchurch Girls High School is actually working their way up here. They're not going to get Oamaru, but it looks like they're walking their way through Ashburton College. That one might be right on the line. It looks to be Ashburton College right now, but Christchurch Girls are definitely closing in there. Just need to hold on for that bit longer. Christchurch Girls are going to take that one. Then Ashburton College. Then Wairo. That's heat 1. Heat 2 is the women's novice Cox 4. So we have first 3 through the A final, and then 1 next fastest. Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Lane 3, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 4, Rangiroos number 1. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls number 1. Lane 6, St Margaret's College number 1. Sorry, that's Margaret's College number 2. Lane 7, Columba College number 2. And Lane 8, Cashmere High School number 1. So it looks to be a St. Margaret's boat out in front. So if that is your true number 2 crew, that is a very impressive effort, because not only are they winning, but they are sitting well comfortable of the rest of the field. Say we're looking at Rangi for that second place. So St. Margaret's weren't in the Otago chance, but they are here at Canterbury, so this will be some fresh competition for this novice rowers. St. Margaret's just sitting maybe 7 or 8 lengths clear of the rest of the field. Then we go to Rangi, still comfortably in second, but would also be looking at potentially lane number 2. That's Christchurch Girls High School number 2 to try and get up into the mix. St Andrews College just a bit further back there, so lane number 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, trying to get into that top 3. But they'll also be looking to their number 1 crew. That looks to be a bit of a battle between those two for who's going to make the A final. Very good performance coming from St Margaret's here. They're going to go through into that last 250. Curious to see whether they wind through the line here. Definitely looks like they're using that body swing in that St Margaret's boat. Don't want to overdo it, but it is a very key component of the rowing stroke. It's the next most powerful thing after the legs. Common misconception is that rowing's a pull sport. It's actually a push sport. You're pushing with the legs, swinging with the body, and then those arms, you're not really using them too much. They're really just there to finish off the stroke. Through goes St Margaret's in the last 100. Here comes Rangi. They're still sitting pretty comfortably over those 2 Christchurch Girls crews, but it looks to be Christchurch Girls High School number 2, who's looking to get bragging rights over their number 1 crew. So good performance from them, but it's very close. Christchurch Girls High School will probably want to wind it to the line a bit more. Looks like they're just looking for a bit more of that connection. Here comes Rangi. Not rating too high, but just trying to get that timing together. Columba College sitting in 5th. Back to St Andrews. Rangi take the second. Christchurch Girls High School number 2 will take it over the number 1 crew to make it into the A final. Columba and St Andrews. Okay, so final heat coming up. This is lane number 2, Avonside Girls High School number 2. Lane 3, St Margaret's College number 1. Lane 4, Wairo number 2. Lane 5, Columba College number 1. Lane 6, Canterbury number 1. Lane 7, St Margaret's College number 3. And lane 8, Oamaru number 1. Let's see who we're looking at this time. I'd say we're looking to the outside. Another St Margaret's boat. This one's definitely a lot closer though, because here comes Oamaru right on the outside. In fact, there's 2 St Margaret's boats looking to contend here. One is in lane 3. That is St Margaret's College number 1. Then St Margaret's College number 3. Currently, I'd say are actually sitting in the lead. Oamaru in second, and then the other St Margaret's crew currently sitting in 3rd. They'll make it to the 8th final at this current stage. Not crazy quick conditions, but novice rowing. St Margaret, they're not in a massive tussle with Oamaru. Oamaru could do something if they really want to, and St Margaret's takes a couple of rough strokes, because this novice rowing, anything can change. You can catch crabs, somebody might managed to get an eject crab, but that is very unlikely. It's a bit less speed in these 4s compared to the 8s. But it is the 2 St Margaret's crews. I'd say that St Margaret's crew on the inside is currently actually walking through Oamaru for that 2nd place. So St Margaret's looking to take 1-2 in this heat. It's definitely their number 3 crew currently sitting in 1st. And I'd say Oamaru and St Margaret's number 1 just bow-balling with each other going into this last 250. Letsu's got a wind, and these two crews are bringing the fight back up to St Margaret's number 3. So you'll see this arrowhead tomorrow. Here comes St Margaret's College number 3 and St Margaret's College number 1. Do they have a wind? Can they get past this Oamaru crew? Oamaru just got nice length, but not quite the rating that you'll be looking for in a wind. Maybe just trying to hold on. They know they've made it into the safe final, and here comes St Margaret's number 1 trying to charge down their number 3 crew. They're sitting just about half a length down. Oamaru's back in 3rd now, so St Margaret's looking to take 1, 2, and can St Margaret's College number 1 roll over St Margaret's College number 3. Looks to be close. I don't think they're going to do it. I'd say we're looking at just length. And here comes Oamaru flying back again. Oamaru looking to take 2nd again. It's bow-balling together on the line. Oamaru's just made a last-second charge, and I think still going to go St Margaret's. Oamaru did charge here at the end. Find that result later on. They'll both be through the A final though. We're looking at Columba and Wairo. Canterbury number 1 and Avonside Girls High School number 2. Right, another intermediate event. So we have men's intermediate double sculls. We've got 3 heats of this. Lane 1, Canterbury number 4. Lane 2, St Bede's College number 2. Lane 3, Otago Boys High number 1. Lane 4, Otago Boys High number 2. Lane 5, Union number 1. Lane 6, Oamaru number 1. Lane 7, St Bede's College number 1. Lane 8, Wakatipu number 1. Lane 9 is Christ College number 1. And I am seeing the yellow bow of Wakatipu again performing well here in another sculling event. That would be Louis Dela Cruz and Finn Henderson. They know how to produce scullers in that Wakatipu program. Coaching them is John Morrison. Just sitting a length up, I'd say, maybe a bit more over. I think that's either Union number 1 or Otago Boys. White and black stripe on the row suit. Does look to be a Union crew. A bit further back is Oamaru and St Bede's. Looking for the top 3, and I think that's actually going to come right on the inside for that 3rd spot, and potentially looking for a 2nd. It's Canterbury number 4, Christopher Napper and Sean Fleck. Looking for that 3rd spot. So Wakatipu might not be as comfortable as I thought, because here comes Union as well as another crew challenging for that 3rd spot. That's Otago Boys High School number 1. No, that's Otago Boys High School number 2. Leo Burgess and Kobe Soyle looking for that 3rd spot. Just dropping back a bit now is that crew from Canterbury, currently sitting in 4th. Wakatipu into the last 250 now. Just trying to charge it to the line. They know they'll be comfortable. They won't be looking to burn any more matches. They are rating high. They're looking to attack. Who's that stroke seat? Louis Dela Cruz. Just trying to get as much distance as he can over this crew from Union. That is Harry Pearce and Daniel Carra. They're coached by Lisa Manson. And coming quick in the middle is Otago Boys High number 2, Leo Burgess and Kobe Soyle. Yep, that's lane number 4, so that's their 2nd crew. Just a bit further back is their number 1 crew. Canterbury sitting in 4th. Otago Boys High number 1 and 5th. Oamaru in 6th. Bede's in 7th. Go back to Bede's number 2 and Christ College. So great performance from Wakatipu there. Then Union sitting in 2nd and Otago Boys High number 2 and 3rd.
Kia ora, just a change over in the commentating box here. Thank you, Will, for that. That was great. I love hearing all the different commentating, and we all have different styles. So the next hour or so, you've got the beats from me, and I'll be leading off with probably the Rolling Stones, or failing that, I might start with the men's intermediate double sculls heat 2, which is coming through now. I'm hoping it's heat 2. It is heat 2. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 crews in this event. Canterbury 3, Cromwell 1, Avon 2, Canterbury 2, Oamaru 2, Wanaka 2, Wanaka 1, Canterbury 1, and Burnside 2 on the far side. And they're coming up to the 500 now. And, well, there's a clear dominant leader there. That would be, looks like to me it's Canterbury 1 of Mark McDermotty and Liam Collins, coaches Joe Schmidt and Maria Cryer. They've got a clear, well, must be about 10 boat lengths. In fact, they're coming through into the yellow boys now, so they've got 250 to go. As Will probably said, the first 3 progress to the final, so the main thing is to get in that top 3 in this event, and if we're well in advance like that, then you're just probably going to look at conserving a little bit of energy there. Coming through in second place, that's in lane 4. We've got, no, lane 5, sorry. Oamaru 2 of Cash Peterson and Ike Newlands Carter, the coaches Ivan Doherty and Shane Carter. They're reasonably comfortable as well. They've probably got about 3 boat lengths over the other crews, which is in third place is where it looks like the battles might go on. We've got Canterbury 2 on the inside. That's Richard Moore and Venatine of Rizal's, coach Angus Cole. But on the far side, Wanaka 2, Lachlan Hay and Douglas Wise, coach Angus Todd. So those two, Canterbury 2 and Wanaka 2, they're the ones that could be battling out. No, maybe that's not Wanaka 2. That could be, take it back, it's Wanaka 1. It's Wanaka 1. William Pascoe and Alex Peterson. We just heard then that's the winning buzzer there for Canterbury 1, Mark and Liam. Coming through very comfortably behind them. They're just putting on a spurt just to make sure they don't lose that position. They're well in advance. Probably got 4 boat lengths there. That's Oamaru 2 of Cash and Newlands. And now the battle's going on here. But I think that Canterbury 1 and Canterbury 2, sorry, and lane 4 have taken it over Wanaka. They're going to take that 3rd spot over Wanaka. Wanaka will be hoping they've got dragged through in fast enough time to enable them to be in the top numbers to make it into the A final. So we've got that event there. We have finished. The last few boats you can hear are coming through now. We've just got a wee boat at the back there. Wanaka 2 of Lachlan Hay and Douglas Wise are going to finish off this heat. Now quickly going to go to the heat 3 of the men's intermediate double sculls. Lane 1, Shirley Boys 2, Otago 1, Wanaka 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Shirley Boys 1, Whakatupu 2, Cure 1 and North End 1. Race 108. Again, looks like we've got quite a clear leader here in this event. So a lot of these guys, it's Dunstan, you can see the yellow, the gold hats, Dunstan Arm 1, Brennan Keane and Jed Tisdale, they'll be coached by Simon Smith, yep, guaranteed. So that's they're in the first place. They've probably got about 3 maybe on the next boat. That looks like another central boat. That will be Whakatupu, must be Whakatupu 2 of Cameron Hall and Ollie Watson, coached by John Morrison. Doing well, these 2 crews, so they've got a good lead there. So definitely Dunstan are going to take this. They've hit through the yellow boys, and they're probably about 4 boat lengths over Whakatupu, which maybe goes back another 4. But third place is where the excitement's going to happen again. Either side of Whakatupu, we've got Shirley Boys 1 and lane 5, Jack Stewart and Logan Skelton, Shirley coaches, and other side Cure 1, Ethan McGrath and Liam Barrett. Who's going to get that 3rd spot to get through to the A final? This stage, it certainly looks like Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys have got it. Oh, man, not by much. Let's see. Maybe a boy. So that would put them a boat length. They could be putting a boat length over that far side Cure crew. Just about to get the buzzer now. The Dunstan Arm boys are just putting their foot down a little just to make sure they go through cleanly and send a bit of a message. They're about to cross the finish line now. Whakatupu have also picked it up to make sure they pull through quite strongly. And then from Whakatupu back, there's 4 boat lengths. So it looks like Shirley Boys are going to take it over Cure. Have Cure got anything there just to pull it off? Those Shirley boys look like they're just been really relaxed. They're keeping their eyes on cure. They're going to come through. Then we've got quite a long boat length back to the next boat over the far side, which would be north end one of Alex McKeever and Harry Lyne. So he's going to come in. They're going to come in at 5th. And then, just on the inside here, coming up in lane 2, looks like a Wanaka 3 crew. Wanaka 3, Ty Gorn, and Edward Ives, coached by Angus Todd. And I don't know where Shirley Boys 2 and Otago 1 are. Went in this event. Now we're just going to move on to the next cruise. Now we're going to move to the big boys. The men's Prem, coxless quadruple sculls. There are in this event 6 crews. They're coming up to 1,000 now, so they're going to move pretty quick. So let's go through them quickly. On the inside lane, lane 2, Dunstan Arm 2. We've got Jed, Josh, Sam and Hamish. Avon 2, Will, Joshua, Jonty and Jimmy. Wairo 1, James, Tristan, Liam and Liam. Liam Collins and Liam Kirkland. Dunstan Arm 1, Henry, Matthew, Jack and Angus. Cure 1, Lewis, George, Jostian and Alex, and Avon 1 on the far side, and lane 7, Toby Robinson, Ben Allen, Scott Shackleton, and Nathan Luff. Dunstan are doing well on all of these events? Are we expecting them? Looks like that Avon crew, looks like Toby, Ben, Scott, and Nathan have a little bit over the Dunstan crew. That's Dunstan 1's, Dunstan 1. Now, they're coming up to the 500 boys. I'll see if I can pick up as they come through, because there's a yellow buoy at the 500. That'll give us an idea of who's going to hit the buoy first. Will tell us who's in the lead at the moment. There's an inside crew there. Is that the other Dunstan crew? They're Dunstan crew too. I think they're back. Going to cross the yellow buoys. Looks like at this stage it's that Dunstan 1 and that Avon crew. And Dunstan. I think Dunstan went through that first, followed by Avon, followed closely by Dunstan 2. So it looks like Dunstan Arm 1 is holding the lead, but it's close. Dunstan Arm 1, Avon 2, and Dunstan 3. Now, this is a prelim. This is the only one, so they all go through to the final. So it's about sending a message saying, we are the best. Say it now, say it early. And it's also about getting the top lanes, which, I think with Dunstan Arms, they're on the current top lane at the moment. So Dunstan Arm 1, the rate's gone up. Avon's definitely picked it up. Dunstan have responded. Just in between them is Cure. Cure actually still in the hunt for that 3rd spot. They're going to push on against this Dunstan 2 crew. And so are this Avon 2 crew. Will, Joshua and Jonty and Jimmy there in lane 3. If they start putting it on, they can make up the difference and pick off this Dunstan crew for the 3rd place. Meanwhile, it looks like Avon have rolled out. Oh, geez. Can't pick Avon 1 and Dunstan 1 at the moment. Dunstan 1 are lifting. Yep, nice long bit of power. A lot of push going in there. A lot of push. The rating's going up. Avon's responded. Both of them, they're going for it. These two are fighting it out. In the meantime, Dunstan 2 and Cure. Cure rolled over Dunstan 2. Avon 2 looks like they're out of it now. Dunstan. I'm going to have to line up the line on the wall here. I'd say it looks like Dunstan 1. Dunstan 1 have it over Avon 1. Meanwhile, Dunstan 2 is having another go at Cure. I think Dunstan 2 have pulled themselves back in front of Cure. Everyone is going for it here. They want to send their message. We're the best. Dunstan Arms 1, clean through, 3/4 of a boat. Avon 1. Then we're going back to 2 boats, and it looks like Dunstan Arms 2 by Canvas over Avon, Cure, followed by Avon 2. Then we're coming back here to the Wairo crew of James, Tristan, Liam, and Liam. That's Liam Collins and Liam Kirkwood. Meanwhile, up at the 1,000, we've got the men's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls. So we have the men's premier ones through now. So we've now got the senior. No, hold on. What are we doing here? Sorry, my apologies. Yes, the men's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls. It's the same as the other races. There are 6 in this event. They all go through to the final. So it's about sending the message. We're the best. We're telling you this now, and it's also about getting the best lanes. Rightio, so lane 3 to 8. Whakatipu 1, St Bede's College 1. Whakatipu 1, Harry, Max, Sebastian and Charlie. St Bede's Ashton, Jamie, Christopher and Quinn. St Andrews, Henry, John, Theodore and Jackson. Christ College 2, Logan, Lucas, Chi and Shay, and George. Twizel 1, Brian, Jack, Luca, Ralph. And on the far side in lane 8, St Thomas of Canterbury, Carter, Darby, Luca and Andre. Looks to me like it could be this far side crew. Would that be the St Thomas of Canterbury crew, coached by Paddy Dowling? Or no, there's an inside crew here. That would be the Whakatipu one, coached by John Morrison. So that's Henry Lightfoot there. Coxed. Oh, so Mia Pagan is there, Coxed, by the way. I didn't say the Coxes. And St Thomas of Canterbury's Cox, Carlton Fernandez. Mia will be looking across. She probably can, unless she looks twice, twist around, she's just going to see clear water. So they'll know they're in the lead. But the question is, they won't know how far. So they'll be conscious of that. Then we're coming back to third place. Looks like it could be St Bede's College there in lane 4. Then we go back to St Andrews and Twizel with Christ College just tucked in at the back there, though not by much. In the meantime, yeah, we've got Whakatipu here. They've just picked it up a little bit. They're coming up to the 250 to go. Very comfortable. Very comfortable. The stroke will probably send the message to the Cox. We're ahead. We're like maybe 3 boat lengths ahead over this far side crew, which would be St Thomas of Canterbury. Whakatipu very comfortable there. Even so, they're putting it up. It's gone down. Their rating is quicked up. Quite short, I think, but they're just pushing along, ticking along very nicely, very quickly. They're adding up distance across against the other boats all the time. St Thomas of Canterbury haven't seemed to have picked it up. They've seemed to range pretty steady. Coxon better keep an eye out there because this inside crew from St Bede's College, no, I don't think they'll catch them now. They're probably 2 boat lengths back. They're looking pretty relaxed on it as well. Thomas, that was, by the way, Whakatipu, you just heard crossing the line there. Harry, Max, Sebastian and Charlie. St Thomas of Canterbury are going to take the second spot, although there's St Bede's crew have actually put the foot down. They're actually closing on them. They're not quite at a boat length, but it's still not enough. So that's Carter, Darby, Luca and Andre Cox by Carlson that came through in second. And then we had St Bede's of Ashton, Jamie, Christopher, Quinn, Cox by Theodore, who came the third place. Followed by St Andrews College, Twizel and Christ College. That was the men's under 19s, but they all go through the final, but now they'll know how they perform to each other against the heat. So unless someone's playing like tricky games, knowing that they can, hiding their potential, it'll be an interesting race tomorrow. So now we've got the women's premier double sculls. Once again, it's all boats go through to the final. And in this, we've got 6 crews. So we've got in the inside lane, excuse me, they haven't quite come up to 1,000. So in the inside lane, lane 3 to lane 8, Dunstan Arm, Olivia Key, Emma Spittle, lane 4, Avon 1, Tyler Stewart, Tori Cox. Cure 2, Mila Graham, Messina Suau. Cure 1, Sasha Robinson, Madison Neal. Canterbury 1, Shannon Cox, Becky Took. Avon 2, Greta Hawke and Claudia Kinder. Crews in this event, the premier double scull, experienced rowers. I say, aren't we lucky today to have these beautiful conditions? This is what it's about up here. That warm, mind you, that warmth saps away the athletes. I hope they've all been drinking well with their coaches. They're all experienced. They know the stuff now. Eat well, drink well, rest. Rest and recover. Looking at this here, I'm thinking that the Dunstan Arm crew look like they're well placed. Dunstan Arm. Olivia and Emma. And we're looking at one of the Cure crews. It looks, is it Cure 2, which is Mila and Messina, or Cure 1, Sasha and Madison? Oh, it looks like it's the Cure 1 team, Sasha and Madison. Cure 2 tracking there in that third spot. Beside Avon. Then we come back a bit. Avon 1 and Avon 2, and then we come back a bit. At the moment, they're coming up to the 500 mark, so I'm just going to see if I can pick who's in the lead at the moment. All nice and steady, good steady rowing through there. Hewitt crew look like they're maybe picked it up a little bit. Crew maybe getting a little bit more push through the water there. So coming up to the yellow boys at the 500 mark. Crew and Dunstan crew. Looks like potentially Cure went through at the same time as Dunstan. So it's Cure and Dunstan. At the same time, I wouldn't count Cure 2 crew who are back at no, they're a little bit back. They've gone through in the third place there and the 2 Avon crews. But it seems to be at the moment that Olivia and Emma up against Sasha and Madison for that first and second spots, the best and the second best lanes. The way that Cure 2, Mila and Messina, they're not out of it yet either. In fact, none of them are. But it seems that the Cure 1 is now putting on a little bit more drive through there. Like they're rating slower. I think they're rating slower, but they just seem to be getting a little bit more push through the water. Looking good, nice timing. I would expect that from Prems. We'd expect a certain level in Prems. Maybe that Dunstan crew just chopping a little short. I'm not sure, but definitely the Cure crew over on the far side are looking very comfortable. And the Cure 2 crew have now just pushed it out a bit. They're pushing a little bit harder. They're going for that second spot. Mila and Messina. They got the opportunity. I'd missed out when they cut to the yellow boys, so I can't see how far they were behind. That's Dunstan crew for that second slot. And then we're coming back to the 2 Avons, and in the middle we've got Canterbury 1, Shannon and Becky a little bit further back. The Women's Premier Double Scull, race 111. There's they just nearly cross line here that Cure. No, Dunstan have pulled themselves ahead of the Cure 2 crew, so they're actually making a move on Cure 1. They've actually really lifted it up. Whoa, they have dropped in the nitro. They've now chipped that down to half a boat length over Cure, under Cure, and whoa. They almost tickled them. I think the Cure 1 did take that, followed by Dunstan, followed by Cure 2. Coming back to Avon 1, Avon 2, and then back to Canterbury. In the meantime, already past 1,000 is the Women's Senior Double Sculls, race 111. Race 100, I said 112, sorry. Race 112. There's 6 crews in this event now. From the inside out, lane 2 to 7. Wairo 2, Lila and Grace. Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia and Millie. Whakatupu 1, Emma and Anika. Avon 1, Sam and Poppy. Wairo 1, Mila and Lexi. And Kashmir 1, Illyri and Thea in lane 7 on the far side there. This race looks like it's more evenly laid out, just like the other races all go through to the final. They want to know that they're bragging rights and owning the thing. And we're coming up to the 500 metre mark, and I've got 3 boats going through at the same time. 3 boats. We had on the inside lane Dunstan 1, Avon 1, and on the far side, Kashmir High School. So now it looks like it's the battle of the Olivias, the Millies, the Emmas, the Anika, the Illyria, and the Thea. Looking pretty even there, actually. Avon crew, though, may have moved up a little over this Dunstan crew, but not by much. It's actually looking pretty evenly across the 3. And then splitting them is Wairo 1 and lane 6 there, Mila and Lexi. They'll have a bit of work to do to catch up. Not too much, maybe a couple of boat lengths. It's surprising what you can do in a double over 250 metres, particularly if other crews have burnt themselves out getting there, but I don't think so at the senior level. They're pretty experienced, and it looks like this Dunstan crew have picked up the pace there. Looks like the Dunstan crew, Olivia Pybenga and Millie Scott, I think they now are moving into that first front position. Avon 1, Sam Rankin and Poppy Wyndham. don't appear to have picked up their rating, which doesn't mean anything because they also just sometimes better push. But over the far side, Kashmir High School, Larry Clear and Thea Moody. Now I can see it coming up close now. Dunstan arm one, Olivia and Millie. Got the wood just over the others, maybe a boat length. So it's Avon and Kashmir now fighting for that second and third, and if they can catch up on Dunstan. But Dunstan there, nice long reach. So they're getting good push through that water with each stroke. Each stroke, they're moving that little bit further away. So they're stamping a bit of authority there. They've got a strong finish, a strong kick there at the end. And they'll come through with over a boat length over Avon, which has pushed themselves ahead of the Kashmir crew. Now we're coming back to what, and this you're about to hear Avon, Kashmir, and then we're coming back to Wairo. So that's probably about 5 boat lengths. And then further back, we've got Whakatipu 1, Emma, Andrew, and Anika Arlett. I'm going to finish that. Oh, no, sorry. There's Wairo 2, Lila and Grace, just coming up here in lane 2. A bit further back. But in this, what's following on behind then, we better move on. So we've got heats again. We've got heats. This is the men's club pair. There's 2 heats in this, 7 crews in each race. The first 5 and both go through to the final when the rest are out. So 5 to the final. So 2 crews in each race are going to get dropped. So in heat 1 that's coming down now, race 113, we've got in lane 1 to 8, Wairo 11, Blake and Lewis, then St. Bede's, Darryl and Andy. Sorry, my throat's already gone. Avon, Bede and Luke. Avon 3, Sam and Danny. Christchurch 2, Benson and William. St. Andrews 1, Harry and Bradley. And on the far side, Avon 4, Sam and Harry. This is heat 1. 5 through, 2 out. Well, it's not reasonably delineated here, so I can see coming through. It looks like that Avon crew. Avon 2? Is it Avon 2? Yes, Avon 2. Actually, is it Avon 2? He says. Yes, it looks like Avon 2. Got nice water between the next boat. The next boat would be that on the far side. Is it St. Andrews College 1 maybe? St. Andrews College 1. Avon 2. It's a lot harder to make up distance in a pier, so if you can hold a good, get a few boat lengths over another boat, it can be very hard to reel you back. But it looks like that Avon 2 crew are going to take this home, so they're all right. St. Andrews College on the far side. Harry Pitts and Bradley Hughes, they're in second place there, though there's a little bit of challenging going on here on the inside lane. That's that Wairo 11 crew, Blake Campbell and Lewis Gerling. Coming down there from Marlborough, so they're definitely back in third. So Avon have just tipped it up a little. I can see the stroke rate's gone up, but it's good drive, getting good length, and you can just see the boat move through the water with each push quite quickly, running very nicely. And on the far side, St. Andrews College have also picked up the pace. They're in a good spot now. They've probably got 2 or 3 boat lengths back on this Wairo crew on the inside lane of Blake and Lewis. It looks like the 4 and 5 are going to be pretty easily picked. It looks like it could be Christchurch boys, Benson Williams and Willie Mackay into 4th, and Avon 3, Sam Evans and Danny Webb into 5th. That'll take you through. That'll take the 5 through. By the way, that beat was Avon 1, so just count the seconds. If you had a chance to count the seconds, you'll see how far they're ahead of St. Andrews College coming through now. Then Wairo, who did a bit of a fast finish there and only came back by boat length. And then it's Christchurch boys over Avon 3. So they're the crews that are going through. Avon 2, St. Andrews College 1, Wairo 11, Christchurch boys 2 and Avon 3. Those 5 are through with St. Bede's College and Avon 4 missing out on the final. So that means that the second heat's underway already. They've already gone through the 1,000 metre mark. That's race 114, the men's club coxless pair. 7 in the event. So from lane 2 to lane 8, we've got Avon 1, Benjamin Charles, Christ College 1, Jack and Lewis, Christ College 2, Will and Sam, Christchurch boys, Jamie and Villamu, Canterbury 1, Sam and Noah, Avon 5, Kobe and James, Whakatipu 1 on the far side, Jasper and McKellar. The men's club coxless pair, 5 through, 2 out. Looks like it's an inside lane here, Job. Yeah. Inside lane of Avon 1, Benjamin Ashman and Charles Beale. Got some good distance, maybe 5 boat lengths to the next, and then that would be the other Avon crew on the far side. So Avon 1, Avon 5 of Kobe and Kobe and James in second place there, and then we've come back to a reasonably clear. Let's have a look. That must be, is it Christchurch Boys 1? I think it is Christchurch Boys 1. So it's looking like an all Christchurch first, second, and third in this event. Avon 1, Avon 5, Christchurch Boys. I can't see the other pairs catching up with these two, but it's the top 5 that matter. So we'll just have a quick look through, and that means we would probably have the top 5 would then become Canterbury 1. And so one of the Christ College crews. That would be Christ College 2. Will Donaldson and Sam Cochran look like they might get that 5th spot. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 6 boats in this event, and there was meant to be 7. So who's actually missing? Actually, where's the Whakatipu crew? Just make sure they haven't crept up on the inside sneakily and got through. But no, they haven't. By the way, you can just see now. You'll just hear the beep as Avon 1 come through. Wait for it. There's a nice gap here. Back to J7, Avon 2. So Benjamin and Charles have it over Kobe and James in this race. And then we're coming into third. Lane 5, Christchurch Boys, Jamie and Villamoo. Another big gap again. Back to Canterbury 1. M. Clark and Noah Visser. And then it looks like rounding up the 5th spot is going to be Christ College 2, Will Donaldson and Sam Cochran. Then inside of them, we've got Christ College 1 of Jack and James, who've just missed out. And there was the Whakatipu crew on this list. Are they actually on the thing? No, they must have been scratched. Can't see them on the board. Rightio, let's moving on. So that's the race 114, men's club coxless pair, heat 2. Coming up to the 1,000 now, we've got the women's club coxless 4, and it's a prelim. So that means there's only enough for one event, so they will all move through to the final. So there's 5 in this event that are going to move through the final. K3 to K8 on the inside lane. Avon 1. We've got Cara, Kate, Isabel, and Sienna. Wairo 1. Lexi, Zoe, Iris, and Daisy. Dunstan 1. Lola, Ali, Micaiah, and Kate. Canterbury 1. Toby, Libby, Georgia, and Kate. Oamaru 1, Emily, Bridget, Sophie, and Sophie. That's Sophie Spittle and Sophie Rochbach. Avon 2, Julia, Katie, Jessica, and Emma. By the way, I know we don't always get these names right, so feel free just to drop a wee note in so we can just practice. Right, how to pronounce it. If you do that, just say how it's written and then how you'd phonetically say it. As I think I mentioned earlier today, I have an example. There's an Irish one in Gaelic, and Gaelic's not a strong point of mine, and pointed out to me it actually is the same as Neve, and that was very, very handy. So we've got the Women's Club Coxless 4, 5 all through to the final. It looks like it's the middle. I would say, is that the middle? No, possibly the Avon 1 crew here in lane 3. Avon 1 crew. And then I would go to perhaps Canterbury 1. Canterbury 1 are in second spot. Yes, that would be my takings. And then the third spot at the moment is Avon 1, Canterbury 1. Perhaps the Avon 2 crew have got the third spot there, although do seem to be up there. The Wairo crew seem to be up there. So the stroke Lexi Pottinger Wairo, is she going looking across? She's saying, look, we're going to have to start pick it up here. We're coming up. Depending on what their race plan is, they're coming up to the 500-metre mark now. Who's going to come through the yellow boys first? That's 500-metre mark. I should say 250. Trying to give them more race than they need to do. Coming up to the 250 mark. Oh, I've got steamed up glasses. Coming up to 250 mark. It's Avon 1, yes. Yep, Avon 1 are coming through nice and clean. They've got a clean boat at least or more over the Canterbury 1 crew, And then on the far side, we've got the second Avon crew, stroked by Julie Middleditch there. That's your current placing of 1, 2, and 3. Oh, hold on now. What's coming here? What's going on here? No, we've got this Wairo crew. They've actually gone over top of the Avon 2 crew. So the Avon 2 crew, are they fading a bit there? The Wairo crew picking it up. Avon 1 sending the statement. They're really pushing it through now. Getting good movement through the water there with this 4. Got that tandem rig going there. It's the 1-2-2-1 setup. Yeah, look, they're just driving it away. Lovely push, lovely movement. They're taking it away. They're going to send quite a clear message. We're going to clean this out. We're the ones to beat in this event at the final tomorrow. They go through in 4th place, followed by this Canterbury 1 crew. So coming through, and they'll have about 3 over the Wairo crew, also coming along very strongly, actually, who pulled themselves away from the Avon 2 crew. Just inside them, we then come back to Dunstanarm 1 and Oamaru will come through in the 5th place. So that's the 5 boats. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Avon, Canterbury and Wairo. Right, yeah, let's moving on. So race 116. So we're into some heats here again. 2 heats for the girls under 17, coxed 4, 2 heats. We've got 7 crews in each of these. So let's see the first heats coming up through to the 1,000 now. From lane 2 to lane 8, we've got Rangiruru 2. Time to run through names. Yeah, Rangiruru 2, Ashley, Lucy, Charlotte, and Amelia, coxed by Phoebe. Wairo 1, Georgette, Trinity, Anna, Eliza, coxed by Molly. Marion College 1, Peyton, Eddie, Freya, Gemma, coxed by Jessie. St Andrews 1, Elena, Lucia, Isabella, Celia, Emily is the cox. St Andrews 2, Charlotte, Chloe, Sophie, Molly, and George is their cox. Rangiruru 3, Manaya, Taya, Phoebe, India, and Grace O'Connor's the cox. And on the far side in lane 8, Columba College 1, Georgia Drummond, Anika Isla, Nova, and Kate Basselgaville is the cox. And it looking like the far side lane have this race at the moment. So would that be green fronted boat? Is that Columba College there? Have a look here. I think it might be Columba College. That's Georgia Drummond, Anika, Lisa, Isla Nicholson, and Nova Whitson, and Kate Baskerville are in the front position at the moment. They're coming up to the 500, so we could just see if they cut through the boys first. And yes, they do. Whoa, who's that there? Looks like St Andrews. One of the St Andrews crews is right on top of them. Right on top of them. Which St Andrews crew is that? I would say it's St Andrews 2. Charlotte Galvin, Chloe Lowe, Sophie Durian, Molly Thomas, coxed by George Rankin. They look like look like they could be in the 2nd place there. Check those, an inside crew. Yeah, here we go. Got to watch these Wairo crews from Marlborough there. I've noticed a couple of times they've come up quite quickly. They might be quite strong finishers, but they look like they may have that 3rd position here. Oh, so what's the progression anyway? We need to know this. The first 5 to final, rest are out. 5 to final, rest are out. So 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5. I think that's reasonably defined. It looks like it's the 2nd St Andrews crew. Then over on the far side, Rangiruru 3. Although I wouldn't count out Meridian College here on this inside lane. If they can put a bit more on, they might be able to roll over Rangiruru. They look like they might be at 2 or 3 lengths back, so they might not happen to get that 5th spot. They want that 5th spot. Then way down, who have we got here at the back? Oh, I'm sorry, that's Meridian College. No, they're actually unfortunately out of it. The Rangiruru Girls 2. So Rangiruru Girls 2 and 3 could be fighting out for the 5th position here. It certainly looks like that Columba College there is taking it very nicely. They're nice and calm. They've got a good spot. They're about 3 boat lengths over the St Andrews 2. Back to Wairo. Now Wairo fast finishing again. They are actually starting to drag down that St Andrews College 2 crew. They're not. I don't think they've timed it right to make it. No, but they are dragged down. They're down to a boat length now. They've got some very long reach there. Good push through, but we can just tell Columba College is taking that through. St Andrews 2. We've got Wairua 3. It's the second. It's St Andrews 1. They're going to be into 4th. And in 5th place will be Rangiruru 3. So 5th place, Rangiruru 3 and Mania Sheed, Toa Sheed, sisters I'm assuming. Phoebe Ensom and India Barrett Cox, but Grace O'Connor cleanly come through to take that 5th spot. So in Heat 2, the deciders for Heat 2, they're coming up to the thousands now. 1,000, that would be a singular. They come up to 1,000 now, 7 in the event. And we have same familiar names. The girls under 17, Cox 4, lane 2 to 8. Inside lane, Christchurch Girls 2, Greer, Abby, Caitlin, Izzy, Georgetta is the Cox. Colombo College 2, Alice, Charlie, Sarah, Sophie, Hannah, Paul's the Cox. St Andrews 3, Olivia, Katie, Lucy, Xanthi, and Hunter Mason is the Cox. Rangiruru 1, Amelia, Tyler, Chloe, Alice, and Charlie Ward is the Cox. St Margaret's 1, Sean, Sophie, Ella, and Annabella. Emily is the Cox. Christchurch Girls 1 in lane 7. Laura, Summer, Tahula, Sienna, Greta is the Cox. And then Christchurch Girls 3 in lane 8. Emerson, Hadase, Isi, Ella, and Sarita. Sarita is the Cox. I expect the Rangiruru crew to be one of the crews that's coming through, but it does look like it's on the far side. Is it Christchurch Girls? Yes, it does look like it. It's a Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls 1 are in first position there. They look actually in a very handy first position over the other crews. They've gone through the 500 metre mark and no one else cut through it. Yes, oh no, we have a crew here on the inside. Is that Christchurch Girls 2? They've actually come through in second place there. So we've got 2 Christchurch Girls crews. Hold on, I'm taking a break here because I've got something wrong. I don't think there's a second Christchurch crew in this one. 7. There's only 7, 2, 3. Yeah. Getting a bit discombobulated here at the moment. I will get myself back in a second. Can happen in these jobs. So we've got, anyway, at the moment it's looking like the Christchurch Girls 1 do have the lead. They're well over the far side there, and they've got a lot of clean water between everyone else. They've already moved through the 250 mark. You can see them out now. So then it is, yes, the Christchurch Girls 2 crew that are in second place there. So who's going to make the third? Are they going to make it a Christchurch Girls trifecta? That's over the far side. We've got Christchurch Girls 3, but up against them is the Rangiruru Girls 3 for that third spot. Who's going to take it? Because 1 and 2 are Christchurch Girls 1, Christchurch Girls 2. They'll be celebrating tonight. Well, it is only a heat, so at least they're all through. Far side, Christchurch Girls 3 has slowly been pipped by Rangiruru 1, so Rangiruru is coming through on them. That's the top 4. Now, who's going to get the 5th spot? The 5th spot, it looks like it might be St Margaret's, but St Andrews. So we've got St Margaret's College 1 and St Andrews College 3 are going to be fighting for that 5th spot. 5 go through and 2 out. And it does look like St Andrews are having a go at St Margaret's, so they're going to take them. They're up to the bell balls up to the number 1 seat. They've still got, that means they've got a canvas to go. They've got a canvas to go. They've got half a canvas to go. Oh, it's going to be really close. They are, nah. St Andrews College just didn't quite make it through there. And then coming in the final spot is Colombo College. Rightio. Great stuff. So now what have we got? More heats. So we've got the boys under 17 singles. 3 heats in this, 3 heats. So the order of progression is first 3 go to the A final and the next fastest. First 3 to the A final, the next fastest. So that makes up 10 in the event. Then 4 to 6 go through, plus the next 2 fastest. So 4, 5, and 6 from each of these, and the next 2 fastest go through after that. Rightio, let's whip through them quickly. Lane 2 to lane 9. There are 8 in this event. Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong in lane 2. St Thomas of Canterbury, Hunter Taylor. Otago 4, Noah Hamilton. Christchurch Boys 3, Ricky Turvitt. Otago 5, Oliver Colling. Wanaka 1, Alex Peterson. Timaru 21, Harrison Cyril. And Oamaru 2, Ned Newlands Carter on lane 9 on the far side. And it looks like Ned there may have the wood over everyone else at the moment. This is under 17, so these boys have probably been running a couple of years at least. Looks like he may have the wood over. He's definitely, I think, got a clean lead in first place. And then potentially it could be the person inside him, which would be Timaru potentially, or this inside lane here. We've got Ashburton 1. So it's all this, is this mid Canterbury, South Canterbury? Someone give me a wee tip on the geography, but 1, 2, and 3. It's the middle of the South Island, the middle of the east coast of the South Island at this moment. Oamaru 2 on the far side, Ashburton 1 on this inside, Timaru over on the inside the far side, which is lane 8. Crossing through now the yellow boys. We've got Ashburton. Is Ashburton going to go through before? Ashburton, yes. Ashburton's gone through. So lane 2 there, Ashburton has pulled it up. He's pulled himself ahead of Oamaru 2. Although, to be honest, I don't think there's much in it at all. And then we go back to Timaru. So Ashburton, Oamaru, and Timaru. Oamaru and Ashburton. So they've got to look across the whole course. It's hard to judge whether you're in front or not. So you can see now they're putting it down on the far side. Oamaru 2, Ned Newlands Carter, he's put his foot down. Has Ashburton realised that and then responded? It's often hard to tell your position when they've got to look right across the course from lane 1 to lane 8 or lane 9. Looks like he's got it more. I think Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong there. Yes, he seems to be making more distance. He's getting some lovely wide angles out there. He's got a long reach, that boy. Pushing it through. Yeah, he's driving it through. And Oamaru 2 is slipping back behind. But Timaru, Harrison Cyril, is coming through over on Oamaru. Is he going to bowl him on the far side? That's lane 7. So we've got Ashburton. Caleb Armstrong is through to the final, A final. And, Oamaru 2, Ned Newlands Carter, followed by Harrison Cyril of Timaru, go through to the A final. Coming just inside them now in that 4th spot is Hunter Taylor of St Thomas of Canterbury. He'll be hoping that his times got pulled through fast enough to get him into that A final. Otherwise, he's got himself into the B. I'm going to pop on now down. We've still got a few boats coming through there. They're making their way across. It's been a long day for some of them, if these boys, if they've rode in a few races, they then have to push yourself a single through 2,000. But in the meantime, it's the second heat of the boys under 17 single sculls. Race 119, race 119, lane 2 to lane 9. There are 8 in this event. Timaru 30, George Talbot. Christchurch Boys 1, Cameron Buckingham. Christ College 1, Seb Gray. St Thomas of Canterbury, Cairo Horgan. Otago 2, William Light. Oamaru 1, Cooper Lynch. Wanaka 2, William Pascoe. And Otago 3 on the far side, Noah McCaubrey. And it looks like a fairly even 1, 2, 3, I would say here. I'm thinking this is inside lane here. That could be Timaru. Yeah, I'm thinking that's George Talbot from Timaru. He's got himself in the first position, but then right beside him is Christchurch Boys 1, Cameron Buckingham. So those guys, they'll be eyeing each other up because they're just right beside each other. In the meantime, over the far side, are we going to have any sneaky shenanigans come through from Wanaka 2 there? Probably not. They might not be able to see him so well, but I think, no, he's a bit back on there in 3rd position. He'll probably be watching the Otago 2. William Light there in lane 6 doesn't come in on him. So the lane is Timaru. Just over the Christchurch Boys 1. George over Cameron. Got himself now a good boat length ahead. Got that in control. But ooh, nice work over the far side. Obviously got a nice strong finish there. Wanaka, he's definitely picked up. And I think that Christchurch boys, Cameron has seen that William Pascoe over the far side is making a move on him. So he's responding as well. Not rating as high, but he's definitely getting a lot of reach and good long angles there. Blades need to be a bit square, mate. Oh, yes, Wanaka too. William looks across. He sees that he's probably not. He's actually slowed down, I reckon. He's buttoned off, saving his energy. He knows he's got third. He's well over top of the boy here in St Thomas of Canterbury here in lane 5. So that's the order of events. So, Timaru, so George is first, Cameron second, and William Pascoe from Wanaka third. So those three go through to the final, followed by Cairo Horgan and St Thomas of Canterbury came through in fourth, and he'll be hoping he's got a quick enough time to pull him through to make that top spot as well. And then we have Otago 2, William Light just coming through now. You can hear him. Got the final three boys coming through, but I'm now going to go to race 120, the boys under 17 single sculls, heat 3, progression 1, 2 and 3 to the final, and then the next fastest after that. Right, lane 2, 8 in the race, lane 2 to lane 9, on the inside lane, St Thomas of Canterbury, Declan Ducey, Burnside 1, Thomas Carey, Christchurch 4, Will Cunningham, Otago 1, Paddy Kennedy, Shirley Boys 1, Tukatahi Wetini, Avon 51, Samuel Lindos, Christchurch 2, Jack Dennehy, and Whakatipu 1, Cameron Hall on the far side. 1, 2 and 3 go through. From my angle here, it looks reasonably, a bit of a line going on there, but I don't think there is some clearance there. Who's that there trying to pick out? Looks like Otago. Otago won there. Paddy Kennedy. So he got the lead over the other guys there. He does seem like he's up in the top spot there. He's just gone through the 500 metre mark. Well, but so's the inside lane of St Thomas of Canterbury. Oh, no, actually there's one just after them. Christchurch boys. On something, they look like they're out of position there, actually. I'd actually say that's Avon there in lane 7, but the colours are all wrong. Oh no, I lie. He was so far ahead I missed him. That would be Avon 51. Samuel Lindors, he's actually got a nice little lead over Otago 1, Paddy Kennedy in lane 5, and then we're coming back to that third spot. At the moment, it would be Declan Ducey in lane 2 here, St Thomas of Canterbury. Burnside inside him. Now, Thomas Carey might have something to say to that by the look of it. And then inside them, Christchurch boys, Will Cunningham, Christchurch boys 4. And I'd say that Otago 1, Paddy Kennedy, is also under a bit of a threat here. Over the far side, it does look like the Avon rower there. Sorry, not the Avon rower. Christchurch boys 2, Jack Dennehy. Jack Dennehy has got a handy 3-boat lead over Otago boys, and they have all just put the foot down. Jack Dennehy is really upped his rating. He's really pulling away. Paddy Kennedy and Otago 1 there, he's also pulled through. But in the meantime, the inside lane here has now been taken by, for third place, Burnside. Burnside has pulled ahead of St Thomas of Canterbury. He's going to get that third slot. Can St Thomas of Canterbury respond to him? Christchurch boys there. He is actually being wheeled down by Otago. Otago now have got he's only within half a boat strike length. In the meantime, St Thomas of Canterbury and Burnside are coming through pretty quick. St Thomas of Canterbury, is Burnside going to hold off St Thomas of Canterbury? Yes, he does. So Thomas Carey managed to get that third slot over Declan Dorsey. But in the meantime, it was Christchurch boys 1. Jack Dennehy came through in first, Paddy Kennedy in second, and Thomas Carey in third. So that's the placements for the Declan in 4. That's the placements for the A final. Then we got Will Cunningham came through, Christchurch boys 4, followed by Avon Over the far side will be Whakatipu. And then just in the inside lane here, we've got a boat coming through. Is that Golden Boat? That's Shirley Boys High School. Tahi Watini. Bit of a gap now. I can see there's a bit of a gap for the next race. So that race was meant to go off at 3:26. The next race is the girls under 15 coxed 8. Ah, right. That's at 3:30. So I don't know if it's actually left yet. I can't know. They're still lining up in the thing. Under 15, they're very likely the novices. So there might just be a few issues there. I'm just going to turn the mic off, have a wee drink. Throat's getting dry. Oh, beautiful conditions here, all right. All right, yeah. Girls under 15, coxed 8 preliminary. They're definitely in the boxes. I can see that. So they haven't started yet. So let me whip through them. Right, how many have we got in this event? That's under 15. We've got 9 in the events from lane 1 to lane 9. Right, in lane 1, we've got Christchurch Girls High School 2. Phoebe, Alice, Annalise, Mia, Paige, Lily, Lola Grace, Millie, Liv, Abley is the cox. St Margaret's 2. C, Tessa, Holly, Lila, Eliza, Alex, Stella, Grace, Lucy, Johnson is the cox. St Andrew's 1. Violet, Sophie, Rebecca, Scarlett, Anna, Lily, Anika, and Lauren with Georgie Elwood is the cox. Christchurch Girls 1. Maggie, it's Maggie Redford, and then Maggie De La Tour. Lila, Chloe, Sophie, Izzy, Bonnie, Zara, Stella, Pannett is the cox. Oamaru 1 in lane 5. Molly Kirkman, Sasha Wright, Evie Mitchell, Amelia Tatone, Ava Goodall, Summer Columbus, Isabella Wainwright, Bailey Pearson, and Pippa Macmillan is the cox. I went through everyone's name then. It took a while. Lane 6, Rangiru 1. Isabella, Meg, Tilly, Zoe, Addie, Mila, Jasmine, Zoe, Penelope Sutton is the cox. Columba College 1. Stella, so I just took a glance at the screen there. They're still in the blocks. Stella, India, Zoe, Devon, Trelise, Lucy, Charlotte, Isla, and Isabella Davies the cox. Wairo 1. Hannah, Emma, Izzy, Maggie, Maisie, Poppy, Emma, Charlie, Hayley Sutherland is the cox. And on lane 9, St Margaret's 1, Olivia, Siobhan, Ella, Elsie, Grace, Sadie, Greer, Isabella, and Bella Harris is the cox. All of these girls go through to the A final. All these boots go through to the A final, which means that they're racing for the best slots. And also just to send a message that we are the better crew. Getting that mental headspace. Still sitting there. I'm not sure what's holding them up. Anything anywhere that says anything? No, got no messages there. Looking through any messages here. I know these are for the rowers. Reminding the rowers, do not leave Birkenstocks or Crocs down at water's edge for safety reasons. Thanks, Secretary's Office. Reminder everyone, oh yes, there are day sheets available in the Secretary's Office, gold coin donations. So just think about that tomorrow. If you get a day sheet and you can see events and all that sort of stuff, that's what you want to do. You can want to see how they go out. It's sometimes a lot easier than using Rowit. Particularly I find the reception here isn't so good on the old phone. I'm with Spark, so if anyone can recommend someone else, that would be great. Lost and Found, I wonder if they've been turned up. Lost and Found, we've got pink, blue and white Crocs, Croc jandals, Essex shoes, drink bottles, clothing, and Adidas slides. So there you go, there's Lost and Found. Dates, event 71, which is race 121. Event 71, race 121, the girls under 15, Cox 8. Just remember down there in the tenting area and stuff, if you're thinking about firing up your barbie, you can, but you must have a fire extinguisher. Obviously, that's a fire extinguisher that is at hand. And you should not leave your barbecue unattended, because unless you've got a robotic fire extinguisher and something happens, you won't be able to put it out. So attend to your barbecues, have a fire extinguisher, and then just enjoy. I do love a nice barbecue. Oh, here we go. I can just see in the event 71, the girls under 18, there's a 8 there. They've been rebacked in. It looks like there's an issue. Can I count? Which crew's that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that lane 9? That would be St Margaret's College 1. Looks like they're having to back in. Yes, it's lane 9. So we're just waiting on lane 9. Getting themselves lined back into the chute in lane 9. They might have had some technical issue there that had to be resolved first, or I'm not sure what the reason is, but now they're just slightly out of my picture, which means they are in. They're in the starting hands of the youngsters that hold the boats, boat holders. Sound like a good way to say it. So if you're on YouTube and you go to South Island Rowing, South Island in full, it's a live stream. You'll see exactly what I'm seeing right now. Lovely view here, lovely view of the starter area. The 8s are ready. You can see the boats parked up in the funnel that feeds them in. So the next event after that, what's the next event? The women's intermediate double sculls. There's 2-3 heats in that. They're all waiting there patiently, and the 8s are away. The 8s are away. And I reckon it looked to me like it was that Christchurch girls in lane 1 had a good start. Of course, this is a one of those bird's eye what do they call them? Bird's eye cameras, so everything looks a bit distorted. I would think in lane 6, Rangiru girls, that's not a surprise. Rangiru girls there looked like they had a really good start as well. So it looks like it might be lane 6 are having the lead, and then potentially Christchurch girls in lane 4. Christchurch girls in lane 4. They're the two crews that might be out there in front. Back there in lane 3, St Andrews 1, they've dropped back a little. Inside lane 1 and 2, Christchurch girls and St Margaret's 2. Christchurch girls, that's Christchurch girls 2 and St Margaret's crew look like they're side by side, but it does seem like that the Rangiruru crew, Isabella, Meg, Tilly, Zoe, Eddie, Mila, Jasmine, Zoe, coxed by Penelope Sutton there, had a good start, and they appear to be in that front position there. They're nearly coming up to the 500, which is the island there, but that St Margaret's crew that was last going, they actually looks like they're actually doing really well as well. Who's that? Olivia, Siobhan, Ella, Eliza, Grace, Sadie, Greer, and Isabella, coxed by Bella Harris. Are doing quite well. I want to see they've gone up to the 500, so I've lost them on there, and I can just see them through binoculars coming through now. Yeah, I'd stick with that Rangiruru crew. We have the first spot at the moment. Eventually that's St Margaret's girls 1, lane 9 as well. Rightio, sorry about the wee break there. This a little office of ours, we've got the windows shut so we don't hear the feedback. And it's getting quite warm. My glasses are getting a bit misted. My reading glasses. Anyway, let's look. We're coming through. Looking like it's could be the Rangiruru crew there are in the lead. Oamaru a bit back from them. Is it Christchurch girls 1 there in lane 4? Maggie, the two Maggies, Lily, Chloe, Sophie, Izzy, Bonnie, Zara, Stella, Panna is the cox there. They actually one of the leading positions as well. 8 in this, so they all progress through to the final, but it is around that winning that mental game and also getting the best lanes. Up to the 1,000-metre mark now. Oh, that's a good view on the screen. So it does look like it's Rangiru. Is it St Margaret's? Looks like St Margaret's one. No, can't be St Margaret's one. 2 came through in second, third. Sorry, it's quite hard to perception here. Rangiru looking good. Good for that lead spot. As are St Margaret's College too, I think. CC, Tessa, Holly, Lola, Eliza, Alex, Stella, Grace, Lucy, Johnson is the cox there. So they're in lane 2. So they look like they're in a nice position as well. No, my apologies. It's not St Margaret's. It's Christchurch Girls too. Phoebe, Alice, Annalise, Mia, Paige, Lily, Lola, Grace, Millie, and Liv Abilene is their cox. So they look like they're up there in a nice. They look like they're in the leading positions as well. Rangiru, and then over the far side, that's St Margaret's College 1 crew. Now they'll want to do well because just as you can see, it gets a bit choppy. It's actually a bit slower out in those far lanes. You want to be in these inside lanes, particularly if they get a slight wind comes up and they, depending on the angle of the wind, that gets a bit of shelter in the inside lanes or the middle lanes, can be the fastest. But it does look like that St Margaret's are in. St Margaret's 1 are in. Ooh, they in actually in first place. See, I can see the yellow boys there, so I'll see who I can pick. Who comes through those yellow boys at the 500-metre mark first? Margaret's College 2 just went through them. Margaret's College 1. Going through them now. Rangiru. No, so Rangiru is back on these, and now you can see it unfolding a bit clearer up from here. It does look like that St Margaret's 1 have got the lead. It's the 2, St Margaret's 1, and it's the Christchurch Girls 2 in lane 1 here. These are the 2 crews that are battling for that front spot with Wairo 1 there. Who's that? That's Hannah, Emma, Izzy, Maggie, Maisie, Poppy, and Emma and Charlie. They're wanting to do a top of the South Island win here. They're probably a little bit far back. Oh no, maybe a boat length. But we've got St Margaret's on the far side, and the inside here we've got Christchurch Girls 2. So I'm just going to see if I can quickly catch them as they come through the yellow boys. I can see Christchurch Girls 2 coming up to the yellow boys now. They've just gone through them. Over the far side, it's St Margaret's in second place and Wairo in third. So it looks like Christchurch Girls 2 here in lane 1, stroked, I'm assuming, by Phoebe Collier. The coxswain will be telling them they'll be laying it down. It's coming through, but on the fast side, have St Margaret's realised that? Because St Margaret's are worried about Wairo, because Wairo are now up only of St Margaret's only have a half a boat length over Wairo. That actually might push St Margaret's along. And if Christchurch Girls here on the inside aren't careful, they may not realise this is going on and not pick it up. But no, it's looking like that now St Margaret's have are holding on to their lead. I think Wairo are now pulled through on Christchurch Girls 2. Who now have picked up the pace. They're pounding through. They want to try and get that third spot, and it's going to be, very close. Now, Wairo is actually pulling up, and Christchurch Girls 2 have just come through on first. Wairo come through on second, and St Margaret's 1 came through on third. They didn't have just quite enough legs to come through at the very end there. It was quite exciting finish for the 1, 2, and 3 position, but they all go through to the final tomorrow. So you can bet they'll be fighting each other there. And St Margaret's 2 have just come through now, followed by Rangiru 1. And then we come back to Columba College. Unless they get overtaken by Christchurch Girls 1. And then back to the Oamaru crew. That was the girls under 15 coxed 8. Going to strike that off the list. We're now going to race 121. They're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Oh, I'm sorry, there's still actually a crew coming through there. Not sure what crew that is. Like St Andrews. Yes, it is. St Andrews College crew is coming through there. Rightio, let's go on. We've got the women's intermediate double sculls. There are 3 in this heat. 3 in this heat. This event, the first event has 9 in it. The second's 10. The third 9. Progression 3. So the first 3 in each race go through the A final. Then the next fastest time, and go through to the A final. Then 4 and 6, and the next 2 fastest times go through the B final. So in this event here, there are 9 crews coming down now. This is the intermediate double sculls. We've got lane 1. So lane 1 to 9. Invercargill 1, Kate Johnson and Caitlin Titai. Wanaka 1, Chantal Thurston, Lily Garrett. Oamaru 1, Sky Frank, Rosie Frank. I'm guessing the sisters. North End 1, Lucy Horrell and Hannah Spittle. Avonside 1 in lane 5, Gabby Chapman and Chloe Sykes. Avon 1, Faye Wayman. Whakatipu 3, Scarlett Kavanagh and Annie Clark. Canterbury 1, Chelsea Buckeridge and Meredith Lewis. And on the very far side, lane 9, Otago Girls 1, Arena Oswald and Francis Donald. Where are they at now? They're not quite at the 500 metre mark, and I'm saying I can see it looks like, to me, it looks like an Avon crew. An Avon crew maybe have the lead there. Avon crew there, and then we've got the far side. The Avon, is it Avon or Avonside? It's Avonside. Looking at the Avon crew here, let's see. It's actually the water's getting a bit choppy now. It just throws a bit of distortion in the old goggles for me. But it does look like it's an Avon 1 crew. That's Faye Wayman and Bethany Mitchell. Do they have the lead here over the far side, which would be Otago Girls 1? Is it Otago Girls 1? Ariana and Francis. Looks like Avonside have a really good lead here on this women's intermediate double sculls. Remember the first 3, so it's the first 3 that want to get through. Go to Otago crew. Who's got that 3rd spot? Potentially this Invercargill crew coming up on the inside lane here. I don't think so. It could be the Avonside Girls crew of Gabby Chapman and Chloe Sykes. Have they got that 3rd position? Although Invercargill, Kate Johnson and Caitlin Titai quietly progressing over this far side. Avon crew are doing really well. They're coming up to the 250. They're going to be first into the yellow boys. Water's got just an irritating little chop on it. Sometimes when it's that sideways rolling chop, it's really awkward. Avon, sorry. Faye and Bethany coming through. They've just gone through the yellow boys, but not far behind them is Otago there at the far side. Ariana and Francis. Close behind. Who else cut through the yellow boys here? Oh no, Invercargill's just coming through now. So who's come through into the 3rd position? It's going to be the Whakatipu crew. I think it's the Whakatipu crew of Scarlett and Annie Clark are coming through in that 3rd slot. You want to put binoculars down? So we've got Avon 1 coming through. They've probably got 2 boat lengths maybe over the Otago Girls crew on the far side. Or maybe less than that. Could even be 1.5. But they're keeping them up. They've definitely lifted up their rating. Quite a nice push through there at the end. Otago Girls seem to be not... Oh, they're lifting up their rating now. They look like they've got a longer reach, but they are actually dropping back. So Avon 1 are pushing away nicely there. They're going to take this by at least a boat and a little bit more back to Otago Girls 3. And then the 3rd crew that's going to make it through to the A final will be the Whakatipu crew of Scarlett and Annie. And then we come back to a little bit of a battle going on between Invercargill and Canterbury 1 over in lane 8 there. Chelsea and Meredith. Who's going to get that 4th spot? Invercargill look like they're coming through. If they push, maybe they will be hoping their times will be fast enough to take that very number 10th spot in the A final. And Invercargill come through in the 4th. That was the end of Heat 1, Women's Intermediate Sculls. Heat 2, progression 1, 2 and 3, and then the next fastest go through the A final. 4, 5, and 6, and the next 2 fastest go through to the B final, and the rest are eliminated. We've got here 10 in this event. So lane 1, Dunstan Arm 1. Where are they at? Just they're all coming up to maybe getting near the 500. So I'll whip through this quickly. Lane 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Charlotte and Charlotte. Charlotte McKenzie and Charlotte Crosby. Wairo 1, Lucy and Page. Burnside 1, Miranda and Julie. Kashmir 1, Isla and Abby. Avon 2, Lucy and Ella. Tiger Girls 2, Jamie and Mila. Dunstan Arms 2, Lila and Summer. Dunstan Arms 3, Mila and Meg. Dunstan Arms 4, Elizabeth and Michaela. And Wanaka 2 on the very far side, Millie Ann and Peter. Just to let you know that if anyone's picked up some sunglasses from the Rose shop, can they please return them? Sounds like the people that work there left them on the counter, and a customer may have just picked them up by mistake, thinking they were theirs, and walked away. So if they're not yours, please bring them back. Happened to me last night. But it was my phone, and I managed to track down the person. They said, no, I didn't. And he pulled out 2 phones. That's true. So we can see a lot of Dunstan colours out there. This is intermediate double scull heat 2. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Dunstan crews here. I think they'd hopefully that one would make it through, and it looks like Dunstan 1 here on the inside lane of the 2 Charlottes, McKenzie and Crosby. Have got that first position well sewn up. There must be about 3 or 4 over the next crews now. Second and third looks like it could be just a little bit more interesting. It seems to me, and it does appear some boats have crossed into each other's lanes. Does make it a little harder. It does seem to me that it could be Burnside, Kashmir, Otago Girls maybe. I've got that second and third position at the moment. So only 3 go through. The first is reasonably guaranteed, barring anything happening. So it's going to be a fight for who gets that third slot. This stage, I would say that Kashmir look like they're just moving a little bit quicker, and just a little bit quicker over the Burnside High School. Are they going to respond? But those 2 have actually pulled ahead of the Otago crew. So that Otago crew, Otago Girls have dropped back a little, and so we can see Dunstan Arm 1. They're coming through now, maybe about 7 or 8 boat lengths. They're going to be crossing the line. You'll hear the beep shortly. In the meantime, it looks like that Kashmir is just holding off this Burnside crew by half a boat length. Burnside crew are picking up now. They're just crawling it back. They're walking the dog. They've walked up as far as the just a canvas now. They're coming down to half a canvas. Kashmir going to respond. They're just keeping them at bay. But at least they know these 2 crews will go through because they've pulled themselves well ahead of Otago Girls. They just couldn't quite keep up with them. Otago Girls have just been threatened there by must be Wairo crew who've crossed from lane 2 to lane 4 or 5. Rightio, so let's just moving on. We've got the next race coming down now. So that was the second heat. So just to confirm, look, Dunstan 1, Burnside 1, and Kashmir 1 are the crews that will go through. And now we're going to the women's intermediate double scull. This will be my last one. Then I'm going to hand over to Ian, who's going to deliver us a mixture of jazz and rock for the rest of the session. Rightio, in this event we've got 9 crews, lane 1 to lane 9. And from lane 1, Whakatipu 2, Eva and Aria, Timaru 3, Kate and Neve, Whakatipu 1, Gemma and Ella, Union 1, Charlie and Michaela, Twizel 1, in lane 5 there, Marley and Lucia, Union 2, Tanisha and Jamie, Timaru 11, Olivia and Jasmine, Timaru 12, Skylar and Sophie, and then in the far lane, Whakatipu 4, Posey and Jessie. Getting near to the 500 metre mark. They're not too far off. And who have we got in there? I'm saying it looks like I'm picking this inside lane. Maybe is that Timaru crew? Yes, it looks like a Timaru crew of Kate Keard and Neve Gordon there. That could be over in the first position. There's also a Timaru crew over the far side that's looking promising. Timaru 12, maybe Skylar Seymour and Sophie Lawson. See if I can grab them as they come through the yellows. Yep, they've already gone through now. So Timaru and the far side have gone through. The second Timaru crew have gone through. 3 Timaru crews have all gone through the yellow buoys. So we've got Timaru 13, Timaru 11 in lane 7, Timaru 12 in lane 8. These 3 crews have got the Timaru all heat win at this stage. Pretty certain that it's that, because then you come back to the next 3 crews and there's possibly about 4 boat lengths back from the hindmost crew, which is Timaru 11, Olivia Moffat and Jasmine Payne. Timaru 11 and 12 are rowing side by side each other, so there'll be a friendly bit of club rivalry going on there to try and take out that second slot there. Meanwhile, Timaru 13, Kate and Neve in this inside lane here in lane 2, have this comfortably in hand at the moment. We're picking back to come through on 4 there. I reckon it's club colours that. Back in 4. Is that a Twice or a Union? Union. So Union 1 of Charlie and Michaela, they're back there in 4th position. In fact, Union 1 are just with a bit more of a push on. They might have a go at Timaru 12 over the far side, because Timaru 11 in the meantime has rolled over Timaru 12. And they are at the moment, it's looking like the Union 1 of Charlie and Michaela, they're going to have a go at Timaru 11. They want that 3rd spot. Timaru 11 are dropping off the pace a little. They've definitely up their rating. Timaru 13 is coming through. You'll hear the beep in a moment. So Kate Kidd and Neve Corden are guaranteed an A final. Timaru 12 are holding off the other boats at the moment. In lane 8 there, Skylar and Sophie to get that 2nd slot. In the meantime, it does look like Timaru 11, Olivia Moffat and Jasmine Payne are going to hold off this Union 1 crew to get that 3rd slot that guarantees the A final. Union will be hoping their times are good enough to be the next fastest to get them through the A final as well. Otherwise, they're guaranteed to be. Coming through the last few boats now. 2 more boats coming through, and then we've got some. The last of the crews. I'm just going to hand over now to Ian. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you turn it off, that's. Oh, it doesn't.
Thanks, Frank. Just running a little bit behind here now, about 15 minutes back. There's been a couple of wee delays, but my word, haven't we done well to get through to this day? And we're down to, what, the last hour and a bit, and some feature races coming up now. This is the Mixed Masters Double Sculls. Looks like they're underway just about. And we'll look at them as they come down. But in lane 1, Union 1, Dominic Marnie, Kirsty Marnie, the first of the love boats. Lane 2, Dunstan Arm Composite, Maud O'Connell and Jeff Steele. In lane 3, Avon 3, Simon Carey and Jill Carruth. In lane 4, Union 3, Benedict Liebing and Deb Heimers Ross. In lane 5, Union 2, Ann Art and Chaz Todd Hunter. In lane 6, Avon 1, Sarah Middleditch and Paul Middleditch. In lane 7, Wanaka 1, Max Paulin and Chelsea Lodge. In lane 8, Wanaka 2, Shane Gibson, Victoria Shute. Lane 9, Avon 2, Paul Johnson, Megan Johnson. And way out there in lane 10 is Canterbury 1, Brent Higgins and Amadine Fazols. They are underway, I think, as they head down. And I'm not sure that they've actually all made the start, because it looks like there's one right out there, possibly being sent down the lane of shame. Time will tell. So I expect to see Union 1 do quite well here. That's Dominic and Kirsty down there in lane 1. And in fact, it looks like they might already have a bit of a lead. They're working from handicaps out there in lane 7, Wanaka. Wanaka 1, Wanaka 2, right alongside Paul Johnson and Megan Johnson from Avon 2. Avon have been doing some strong recovery work since their mixed quad this morning. I think they called it a glass of Prosecco and a glass of chips at the top hut for lunch. And that's just how the athletes do it these days. Don't know that's what Dominic and Kirsty have done. No, they're in lane 1. They look like they're a little bit more organised. Still taking a nice lead. It is Wanaka 2 out there in lane number 8 who would be second. Back we go right into the middle, and it's another Union crew. It's Deb, taking time, and great to see too. That's Anne and Chaz Todd Hunter, Union 2, and Union 3 is Benedict and Deb. Anne and Deb have been flat out doing some volunteering today. It's just what happens. Some of these Masters crews you see out of there, a lot of them have started rowing as parents. They've moved into volunteering. They're out in the water. They're doing the whole hog. So coming down and getting their dollars worth here at Ruataniwha today, and just have a look and see what Dominic and Kirsty are doing down there in lane 1. They would have 2 lengths, I would say, over Shane and Victoria out there in Wanaka 2, the way out there in lane number 8. Handily inside there is Megan and Paul from Avon. Then we go back across to Anne and Chaz from Union. 2 across, then we go to, she looks like it is that Simon and Jill in lane 3 from Avon, doing a good job in there. Simon's son just finishing 3rd in his single just before, so it's a whole family affair out there once they get going. 250 metres to go now. And you parents that are watching on, that could be you. Very strong and growing well as Masters rowing. Great way of keeping yourself mobile, low impact. And look at how Kirsty and Dom doing a great job down there in lane 1. Handy stroke rate, they'll be up in the low 30s and just moving in unison. Right on the outside there to Wanaka 2, Shane and Victoria. Then we come across into the middle. It is still there with Anne and Chaz. And even between them and the 2 from Avon, which is Paul and Megan. Then we go back inside down there to lane 2 for the composite between Dunstan, which is Maud out of Cromwell. A lot of coaching for Cromwell does Maud. Jeff Steele out of Dunstan. Handily placed in there. We go across then to Deb and Benedict from Union. Back inside then to Avon, Jill and Simon. And it looks like it might have been the other Avon crew, Sarah and Paul Middleditch, down, supposed to be in lane 6, who may not have made the start. It seems like they're discussing that down in the middle. But down here in the finish, 3 strokes to go. Great effort here from Dominic and Kirsty from Union. Over the line they go in the yellow Empacker. Well done, team. Out on the outside then to finish second will be Shane and Victoria from Wanaka. In the middle of the course, finishing 3rd will be Anne and Chaz from Union. 4th looks like it's going to go to the Johnsons out there in lane number 9. They just started life down here at Ruataniwha as Burnside parents, and now look at them finishing out there, getting a 4th place in the Mixed Masters double sculls here at the Canterbury Championships. Down here in lane number 2, finishing now will be Jeff and Maud in the composite, just over the top of Benedict and Deb from Union. Following down there will be Jill and Simon from Avon. Cross on the outside, finishing there will be Amadine and Brent from Canterbury. Back we go to Max and Chelsea from Wanaka, and a big shout out there for Max, so I'm sure he won't mind me, but that's a great thing to be doing at the grand old age of 78. Everyone can keep on doing it for as long as they can. That'll be fantastic. And the middle ditch is having a nice debriefed out there in the outside lane. Moving right along now, we go to the men's mixed coxed 8. Race 126, they're through 1,000 metres. In lane 1 is St Bede's College. In lane 2 is Shirley Boys High School number 1. In lane 3 is Cashmere High School number 1. In lane 4, Shirley Boys High School number 2. In lane 5, Otago Boys High School number 1. Lane 6, St Thomas's of Canterbury 1. In lane 7, it's St Andrews College number 1. Whakatipu 1 are in lane 8, and Avon 51 out there in lane 9. Those of you who are wondering, Avon 51 is the Selwyn crew, a mix from the Selwyn district. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, out of Darfield, Lincoln and Ellesmere. And that program being overlooked by Pat McQuinn, great servant of Avon and South Island rowing. So great to see some more young people getting the benefits of taking up rowing and all that comes with it. Looks like St Bede's College 1 down there in lane 1. Oliver, Oscar, Rurari, Henry, Eddie, Jack, Lennox, Conrad, being coxed there by Zian Kang. They're doing a good job down there in lane 1. Just inside of them, Shirley Boys High School. That's Sam, Luca, Fergus, Callum, Charlie, Luca, Abdul, Zach, Ethan, and Vadim Vika is the cox. They'd be 1 and 2. I think we go across the middle of the course there. Otago Boys High School, Sullivan, Sam, Hunter, George, Digby, Charlie, Bede, Nicholas, Alasdair, Nicholson is the cox. They're 3rd. So we're looking here, it's a preliminary final. They'll all go through to the main final tomorrow. And it is very much St Bede's, then Shirley. Then we go across to Otago Boys High School. Next then would be St Thomas's of Canterbury. Noah, Jed, Charlie, Dale, Calix, Marcus, Caden, Liam, Jessup, Jack, Dunn, the cox. Then we go to St Andrews College just outside of them. Jonathan, Oliver, George, Jesse, Yodo, Toby, Oliver, Charles, and Seth Overcomer is the cox. Right alongside them, in the big yellow boat out there, Whakatipu 1, that's Liam, Phineas, Baxter, Kaito, Ruben, Henry, Baker, and Charlie Pagan, the cox. Then outside to the Avon 51 crew, Matt, Kersig, Crusoe, Dylan, Hugo, Henry, Malachi, Fergus, and Mason Jessup is the cox as they make their way down. Looks like that it's Shirley Boys High School number 2 crew sitting right alongside Cashmere, just having a few little issues here. They've just got themselves going again as they come past the supporters. Give them a big shout out there, team. Get these boys down the line. Most of them have had probably 2 or 3 races today, just making the most of it. But nice effort here from St Bede's. They've got Clearwater over Shirley Boys High School, half a boat length back to Otago. Then we go out to, it is St Thomas's moving ahead of Whakatipu. They're racing for lanes tomorrow. Then we've got 2 boat lengths back to Shirley Boys. Inside of them is Cashmere. We go across then to St Andrew's College, and just on the outside, the Avon 51 crew. 110 metres to go now for St Bede's. And this means Novice Coxed 8, just following them down the course now, race 127, the boys under 15, Cox quadruple sculls. That's heading through 750 metres, so we'll come to them shortly. Nice exhibition this though, St Bede's College, coached by Thomas Polo and Aaron Maxwell. Nicely down to the end, they'll come back and do it all again tomorrow. 1 or 2 just looking at the crowd. And over the line they go. 3 boat lengths it is. Oh no, the number 2 seat there in the Shirley Boys crew has lost his oar. The rest of the crew will help get him across the line, just sneaking across them now. Oh, and Otago done the same thing. 4 seats just crabbed his. This is Novice 8s. It's all getting fast and furious at the end. And Shirley are limping past the limping Otago one. They're starting to move. And on the outside, here comes St Thomas's and Whakatipu to try and mow them both down, but they've managed to hold their position. Oh, there's some experience to throw into the library. Shirley got over there just from Otago, just from St Thomas's, and then to Whakatipu. We go 2 boat lengths back to Shirley Boys High School number 2. They've got 3/4 of a boat length over St Andrew, who's moved past Cashmere. And then we go outside to the Selwyn crew, Avon 51. Fun for the whole family. That Shirley Boys High Cox wants to be a bit careful. If he falls over, he look like a twit, won't he? But he's obviously very happy with them, so that's very good. They've looked fun to watch there, the men's Novice Cox 8. We move now to the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Heading up to the 1,000 metre mark in lane 1, Christ College 2, Max Nelson, Tom Osmers, Leo Ackland, Charlie Wilson, James Reed as the Cox. In lane 2, Otago 1, Ryan Clearcorn, Ollie O'Connell, Archie McDonald, Gus Carr and Cameron Lane is the Cox. In lane number 3, St Thomas of Canterbury, Jackson Ciali, Maximus Ryder and Sam McGuigan as the Cox. Lane 4, Otago Boys High School, Nate Ladder, Lucas Nicol, Angus Colley, Will Chittick and Connor Sinclair the Cox. Lane 5, Christ College number 1, Robbie Owens, Ollie Glocken, Johnny Leeson, Cooper Ward and Alex Innes, the Cox. St Bede's College number 1 in lane 6, Thomas Veal with Will Arlott, Luca Dredge, Jai Anderson and Darcy Franken, the Cox. Burnside High School number 1 are in lane 7, Jack Payne, Felix Rowe, Sean Gilman, Tyler Rogers and Jessica Rankin, the Cox. Wairo 11 in lane 8, William Smith, Ollie Sackers, George McLean, Reese Wilson, Rory O'Regan, the Cox. And then in lane 9, Cure Boating Club number 1, which is Marcus Laverley, Fletcher Howden, Tommy Baldwin and Xavier Laverley. Hannah Thompson, the Cox. Hannah doing a good job up here before with the live stream camera work. In lane number 10, Timaru 30, Idris Hubert, Murphy Hoapa Park, Baxter Hoapa Park, and Josh Sadler with Toby Connor, the Cox. They're well through. Into the second half of the course they go. And this is a preliminary final. They'll all go through tomorrow to the main race. And out in the middle there, red caps on, easy to spot, Otago Boys High School. Doing a good job there out of lane 4. Looks like they're leading them down. Is hopefully. And then out the outside there too, Christ College in lane 5. In fact, it might be Otago 1 it is in lane number 2. So Otago 1, then we go to Christ College. Oops, the window's in the way. And it's Burnside High School right out there in lane 7. So working left to right, it's actually Burnside, then further outside to them. It's Timaru 30, so moving back the other way. Timaru 30 and Burnside. Very little between those two. Then we come back to Christ College, then we go to Otago. Those are the 4. Wairo doing a good job down there, but maybe 2 rows back from the Burnside crew. Way down in lane 1 is Christ College number 2. Then we go across to St Thomas's of Canterbury. Otago Boys High just inside from them as they head up towards the 500 metre mark. And it's all Burnside and Timaru 30 out there in lane number 10. Burnside just moving up alongside Timaru, those 2. They're half a boat length back then inside to Otago number 1. Those are the 3. Then we have 2 boat lengths back. We go to Wairo just moving up nicely. We go further back then to St Thomas's of Canterbury. Very little then on the inside between Christ College and St Thomas's number 1. Next race on the course, the girls under 16 Cox 4. They're underway. They're heading up towards the 1,000-metre mark. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Emily Olive, Izzy, Sophia, Georgia Dean the Cox. Lane 4, St Margaret's College 2. Fleur, Genevieve, Izzy, Isabella and Georgie, Todd Hunter the Cox. Lane 5, St Margaret's College 1. Millie, Sophie, Katie, Molly, Annabelle, Scott the Cox. Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 3. Yvain, Greta, Rosie, Jada and Lily Shackleton the Cox. Lane 7, Avonside Girls High School number 1. Kate, Alyssa, Olivia, Brooke and Emily Coetzee the Cox. And in lane 8 of that next race, Whakatipu number 1, Evie, Lucia, Caitlin, Zara, Bella, Norton the Cox, or Norton the Cox. They are through 1,000 metres. Right out in front of us though, we've got the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. And just look at that Timaru 31. They've probably got 3/4 of a boat length now on Burnside. We go 2 boat lengths back to Otago. Then we come inside from another boat length back to Christ College, across to Wairo, back outside to Cure, back down here into lane number 1 to Christ College number 2. Then we go back to Otago 1 and St Thomas of Canterbury 1 right next to each other. St Bees just in front of them. Heading down the line though, and it is a boat length and a half. The Timaru 30 crew, coached by Brian Smith and Mac Brown, taking the buzzer now. Across they go, finishing second with Burnside. Avidly being watched down there by their coach, Christina Blackford. Should be pretty happy with them coming across in second, I hope. And then we go 3 boat lengths back to Otago. Then we come back to Christ College and then across to Wairo. Back inside we go out to actually Cure Boating Club. Christ College number 2 down here in lane 1, finishing strongly. Back from them, 3 boat lengths back, St Bede's College number 1, who will finish ahead of the Otago Boys High School crew, just ahead of St Thomas's of Canterbury. Boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. That's done and done. St Bede's College took out the men's Novice 8 in a time of 7:14. Not too bad at the end of the day. Girls under 16 Cox 4. They'll start firing them off down the end pretty quickly now, Justin, as they get people into line. I just see people starting to move off. As you finish for the day, team, please make sure you've got your rubbish and are taking it with you. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 down there in lane 3, leading this girls under 16 Cox 4 heat number 1, the first of 2 heats. Progression here is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the final. Rest eliminated. We've got 6 in the race. So I've got to take 2 shoes off, take 1 toe away. That tells me that 1 person is going to miss out on this one. 1 crew. It's not going to be Christchurch Girls High at this stage, not doing too badly. St Margaret's College number 1 would be second. Across to Avonside Girls High School, rowing nicely out there in lane number 7. Then we would come back into St Margaret's College number 2, over to Christchurch Girls High School number 3, and then Whakatipu number 1. So Christchurch Girls High School and Whakatipu 1, they're fighting it out, I think, in this particular heat. Second heat is underway, heading past the 500-metre mark. That's the second heat of the girls under 16 Cox 4. Again, there are 6 in that race. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 eliminated. In lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Gussie, Alice, Phoebe, Olivia and Phoebe White the Cox. In lane number 4, Oamaru 1, Indig, Bridget, Emily and Tessa with Quinn Anderson the Cox. In lane 5, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Manaya, Tyre, Ashley, Maddie and Charlie White the Cox. Lane 6, St Andrews College 1, Sophia, Scarlett, Nina, Lauren, Olive Steele the Cox. Ashburton number 1, lane 7, Tegan, hello Robbie, Isla, Georgia, hello Scam, Zara and Isabel Wall the Cox, coached by Justin Wall. Lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Michaela, Ashley, Emily, Sophie and Savory, as they make their way down through into the second half of the course. This first heat is on its way through, being well read there by and led by Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Then we go across to St Margaret's number 1 in the middle of the course, and on the outside of them it is Whakatipu actually. I picked it as being Avonside, but it's it is Avonside that are running third. Then we go outside of them to Whakatipu, back inside we come to St Margaret's College number 2. Up the red boys now, Christchurch Girls High School. Hitting them now, 100 metres to go for Christchurch Girls High. 2 rows back we go. 2 rows? 2 rows. 2 lengths. It's because Peter Midgley's up here and I'm very nervous when he's here. Then we go back to St Margaret's College number 2 on the outside to Avonside Girls. Back we go to Whakatipu and then bringing it through. So this is where it is. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 going through. So Christchurch Girls High are going to go through to the A final tomorrow. St Margaret's are going to take 2 crews through to the A final at this rate. Going with them as Avonside Girls, good effort for them, but the battle is on between Whakatipu and Christchurch Girls High School for that last spot. So Whakatipu have got the advantage at the moment. If that Christchurch Girls High School coxswain has seen that, she'll get a bit of a wriggle on, will Jenna? And hopefully they can catch them down and mow them down and get that 5th spot. But they've just moved out a little bit further now, have Whakatipu. Out to 3/4 of a boat length. They'll take the 5th position to go through to that final tomorrow. Let's turn our heads to the second heat, see what's happening down there with that second heat of the girls under 16, Cox 4. It's with Oamaru number 1 coming through in lane number 4. Just outside and in front of them would be Rangiruru Girls High School number 2. Then we go 2 across to Ashburton number 1. Those are the 3. Same thing here again, team. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through to the final. One of these crews is going to be eliminated. And as I have a look at now, that is very closely going to be tight for Rangiruru Girls School number 1 down there in lane 3 and Christchurch Girls High School number 2 out there in lane 8. Let's see what happens. It's with, though, Oamaru 1, coached by Ivan and Shane. Out of the sheds over the back there, right next to the Twizel sheds. They're about a boat length back from, it is St Andrews, right, Rangiruru Girls number 2, actually, seem to have the advantage over them. Then we go outside to Ashburton, back inside to Christchurch Girls High School, and St Andrews College right alongside them. Just ahead of them now, I would think St Andrews, probably about 2 boat lengths. First heat has gone through in a time of 8:11. So no issues with the conditions. We get a full day in today. Fantastic. Holding a nice position there in the middle of the course. Rangiruru Girls School number 2. They can see to their left, Oamaru. They can see to their right, 2 rows away from them, Ashburton. Back inside to St Andrews. Then we go out to Christchurch Girls High School and Rangiruru number 1. Who knows if it's the number 1 or the number 2 crew at this early stage of the season. Coach is still working out their combinations. Looks like a wee bit of a struggle for them to get through into tomorrow's final. So fairly well spaced out at this stage. Rangiruru, 1 boat length over Oamaru, 1 boat length then over Ashburton, 1 boat length back to St Andrews, boat length and a half out to Christchurch Girls. So still plenty of room there for Rangiruru to get through over the top of that Christchurch Girls High School crew. Phoebe White, the cox, can look over to her left shoulder and see where the Christchurch Girls hire and what's got to do and relay the message back to the team. They'll need to get working though. 100 metres to go now for Rangiruru number 2. Same now for Oamaru number 1. Boat length back to Ashburton. One of the carrot boats. Big area of carrot seed through Ashburton and Midland Seeds and a couple of benefactors donating that boat quite some time ago. Very cool. Couple of boat lengths back to St Andrews and just nice and tidy out there to Christchurch Girls High School. That's the way they'll go through in that second heat, and missing out will there be Rangiruru number 1. We move on now to race 130. The women's novice cox quadruple sculls. Heat 1 of 3. Progression here will be 1, 2, 3, and the next fastest through to the A final. 4, 5, 6, and the 2 next fastest to the B final. They are underway here in the first heat in lane 2, North End 1. Jess McLeod, Grace Wardle, Kenzie McLaughlin, Isla Turner, Holly Chisholm, the Cox. Lane 3 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Maggie Radford, Maggie Delator, Chloe Pollock, Bonnie Giddens, and Liv Ebley, the Cox. In lane 4, Columba College 2. Elodie Brown, Ava Wilson, Liv McLean, Hazel McRae, and Jade Bogue, the Cox. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Eva Sutherland, Georgia Brown, Sophie Kerr, Maya Holloway, and Stella Pannett, the Cox. In lane 6, Invercargill 1, Madison Dyack, Piper Marshall, Emma Davis, Trinity Duncan with Rachel Rees, the Cox. Otago Girls 1 are in lane 7. So that's Tony Haraki, Tessa Aby, Isla Marshall, Kira Nicholson, and Ruby Merriman, the Cox. And Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Isabel Carnahan, Tilly Harris, Bo Cruikshank, and Georgia Kelso with Penelope Sutton, the Cox. They're out there in lane 8. Bit of action coming out from the middle of the course at this stage, it would look like. That would be Christchurch Girls High School, I think, in there. They're ahead of Columba. Outside of Christchurch Girls High School, we go to Invercargill 1, just outside there. Frank will be happy with that. Then we go to Otago Girls and Rangiruru Girls School number 1, back there in lane number 7. Inside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2 and North End down there in lane number 2. just in front of the umpire's boat. A little bit of a breeze coming across the course, but not causing too many issues. If you're watching the live stream, that is heat number 2 in the blocks. Right next to your screen there in lane 1 is Wairau number 2. And as you look across bottom to top, you'll see Columba College 1, St Andrews College 1, Canterbury 2, Burnside High School 1, and then Union 1, Union 3. And just on the outside there, Meridian College number 1. That's like they're still being aligned. And on the subject of aligning, you might notice that we've got the flag, New Zealand flag at half-mast today, which is in respect of 2 valued members of the South Island rowing family. Lex Clark, well known as Tex, 40 years service, rowed for New Zealand. He was a life member here at South Island Rowing, did a lot of work on the alignment in his later years. Unfortunately passed away recently, as did John Letts, who spent a lot of time as a secretary for Otago Rowing and donated many hours of his voluntary time. So sad passing of those 2 gentlemen. So John Letts and Lex Clark. The flag here is at a half-mast, just in memory of them. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 in lane 5, leading this field down 2 clear boat lengths, if not 3, from Columba number 1, Invercargill, just on the outside, and then back inside to Columba. Right alongside Columba is North End number 1. Just can't quite pick up the Christchurch Girls High School crew, so not sure where they are. Should be out there. Maybe they didn't make it to the start. We go across there from outside of Columba, Invercargill, to Otago Girls number 1, then back to Rangiru Girls School 1. So looking for 1, 2 and 3 to go through straight away. So good position to be there for Christchurch Girls High School, also for Invercargill and also for Columba. Pressure on Columba will come from that North End crew down in lane 2, so definitely not a Christchurch Girls High School crew in lane 3. Then we go further out to Otago Girls. See the Otago Girls crew out there in the quarters, the black and white quarters. And then 2 boat lengths back to Rangiru Girls School number 1 in this first heat. Second heat's underway. Just been let go. We saw that earlier on the live stream. Lane 1, Wairau 2, as we said, Libby, Lily, Georgie, Liv, and Penny Soper, the Cox. Columba number 1 there in lane 2, Isla, Zara, Jessica, Charlotte, and Cameron Smith, the Cox. Lane 3, St Andrews College 1, Lucy and Natalia, Georgie and Lily Profit, the Cox. Lane 4 is Canterbury number 2, Brooke, Charlotte, Monique, Jacqueline, Libby Greaves, the Cox. Lane 5, Burnside High School number 1, Lucy, Courtney, Olivia, Harriet, and Amy Muncaster is the Cox. Lane 6, Union 1, Ava Waitatai, Aiki Saito, Billy Rochford, Emily Gilmore, and Peter Novenhazen is the Cox. And lane 7 is Union 3. That's where I got confused. Leonie Nola, Jemima Nola, Eden Paitai, and Charlotte Syme, with Tanisha Chinnery, the Cox. And out there is in lane 8, Marion College 1, Charlotte, Ava, Olivia, and Lexi Factory House, with Jessie Wayman, the Cox. That's the second heat, heading up towards the 500 metre mark. First heat out in front of us. Remember, 1, 2, 3, heading through, and this is very well rowed out here by Christchurch Girls High School. Maybe the bow seat didn't quite get time to get the top off before they took off, but they didn't hold them back. They've got 4 to 5 boat lengths now over Invercargill, back inside to Columba. Now that's 1, 2 and 3 going through. And look at this row coming through there in lane number 2 from North End. They've got Columba under all sorts of pressure. Columba are going to have to go again. Jade Bogue, the Cox there, is going to have to get the team moving, get those hand speed up so they can try and run down this North End crew. Otherwise, they're going to be relying on next fastest times. One crew that won't be, though, is Christchurch Girls High School. They come through now and take the buzz. Well rowed ladies, across the line they go now. 5 boat lengths at least back to Invercargill. We've got second well tied up. But the battle is here with 100 metres to go now. North End have just got a bow ball and some over Columba. Columba need to go again. They're not responding. There's more energy coming out of that crew from North End. Now they start to go up Columba. No worries about second. That's Invercargill. They've got a bit to go. But it's Columba trying to come again at North End. North End are going quicker than what Columba are. There's more energy coming again out of that crew from North End. They'll go through and take the automatic qualification. Put your teeth in again. Through they go through to the final. So relying on the fastest times will be Columba. We go 4 boat lengths back to Otago Girls, and then we have another 5 boat lengths back to Rangiru number 1 out there in lane 8. Second heat through 1,000 metres. And it's looking like Burnside in the middle of the course. Inside of them is Union number 1. And just on the outside then Meridian College 1. So those are the 3. Remember 1, 2 and 3 go through plus the next fastest. Watching the 3rd heat, sitting in the blocks ready to go. Nicely aligned they are. First heat complete, 2nd heat through into the 2nd part of the course they come. And it is still Burnside with a boat length over Union and then Marion. So that's the Union number 1 crew, I think, if I'm pretty confident with that. And then we go to Marion. Those 3 well in front of the rest of them. Probably next best would be down there in lane number 1, Wairo. Just ahead of Wairo, Big Columba. I think see the orange caps. Then we go just back from them is St Andrews College. Canterbury 2 right alongside them. But definitely out in the middle of the course with Burnside, Lucy, Courtney, Olivia and Harriet. Amy Muncaster doing the coxing there. They've got a boat length over Union, who then got 2 boat lengths back to Meridian College. So we look straight across the water. Won't be much then between Columba, actually. I think Columba might have moved ahead from what we can see on this angle of Marion. You'll know more down there in the 1,000 metre mark, team, as we see them start to come up on the live stream. No doubt about what's happening in the middle of the course. So we're looking at 1, 2 and 3. 3 now, Columba's actually nice run from them from the 1,000 metre mark as they've started to put a bit of pressure on Meridian College out there in lane number 8. Not always so easy out there, but Columba down there have got clear water between themselves. And on the right-hand side, St Andrews College, and left-hand side, Wairo. And then we come outside St Andrews, go to Canterbury. That's for the minor money, but out in front, Marion just starting to push more back on the Columba one. I think that's where the 3rd place is going to come from, will be between Marion crew and Columba. But it is in the middle of the course between Burnside and Union. So Union still a boat length down on Burnside. They've got some work to do, but those 3, providing they can hold off Columba, looking pretty tidy. Inside those still from Columba, St Andrews, across to Canterbury. Then we come into Wairo and lane number 1. Out the back we go to Union number 3. So those other crews will be looking for 4th, 5th and 6th going through to the B final. Heat number 3 is away. We'll just give you the field for that. Heat number 3 through the first couple of 100 metres. In lane 1, Wairo 1, Victoria, Hannah, Michelle, Esme and Sarah Ponda. West is the Cox. In lane 2, Whakatipu 1, Isla, Liberty, Cinnamon, Mimi and Jessie Glover, the Cox. In lane number 3, Oamaru 1, Molly, Bella, Emily, Scarlett and Isla Capely, the Cox. In lane 4 is Ashburton 1, Eve, Gretchen, Summer, Harper and Luke Moffat, the Cox. Lane 5, Canterbury 1, Lauren, Georgia, Lily, Natalie and Zoe Sullivan, the Cox. Lane number 6 is Union 2, Sia, Liasa, Christy Lee and Lauren with Peter Gamble, the Cox. Well done, Pete. Lane 7, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Emily, Kira, Ruby, Kate and Annika Johnson, the Cox. And lane 8 there in that 3rd heat of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls is Timaru 11. It's Angel, Leah, Greta, Mackenzie with Bella Westgarth, the Cox. Looking out here though for heat number 2. Nice effort here from Burnside. Clear water over the Union number 1 crew. And then we go outside to, it is Meridian College, Cox, coached by Tori Cox. They've got well clear of the Columba crew. So these 3 looking like they'll go through. Columba are going to be relying on next fastest time. They've got 2 boat lengths back then to Wairo. On the outside they go to St Andrews College. Then we go back to Canterbury number 2 and then further back to Union 3. No doubt now, though, less than 100 metres to go now for the Burnside crew. Looking very tidy. Lucy Gibson, Courtney Capon, Olivia Blackmore, Mann and Harriet Gorman. Amy Muncaster has guided them down the course nicely. Swinging together they go. And still 2 boat lengths they got back to the crew from Union number 1. Ava, Billy, Emily and Peter. Over they go, taking the buzzer. Nicely done. Burnside through, taking with them Union number 1, and then it will be Meridian College number 1. Coming down now, they'll take 4th, Columba College number 1. Then just inside of them, Wairo now pulled well clear of St Andrews towards the finish, over the top of Canterbury and then outside to the Union Crew. Heat number 1 going through in a time of 8:51, so we'll look closely and just see what this heat's gone through in, out of interest, as the third heat makes its way down through the 1,000 metre mark. Canterbury number 1 doing a good job in this third heat. From Ashburton, and then we go across to Whakatipu number 1 as they head their way into the second half of the course. Those are the 3 that are showing out at this stage. Just look in the outside lane, Timaru 11, can't count them out. And then the next best would be back to Wairo, I think, and Whakatipu well ahead. So Wairo just back there in lane 1. It is Whakatipu down in lane 2, actually, putting some real pressure on the crew from Canterbury. In fact, they'd be ahead. Canterbury would be second. Then it's a line-up between Ashburton and on the outside lane, Timaru 11. Then between those ones and further back is Avonside. This is the third heat of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls. Race 132, 146 races due to go today, so just running a little bit behind. Men's intermediate single sculls to follow. And it looks like this first heat is underway. They'll fire them off. The second heat is sitting in the blocks. So as we wait for this third heat of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls to make its way further down the course, and just looking at Whakatipu since the 1,000, real push has come from them. They moved clear into the lead. Second, though, is Canterbury. Then we come back between the two of them to Ashburton. Well, they're looking across the far side there. It is Timaru 11. Is it Timaru 11? No, that's the Christchurch Girls High School crew that didn't make the start from the first heat. I think I'm right in saying so. So they're not actually in the race. They're just rowing back to base. I'll give you the crew for the first heat of the men's intermediate single sculls because they are on the course. In fact, they are through 500 metres. Lane 1, Otago Boys High School, number 5, Logan Miller. Lane 2, Union 3, Harry Pearce. Lane 3, Canterbury 2, Mark McDermott. There's a scratching in lane 4. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm, number 1, Jed Tisdall. In lane number 6, Awamaru 2, Mana Fisalau. In lane 7, Otago Boys High School, number 3, Leo Garden. In lane 8 is Otago 2, Odrin McNicholas. In lane number 9, Cure Boating Club 1, Liam Barrett. And in lane 10, North End 2, David Hannon, coached by Dave Hannon. I'm picking its father and son. Of course, Dave Hannon rode for many years for North End, particularly with our course commandant here, Calvin Maker, in lightweights. And they were coached down there by Fred Strawn. And great to see Fred down here earlier on today. Still taking avid notice of what's going on. I might still be here. I can't quite see him. He may have taken the mobility scooter back up the hill. Whakatipu 1 doing really well down here in lane 2. They have got almost clear water over the Canterbury crew. Then we go back to Ashburton. Still see Timaru 31 would be 4th. So it is 1, 2 and 3 and the next fastest right through. Remember that first heat went through in a time of 8:51. So we'll check back to see timing on this one when we get closer. But they've got a boat length, Whakatipu, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. He'll be quite happy looking out there. Sees them with a boat length over the Canterbury crew. Then we come back to that Ashburton crew, coxed by Justin Wall, chief starter. Then we would go outside to Timaru. Back inside to Avonside Girls. Then we have a look at Avonside Girls just in behind the Oamaru 1 number at their crew. And then we come back down to Wairo 1. And a bit further back there is Union number 2. 50 metres to go here for the Whakatipu crew. Isla, Liberty, Cinnamon, Mimi, Jesse Glover, Coxing. They'll be pretty happy with this. Here comes the buzzer. There it goes. Soon to follow too for Canterbury number 1 taking out second, and third will go to Ashburton, taking them through to the A final tomorrow in the novice coxed quadruple sculls. Timaru just on the outside. Timaru 11, of course, Craighead Diocesan. Easy to spot with the green boat and the green blades. Still ahead of Oamaru down here. Distinctive Oamaru black boat. A little bit of a dab going on the inside there from Avonside Girls over Oamaru. But it looks like Oamaru will take them. They're just quicking up in the last 50 metres to make sure of that. And just lost a stroke there. Has 3 seat for Avonside Girls. So hopefully it doesn't impinge them too much. Then we come back down to Wairau and across to the crew from Union. The single scullers are on their way down. Those men's intermediate single sculls. Jed Tisdall doing all the running down here in lane 5, leading them down. Progression here is 1 and 2 through to the A final. So well clear of the rest of the field is Jed and Mark McDermott from Canterbury. He's down there, Canterbury 2 in lane 3, doing a good job. Next best would go right on the outside there to North End 2, David Hannon. So wanting to push through, 3 and 4 going through to the B final. So still plenty of course left for David to get down and take over the top of Mark McDermott. Those are the 3. Then we come down into Union 3, Harry Pearce, just tucked in behind Otago Boys High School, number 5, Logan Miller down there in lane 1. Then we go right outside to Cure, Liam Barrett. Back we come to Otago 2, and then that's Odrin. Then Otago Boys High School, number 3, is actually ahead of Odrin, Leo Garden. Very little actually between Odrin and Mano Fisilau from Oamaru, number 2. So 3 and 4. Let's just see what David Hannon can do on the outside there. Not so easy out there in lane 10. He's got some work to do to get over the top of Mark McDermott. Pretty comfortable out there is Jed Tisdall in lane number 5 from Dunstan Arm. As they head through the second heat is through it, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark, men's intermediate single sculls. Just there, the field for you. Lane number 1, North End 1, Alex McKeever. Lane 2, Otago Boys High School 1, Tom Colley. Lane 3, Avon 2, Luke Todd. Lane 4, Christ College 1, Harry Holmes. Lane 5, Cromwell 1, James White. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm 3, Khan Court. Lane 7, Canterbury 1, Liam Collins. Lane 8, Canterbury 3, Christopher Naper and Chris Brooks. Out there in lane number 9 in the men's intermediate single sculls from Union 1. Formerly of Dunstan, but Dunstan still is where Jed Tisdall resides, and he is taking out heat number 1 here in the men's intermediate single sculls. Just easing down the last 3 or 4 strokes to take the buzzer, and just easing out too, and to secure that second place is Mark McDermott. So these 2 gentlemen through to the A final, through to the B final. At this stage will be from North End, David Hannon. But the race for the next spot into the B final, look at it down here on the inside here. Union 3, Harry Pearce and Logan Miller from Otago Boys High School. Oh, I'm going to put the kiss of death on him. He just missed a stroke there, Harry, but he's going again. He's pushing hard to try and get back through on Logan Miller. But it looks like Logan will just take that 4th spot to go through the B final, only just over Harry Pearce from Union 3. Then we go outside to Liam Barrett from Cure. Back we come to Tiger Boys High School, Leo Garden, just ahead of Oda and McNicholas. Back inside then to Mana Fisilau. That will complete the first heat. Tell you that heat 3 of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls went through in 8:36, so a little bit quicker than the one before it. Luke Todd making all the running in the second heat down there in lane 3. Avon number 2. Then we go right outside to Liam Collins from Canterbury 1. Again, good distance between 1 and 2 and the rest of them. A great effort coming out there in lane 9 from Chris Brooks. Rowing for Union. A lot of experience in that scull. Does a lot of coaching, does Chris. And he'll be doing as best as he can to get over the top of them. Down there in lane number 1 is Alex McKeever from North End 1. Kayleen Turner, possibly from St Hilda's. If you'd like to go to the Secretary's office, the Chief Umpire, Christine Moffat, tells me that she might have something that interests you, but you have to know what it is. We'll leave that there. Avon 2, Luke Todd, out there in lane 3. He's still got this. Canterbury 1, Liam Collins, 1 and 2. They're looking at it, but I'm watching now out there in lane number 9. Big effort from Chris Brooks. So he's looking to get through to at least the B final. He want more than that. Avon, North End 1, Alex McKeever, he's looking at that spot too. Then we go back inside from him to Otago Boys High School number 1, that's Tom Colley. Across we go to Christ College 1. No, he's a bit further back as Harry Holmes. But just ahead of him is Dunstan Arm number 3, Khan Court. I'm not sure that I can see Cromwell out there. He's supposed to be out there, Cromwell number 1, but not quite. And then just back from Khan Court is Christopher from... Actually, I've got these two Canterbury Scullers around the wrong way. One moment, please, caller. It's Christopher Napier out there in lane 8 that's doing the running for... No, I have got it right. He's a bit further back. It is Liam Collins out here who's just overtaken Luke. Luke's quickening his hands to try and get over the top, and they're both going to go through to the A final. Looks across, does Liam. Nice finish going to come here. He's working really hard, Luke, to take the first spot. That's going to be right on the line, but I'm going to give it a bow ball to Liam. Oh, I don't know. Might be on the line. Great push in the last 100 metres there from Luke from Avon. Third, it will go down here on the inside to Alex McKeever from North End. Fourth on the outside will go to Chris Brooks from Union. Then we come down to Tom Colley from Otago Boys High School. Across to Khan Court from Dunstan Arm number 3. Then we have a look at Christopher from Canterbury number 3. And then back down into lane 4 will be Harry Holmes from Christ College. That is the second heat. We've got our 1, 2 and 3. The third heat of the men's intermediate single sculls is into the second half of the course. Give you the field for that. In lane 1, Wairo 11, Blake Marfell. That's a good Marlborough name, isn't it? Coached by Glenn Marfell and the inimitable Ethan Elderleast. Lane 2, Whakatipu number 2, Finn Henderson. Lane 3, Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan. Lane 4, Burnside High School number 2, Mitch Cowan. In lane 5, Whakatipu 4, Louis Dela Cruz. In lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 2, Ethan McGrath. Lane 7, Cashmere High School 3, Matthew Stewart. Lane 8 is Christchurch Boys High School number 2, James Chappell. And in lane 9, Otago Boys High School 4, Jack McCaskill. That is heat 3 of the men's intermediate single sculls. There's still 2 more to go. So 1 and 2 will go straight through into the A final. Oh, they're all over the place, this lot. There's huge separation. So it looks like Whakatipu. That is Finn Henderson. Right next to Finn. Whakatipu in the middle of the course. Whakatipu, Louis Dela Cruz. Ethan McGrath just outside of him is Cure Boating Club. Those 2. Then we come back to Whakatipu number 2, Finn Henderson. Those are the 3 that are showing out right now. Back inside would then be to Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan. Then we go back to Burnside, I think. Heat number 4 is on the course. I'll give you them 2. That's in lane 1, Canterbury 4, Sean Fleck. Lane 2, Otago Boys High School 2, Ollie Scott. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Matthew Barnes. Lane 4, Union 2, Daniel Cara. Lane 5, Cashmere High School 1, Jack McDonald. Lane 6, Dunstan High School 2, Brendan Keane. Xavier Ainsley is Avon number 1 in lane 7. And in lane 8 is Otago number 1, Toby Hebden. Lane 9 is Cashmere High School number 2, Cooper Laird. That is heat number 4. They are through 200 or near through 500 metres. It is the third heat that we can see out in front of us with 500 metres to go. And it is very much Finn Henderson, Whakatipu number 2. We go across to Whakatipu number 4, Louis Dela Cruz, just behind Cure Boating Club, Ethan McGrath. And then we come back across and we can see it is Timaru 30, which is Louis O'Sullivan. So 1 and 2 through to the A final, 3 and 4 through to the B final. So these 4 well clear of the rest of the field. Next best would be the Burnside Sculler, which is Mitch Cowan. Then we come down to lane 1 as Wairo 11, Blake Marfell. Right across on the outside would be Cashmere, Matthew Stewart. Then we go back to Christchurch Boys High School, James Chappell. Those are the ones I can see. So 1, 2 through to the A final. And good chance here for Whakatipu to get a couple through. A bit of work to be done though, because that big push coming from Ethan McGrath, Cure Boating Club. But just look at the scull coming now from Louis O'Sullivan down there in lane number 3 from Timaru 30. He has got some run on his boat. I would be worried if I was out there, Ethan McGrath in lane 6. A wide lane 6. The push is coming from, he has a look to his right, does Louis O'Sullivan. He's got some nice run coming. He's pushing to take that second spot. Looking pretty comfortable down here is Finn Henderson from Whakatipu. He's got the old Laszlo red boat that's probably been won in the past by one of the under 17 winners. Oh, he's just missed a stroke there. Has the Timaru Sculler. That's the pressure. This is the men's intermediate single sculls. He's going again, though. He's still got some real pressure on him. Has Ethan from Cure Boating Club. Down the line to take the buzzer. Will Finn from Whakatipu. He goes through. Who's going to go with him? He's trying to push again as the Timaru Sculler, but he's gone and pushed out in front of him. Get half a boat length on him. Just on the line will Cure. Through to the B final goes Timaru. Joining him there will be Whakatipu number 4, Louis Dela Cruz. And then we've got 5 boat lengths back to Burnside High School. Down on the inside to Wairoa. Then we go on the outside to Otago Boys High School. Back inside there to Cashmere. And then just a bit further on the outside will be Christchurch Boys High School in that third heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. Fourth heat, 500 metres to go. Brennan Keane, Dunstan Arm number 2. Seems to be rowing his own race out there. He's got 3 boat lengths back to the second place sculler. Looks like Daniel Cara from Union. And then we go back to Otago Boys High School, Ollie Scott, coached by Thomas Ryan, who's been in this event himself. Those two right next to each other. In fact, I think Ollie in lane 2 has gone just ahead of Daniel from Union in lane 2, but they're both well behind Brennan Keane, coached by Simon Smith from Dunstan Arm. He's got this well under control to take 1 spot going through. 8:18 is the time for heat number 2. Catch the time for the first heat. But 1 and 2 through times, not quite so important with this one. 1 and 2 to the A final, 3 and 4 to the B final. So at this rate, it's going to be a bit of a shootout down here between Union and Otago Boys, between Ollie and Daniel to see who picks up the second spot. So Ollie has the advantage. And looking back at both of them, Brennan from Dunstan into the 250 metre mark to go. Into the yellow boys he comes. And a huge distance between these 3 scullers and the rest of the field. Next to the rest would probably be down there in lane number 1, Sean Fleck from Canterbury 1. Then we go right on the outside to Otago 1, Toby Hebden. Outside of him, Cooper Laird from Cashmere. He's Cashmere 2 because Jack McDonald, Cashmere 1, is right in the middle of the course, just ahead of the 2 of them. So he has a bit of a look, does Union 2. When's Daniel going to get his stroke rate up? If he can shake down this challenge that he's got from Ollie Scott, Otago Boys, that's where the race is here. But Ollie's just got a slightly easier run going at the moment. His boat looks like he's just got a bit more power per stroke, and he's gone now. There he goes. Daniel's away. So he's lifted his hand speed. He's going to see what he can do to chase down Ollie. Don't need to worry about Brennan, though, because he's got about half a dozen easy strokes to go. Here's the race now. So Ollie Scott's responded. 1 and 2 goes through. It's between these 2 for the second spot. You'll need to keep moving, Daniel. Bit more power on the legs. I think Ollie might have you, but you'll still get yourself through to the B final. Brennan's through to the A final, and Ollie's done enough down here. Ollie Scott from Otago Boys High School in lane 2 will go through to the A final. Through to the B final goes Daniel Cara from Union 2. And who's going to join him? It's looking like Sean Fleck from Canterbury 1. Just in the middle of the course, though, is Jack McDonald from Cashmere High School. It'll be between one of those 2. Just looking like he have a little bit more run on his boat, Jack. Let's just wait and see. Across on the outside is Cooper Laird. 100 metres to go now for Jack. He's got the wood on Sean down here in lane number 1. Sean will need to move if he wants to get that spot in the B final. This is the 4th heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. The 5th heat is underway. I'll just get out who's going to be through to the B final, and then we'll go through that field. It's looking like in the middle of the course, Jack McDonald. Got 3/4 of a boat length. They're coming down to a close finish. I tell you what, I'm going to give that to Canterbury. I reckon he's got him by a bow ball on the line. Just that last 20 metres, I could be wrong. It's happened before, but we'll just wait and see. Men's Heat 4, intermediate single sculls, done and dusted. Heat 5, lane 1, Whakatipu 1, Ollie Watson. Lane 3, Whakatipu 5, Cameron Hall. Lane 4, Cromwell 2, Connor Haig. Lane 5, Burnside High School number 3, Lucas Cochran. Lane 6, Oamaru 1, Jacob Rohrbach. Lane 7, Twizel 1, Bryn Smith, scratching in lane 8. And lane 9 is Wanaka 1, Edward Ives. So heat 4. Heat 3 we have a result, which was Whakatipu and Cure Boating Club through to the A final. That was Whakatipu 2, Timaru 30 and Whakatipu 4 through to the B final. Just waiting for a result on heat number 4. Ollie Watson well clear down here in lane 2 for Whakatipu number 1 from his stablemate, Whakatipu number 5, Cameron Hall. Then we go across to the local Bryn Smith from Twizel. And then we go back to Oamaru number 1. So looking strong in the single sculls. Cromwell number 2, Connor Haig, is going to put some pressure on Jacob from Oamaru just to secure that 4th spot, I think. That's where there's going to be a bit of a race here. In the 4th heat, Dunstan Arm number 2. First, Otago Boys High School number 2. Second, Daniel from Union number 2 finished 3rd, and it was by 0.03 of a second on the line. Canterbury Ford just over the top of Cashmere to take that 2nd spot into the B final. Eyes aren't completely kaput yet. Great effort here from Ollie. Both Ollie and Cameron, of course, coached by John Morrison. So if I'm Cameron down there in lane 3, I'd be watching, because the local, coached by Calvin Maker and Sarah Henderson, Bryn Smith, he's out there in lane 7. He'll be looking to chase him down, take that 2nd spot into the A final of the men's intermediate single sculls tomorrow. Go back then still to Oamaru and Cromwell 2. Bit further back though, we have to go to Burnside High School for the rest of the field. So this is the men's intermediate single sculls. And hooning their way down the middle of the course is heat 1 of the men's club double sculls. Lane 1, Dunstan Arm 2, lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, lane 3, Wairau 11, lane 4, Dunstan Arm 3, lane 5, Wairau 1, lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 7, Whakatipu 1, lane 8, Oamaru 1, lane 9, Canterbury 1, lane 10, Pure Boating Club number 1. They are into probably 7:50 to go. Over the line here, well done to you, Ollie Watson from Whakatipu, straight through to the A final. He's getting close as Bryn out there. Look, his head's down. He is really focusing on what he's got to do. He's got some ground back on Cameron, but Cameron still has moved out now to 3/4 of a boat length. So Whakatipu 1 and 2 through to the A final. Well done, team. Through to the B final will be from Twizel Bryn Smith, and joining him there will be Jacob Rohrbach from Oamaru, followed by Connor Haig from Cromwell number 2. Then we go back to Lucas Cochran from Burnside High School number 3. So just looking at that heat 1 of the men's club double sculls, first of 2 heats. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the A final. And we've got 10 in the field, so half of them are going to get through. The rest are going to go to the B final. Out there in lane 7, it is Whakatipu number 1. They're leading. Dunstan Arm number 2 down there in lane 1, giving us the 2nd spot at the moment. Third will be Wairau 11 down there in lane 3. Then we come to Oamaru number 1 in lane 8. Just outside of them, Canterbury number 1. Then we go back to Wairau number 1. And then Dunstan Arm number 3. Back across the outside. Oh, who's that way back there? That's Cure Boating Club number 1. And there is a Wanaka Sculler. That'll be for the previous race. Looks like he's having a bit of trouble out there. He's just making his way back down the course. All under control out here for Whakatipu. Charlie Manso, Harry Lightfoot, coached by John Morrison. Nice push coming through in lane 1. Roland Ozan and Jelt Stuke. Dunstan Arm number 2. They'll take the 2nd spot. Just under pressure on the outside from Canterbury 1. Oliver Allison, Tim Chapman, coached by Josh Schmidt. And 4th, we'll look at this stage in lane number 3 there for Aidan Bennett, Louis Girling, coached by Clayton Lindstrom, Grant Morgan, that's Wairau 11. And they'll be joined by the look of it by Patrick Spillane, Cody Marshall in the Oamaru number 1 spot. Those are the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heading through to the A final of the men's club double sculls. Into the B final then will be Dunstan Arm number 3, Greg McLaughlin and Max Smith. And a good average age in that crew. Great to see Greg there sculling with Max Smith, son of Simon, of course. And Greg has done many years sculling with Simon, so a passing of the mantle maybe. On the outside to Wairo number 1, which is James Ripley, Liam Kirk. And then we come back inside to see Shirley Boys, Logan Skilton and Jack Stewart. And then across back into Jamie Como and Benson Winters from Christchurch Boys High School. That's the first heat through. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through the A final. Second heat's on its way in lane 1, Otago Boys High School number 2, Henry Lucas, Nicholas Tom. Lane number 2 is Oamaru number 2, Cowper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter. In lane 3, Timaru 21, Cameron Moffat, Harrison Searle. Lane 4, Twizel 1, Luca Mains Upson and Ralph Henderson. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Oliver Hamilton, Harrison Thode. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, William Mackay, Cameron Buckingham. In lane 7, Canterbury 2, Sam Clark, Noah Visser. Lane 8, Dunstan Arm number 4, Angus Hanning and Liam Pyle. In lane 9, Otago Boys High School 1, Ben Thompson, Andre Adams. I'm sure that's not Andre Adams, the cricketer. And in lane 10, Whakatipu number 2, Max Davis and McKellar Thornton. Dunstan Arm number 1 in the middle of the course there. Lane 5 leading them down. That is Oliver and Harrison. Dunstan Arm number 4, Angus and Liam would be holding second. Then we come into the Twizel pair, Luca and Ralph. He's got a big motor, has Luca. He'll be working hard to get these two down the course. So it's Dunstan, it might just be Canterbury 2 ahead of Twizel. Then we come down to lane 1, Otago Boys High School number 2. We go right across the outside to lane 10, Whakatipu number 2. Then we come back inside to Oamaru number 2 down there in lane 2, just ahead of Timaru 21 they are. In the middle of the course, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Then across to Otago Boys High School number 1. Second heat, men's club double sculls. First heat was won by Whakatipu 1, Charlie and Harry, in a time of 7:06. Pretty comfortable out here, the two from Dunstan, Oliver and Harrison. Moving easily into second now is their second crew, which is the number 4 crew. You can make sense of that, Angus and Liam. Then it is Canterbury just ahead of Twizel. And then it is on the outside, Whakatipu 2. So keen to see what happens here between Whakatipu 2, down here in lane 1, Otago Boys High School 2. Remember, it's 5 going through, so you want to stay where you are, Twizel, because you're holding on to 5th. I think Whakatipu have just gone ahead of you. They have. Twizel into 5th. They want to hold that spot. They've got 2 Otago Boys High School crews, either side of them looking to threaten them. Back here at this end of the course, though, it is Dunstan Arm number 1. They're going to come down and take out the second heat of the men's club double sculls. 3 lengths back to the number 4 crew going over and taking the buzzer very shortly. They'll finish second. Then we go third to Canterbury number 2. On the outside to Whakatipu 2. And then it is Twizel 1 down here in lane number 4. Will take up the 5th spot through to the A final. Heading off into the B final will be Otago Boys High School number 1 and number 2 and Christchurch Boys High School 2, Oamaru 2, and completing the field will be Timaru 21. That was the men's club double sculls. Now it's the women's turn. Women's club double sculls. How many heats we got? We've got 3. And then we're into the 8s. Nearly there, team. Remember, if you are heading off, please pack away your rubbish. And if you can put your little doggy there who's got loose, we'll have to do a commentary for the dog show. Get away, Fly. Get back there. Women's Club double sculls. Lane 1, Dunstan Arm 3, Maggie Hepburn, Lola Ritchie. Lane 2, Marion College 1, Charlotte Peterson, Sophie Davis. Lane 3, Whakatipu 1, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark. Lane 4, Avonside Girls High School 1, Sarah Webley, India Grace Leonard. Lane 5, North End 1, Georgia Coburn and Lola Castles. In lane 6, Cure Boating Club 2, Jojo Baldwin, Perry Stevenson. Lane 7, North End 3, Sienna Hoare, Georgia Graham. Lane 8, Canterbury 2, Georgia Wynyard and Stella Cook. Lane 9 is Cure Boating Club 3, Hannah Shadbolt, Sophie Rattray. Lane 10, Villa Maria College 1, Sophia Taylor and Sophia Damiani. They are sitting out there. Oh, it's right in lanes 1 and 2. Dunstan Arm number 3, Marion College 1. Progression here is 1, 2, 3, and the next fastest through to the A final. Right on the outside, though. Who is that? Canterbury 2, Georgia and Sophia. Those 3 well out. So the work's got to be done by the rest of them. Those are your 3. Villa Maria, Dunstan, Canterbury. Then back inside to Whakatipu. Just outside of Whakatipu, we see North End. Then we go back to Avonside Girls Cure Boating Club. So first heat underway. running about 15 minutes behind. They'll be looking to catch up as much of that as they can. So this is the Women's Club Double Sculls Heat 1. Heat 2, not quite. They've just been let go, I think. Then there'll be Heat 3, and then we have got Premier Coxed 8. That'll be a goodie. The Women's Premier Coxed 8, Men's Under 19 Coxed 8, and the Women's Under 19 Coxed 8. So some big boppers to come down to finish day one of Canterbury Championships here at Lake Roa Tanafa for 2025. All the running out here, though, Meridian College, Charlotte and Sophie, being coached by Fiona Mackay. They've got a clear boat length on Dunstan Arm number 3, but look right across on the outside. Hannah Shadbolt, Georgia Wynyard and Stella Cook from Canterbury 2. Just putting pressure from the outside lane where hopefully no one can see them. Fourth is there with Whakatipu. Then we go to North End, back to Avonside Girls. Then we go across to Cure Boating Club number 2. Cure Boating Club number 3 just a bit further back. And then Villa Maria out there in lane number 10. So heading through the rest of the yellow boys, coming up the red line soon, that'll tell us. Looking good out here is the Meridian College crew. Just moving further ahead of the Dunstan crew. So 100 metres to go now for... Oh, there's not much between them, is there? 100 metres now for Canterbury, just ahead of Marion. Marion now the 100 to go. Very little between these two crews. Marion might not be aware of Canterbury right out there on the outside. They'll just be looking at the Dunstan crew. All three of them are going to go through to the A final, though. That is the main thing as far as they're concerned. Fourth is looking like Whakatipu. They'll be relying on a next fastest. So nice sculling on the outside there from Georgia and Stella, Canterbury. And just on the line, though, it's going to be very little between. I think, Meridian College got the run coming through. They'll take the win, move more into the middle. Second goes to Canterbury. Dunstan will take third. Fourth is to Whakatipu. Then we'll go to North End. Back inside will come to Avonside Girls. Then we'll go to Cure Boating Club number 2. And then it will be Villa Maria. Looks like there's a couple of crews not there. Heat 2 of the men's club double sculls. Dunstan Arm number 1. Oliver and Harrison went through in a time of 7:16. Finishing now is North End there. Georgia and Lola. 3 lengths back to Avonside Girls, then back to the Cure Boating Club number 2 and Villa Maria. Race 141, Women's Club Double Sculls, Heat number 2, progression here again, 1, 2 and 3, plus the next fastest through to the A final. In lane 1, Wanaka 1, Peter Craig, Chantal Thurston. Lane 2, Otago Girls 1, Kate Merriman and Liesl Tolson. Lane 3, North End 2, Margot Erasmus, Bonnie Turner. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm 4, Ellie King, Micah Pyle. In lane 5, Whakatipu 2, Anika Arlett and Emma Andrew. In lane number 6, Invercargill 1, Maddie Maelstrom and Kiara Hurston. In lane number 7, Timaru 21, Scout Fiskey and Maisie Jane Chapman. In lane number 8, Canterbury 1, Toby Reeves, Libby Greaves. In lane 9, it's Cure Boating Club number 1, Macy Barnes and Ella Barnes. And in lane number 10, it is Dunstan Arm number 5, Drew Thomas and Kate Spriggs. One more heat of the Women's Club Double Sculls after this one. They're just heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Still great conditions for sculling. A little bit of chop on the water as we look down, and they're reasonably well spread out. Like Whakatipu 2 in the middle of the course, maybe leading, and then we go across to Canterbury 1. Maybe Canterbury 1 over that Whakatipu crew. Otago Girls down there in lane 1. That's Kate Merriman, Liesl Tolson, coached by Peter Mitchell. Just see the black and white squares of their row suit. As opposed to, where we go right on the outside, probably are leading now as the full white with the red trim, as the white blades just cut in and out of the water as they come into the second half of the course. That's Canterbury. So it is Canterbury over Whakatipu from Otago Girls. Then very little between Dunstan 4 that is, in lane number 4, and lane 6 is Invercargill 1, then out to lane 7, Canterbury 21. Then the outside lane to Dunstan Arm number 5, back inside to Cure Boating Club 1. And then I think at the back there would be North End number 2, just in behind Otago Girls High School, and Wanaka 1. Otago Girls, rather. So heading through into the business end of the course, up towards 750 metres to go. Within that, heading towards the 500 to go. That third heat is underway. That's gone through 500 metres. I can give you that field while we're just waiting. Lane number 1, heat 3 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Canterbury 3, Lauren Thompson, Kate Stretton. Lane 2, Union 1, Jamie Seddon, Kirsty Marnie. Lane 3, Wairo 1, Lexi Pottinger, Zoe Kong. Lane 4, Timaru 12, Libby Brown, Sophia Lawless. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, India Nichols, Olivia Ollerenshaw. Lane 6, Avon 2, Katie Mitchell, Samantha Wing. Lane 7, Otago Girls 2, Katie Rose, Sienna Nicholson. Lane 8, Timaru 11, Abby Hurst, Annabelle Talbot. Lane 9, Dunstan Arm 2, Emma Bryan and Neem O'Doherty. And then in lane 10, Wanaka 2 and Eliana Hay, Meg Ritchie. They will complete the field for heat 3 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Heat 2, 500 to go, under 500 to go. And it is Canterbury 1 out there in lane 8, Toby and Libby. Leading through, bringing with them Whakatipu number 2 in lane 5. We go down towards lane 2, Otago Girls. 1, 2 and 3 to go through the A final. Is it these 3 crews? Dunstan Arm number 4 are next to the rest. They'll have to push up on that Otago Girls crew if they want to go through. Then we go across to Invercargill number 1. On the outside then to Dunstan Arm number 5. Back inside to Cure Boating Club number 1. Back in again we go to Timaru 21. They're fighting it out for the B final. Back then we come to right down there in lane number 1 is Wanaka, and inside from them is North End number 2. That's the field. Continuing to extend out here is Canterbury number 1, coached by Josh Schmidt. A little bit of ripple out there, but look how clean they are at the catch, and that finish just nicely out. Swinging together nicely. They come up through 110 metres to go. They've got this one under control, have Canterbury 1. Sitting nicely in second there is Whakatipu. Holding on there in lane number 2 is Otago Girls, Kate and Liesel. Trying to put some pressure on them is Dunstan Arm number 4, but they might run out of course. They've still got 150 metres to go, but they're just thereabouts. They need to actually look on the outside, see Dunstan Arm number 5. The 2 Dunstan crews and Otago Girls fighting for that last spot through automatic qualification. Over the line goes Canterbury 1. They're done and dusted. They're well sorted. Joining them will be Whakatipu, but just pushing through here nicely in the last part of the course is Otago Girls, Kate and Liesel. They'll join Annika and Emma from Whakatipu straight through into the A final. And then the 2 Dunstan crews, Dunstan 5, Dunstan 4, will be waiting to see what happens with the next fastest, as well finishing after them Invercargill number 1 across to Cure Boating Club. Then we come back to Timaru 21 rather, down here to Wanaka in lane 1, and then it will be North End number 2. Last of the Women's Club Double Sculls heats making their way. Dunstan Arm number 1, lane 5, India Nichols. Olivia Ollerenshaw leading their stable mates. Right on the outside there is Dunstan Arm number 2, Emma Bryan and Neem O'Doherty. That's 1 and 2. And then we look right down into the inside lane for the 3rd position. Looks like they're holding 3rd, would be Union number 1 at this stage. Then there's a bit of clear water back on the inside to Canterbury 3, on the outside to Wairo 1. Right inside of Wairo is Timaru 12. Then we go across to Timaru 11. Back inside from them is Wanaka 2. Just in the middle of the course there is Avon 2, Katie Mitchell, Samantha Wing. So 1, 2 and 3 plus the next fastest through the A final. So it is Dunstan and Union. They're the 3. There's plenty of experience in that Union Women's Club double, Kirsty Marnie. Kirsty probably having her usual 12 or 15 races today, so this will be the last one for her. She'll be able to put her feet up, come back and do another 25 tomorrow. So Dunstanarm number 1 in lane 5, across to Dunstanarm 2. Not much between these two crews now. Just in that, seeing quite a bit in the outside lane this afternoon where they're just sneaking through and taking these positions through to these A finals. And in doing so, they'll get themselves into the middle of the course, hopefully for tomorrow. So it is Dunstan and Dunstan, then we go to Union, and then there is probably 3 boat links back to the next on the outside there. Actually looks like Timaru 11 coming through, which is Abby and Annabelle, coached by Dean Mill. The Craighead Doss and green boats with the green blades, just ahead of Avon number 2, Katie and Samantha. But they are just, they're all probably pulled in behind now to the Wairau crew, which is Lexi. Yeah, it is. She's got them. Lexi and Zoe are ahead of them. So Wairau holding 4th over Timaru. And then Timaru 12 and then Avon. Crikey, they're not mucking around the starters. They've let the 8s go. So as you just look out here, I'll tell you who's coming down. It's the men's Premier Coxed 8, lane 3, Christ College number 1. I won't have time to give you the crews. Lane 4 is Avon number 3. Lane 5, Avon 2. Dunstanarm 1 are in lane 6. And in lane 7 is Avon 1. We might see if we can get some crew information as they head on down, but it's looking like a splash and dash a wee bit as they come on through into the second half of the course. Right out in front of us here, though, let's give the Women's Club Double Sculls Heat 3 placings, and they've done well out there in lane 9. Dunstanarm number 2, Emma and Neem have taken the win over their stablemates Dunstanarm number 1, India and Olivia out there in lane 5. Third is going to go and straight through into the A final tomorrow, Jamie and Kirsty from Union. And then it will be Timaru 11. It will be then Wairau 1. Very close then back to Avon number 2. Back to Timaru 12, down here to Canterbury 3. We go across to Otago Girls in lane 7, and right on the outside, lane 10, Wanaka number 2. That completes the Women's Club Double Sculls. So these crews that are coming down now, looks like on the outside it is Avon 1, which is Sam, Scott, Hunter, William, Josh, Matthew, Harry, Fergus Johnson with Annabelle, Wynne Williams, the very experienced Cox there. Just ahead of Avon 2, Will, Ted, Toby, Cody, Peo, Ben, Oliver, Nathan and Ashley Tarkon is the Cox. And I'm going to give it to Avon number 3 in behind then. Jimmy, William, Sam, Thomas, Bede, Jonty, Charles, Luke and Grayson Faulkner, the Cox. This is the preliminary final. They're all going to come back tomorrow. Dunstanarm, that's Angus, Matthew, Hamish, Sam, Jed, Jack, Angus, Henry, Fred Phillips, the Cox, and Christ College number 1 there, which is Harvey, Max, Geordie, James, George, Henry, George, Will, Jonty Gray, the Cox. Men's Premier Coxed 8. Be interested to see what we get tomorrow and what sort of times they can come up with. Still fairly even early for getting the big times, but it is the 2 Avon crews. Avon 1 look like they might just have the advantage over Avon 2. Then it is Dunstan, and then we go back to Avon number 3 and Christ College 1 just right alongside them. Women's Premier Coxed 8 has a fuller field. They're just ready to go too, I think. In fact, they may just have gone. No, they're sitting there. We can see the live stream. They're just coming into the bay, so still a little bit of time to go then. We can have a look and see what's happening out here now. So Annabelle Williams just leaning forward, giving her riding instructions to that Avon number 1 crew. Looks across, and Ashley Tarkon, they look like they are come out of the same cookie jar, those 2 Coxes. Exactly the same seating positions. They look like they are twins. They just about could be. But it is the standard rigged 2 Avon crews coming down. 50 metres to go for the number 1 crew. We'll be rowing hard, but we should see some more tomorrow. This is the preliminary of the Premier Coxed 8. Avon 1 over the line to take the buzzer. Avon 2 following them now. And then I'll go back half a boat length to Dunstanarm, being coxed there by Fred Phillips. Then we come back to Avon number 3, Grayson Faulkner, the Cox. And they just got a little bit of clear water on the line over the Christ College 8 there. Coached, of course, by Henry Smith and coxed by Jonty Gray. That is the men's Premier Coxed 8. So Women's Premier Coxed 8 still ready to go. Looks like they're underway. They are. So in lane number, we can give you the full field as they make their way down. In lane number 2, Avon 1, Alia, Alice, Mania, Jessica, Phoebe, Gemma, Katie, Claudia, Isabella, Hope Murray is the Cox. Lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Samantha, Lucy, Charlotte, Harriet, Izzy, Brooke, Georgie, Amelia, Charlie Ward is the Cox. In lane number 4, Dunstanarm Composite. It's a composite between Dunstanarm and Cure Boating Club. So Madison, Messina, Mila, Sasha, Millie, Emma, Olivia, Ruby, Annabelle, Scott is the Cox. In lane number 5, middle of the field, St Margaret's College number 1, Bronny, Anna, Lucy, Scarlett, Poppy, Billy's, Anne, Coco and Ellie, Scotland is the cox. In lane number 6, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Greer, Abby, Caitlin, Summer, Tallulah, Laura, Marley, Sienna and Georgetta Heller is the cox. In lane number 7, it's Avon number 2. That's Poppy, Emma, Sam, Sienna, Greta, Tori, Tyler and Kate with Timmy Heritage the cox. In lane number 8, it's Cashmere High School number 1. Rose, Marley, Zoe, Millie, Lucy, Charlotte, Ellery, Thea and Eliza Omar is the cox. Completing the field though out there in lane number 9, Rangiruru Girls School number 2. Emily, Kate, Isabel, Tyler, Chloe, Lucy, Sophia, Alice and Grace O'Connor is the cox. Very even as they head up through 500 metres up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Avon number 1 just slightly ahead though in lane number 1. Then if we go into the middle of the field, it's St Margaret's 1, it's Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Just inside of them, the Dunstan Arm Composite and Rangiruru number 1. On the outside then to Avon 2, Cashmere High School number 1 and Rangiruru Girls School. That men's Premier 8 went through in 5:55, so they went through sub 6. Sort of would expect. Let's see what they do tomorrow. So this is the women's Premier Coxed 8 coming down. 2 more races to go after this. Will be the men's under 19 Coxed 8 and then the women's under 19 Coxed 8. Up towards the 1,000 metre mark now. The coaches will be there on the bikes. Avon still have the lead. Avon, the Dunstan Composite, then St Margaret's College 1. Then it would be Christchurch Girls High School, back to Rangiruru number 1, across to Avon 2, Cashmere High School 1, and then Rangiruru number 2. As they head into the second half of the course, this is the third to last race of day 1 here at the Canterbury Championships, Lake Ruataniwha for 2025. Another reminder to make sure you do take all of your rubbish with you, please. Plenty of experience and strength in this Avon number 1 crew. But they've got about a boat length and a half maybe over the rest of the field now, heading up towards 750 metres to go. Dunstan Composite crew really starting to put some pressure on that St Margaret's number 1 crew. Those 3 crews starting to pull ahead of the rest of the field, going with them and trying to Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Then on the outside, we go across to Avon number 2. Looks like they're well ahead of the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Just outside of Avon number 2 is Cashmere High School. Good showing from them. Then we go back to Rangiruru Girls School number 2. So preliminary race, finals tomorrow. Still great conditions, probably the choppiest it's been. It's not really chop. So they can't shake the Dunstan crew, can St Margaret's College. They're right there upon them. So even split of 4 from Cure, 4 from Dunstan. From Cure we've got Madison, Messiah, Mila and Sasha, with Millie, Emma, Olivia and Ruby from Dunstan. Nice control here from the Avon number 1 crew. Right alongside St Margaret's now goes Dunstan. So that Cox in there, Annabelle Scott doing a great job with that Dunstan crew over the top of St Margaret's. So Ellie Scotland, the Cox from St Margaret's, has got some work to do. See if they want to get a better position for tomorrow's race. These 3 move clear of the rest of the field. Then we have Clearwater back to Avon number 2. Back to Rangiruru Girls School number 1. And then we go back to the Avon number 2 crew and Cashmere well ahead of the Rangiruru number 2 crew. So Avon coming down now, 250 metres to go. Standard rigging on that 8 as they make their way down. Coming off an intensive training camp up there in Marlborough. And just ahead now of St Margaret's is the Dunstan Composite crew. So they've got about a canvas over the St Margaret's crew. St Margaret's going to come back, and we'll wait and see. Just quickening up as they come down to the finish now is the Avon number 1 crew, just finishing strongly. 100 metres to go for them. They've got Clearwater over the Dunstan Composite crew. Fighting out now with St Margaret's. They're coming back at them again, though, trying to get that second spot. 100 metres now for the Composite, 100 metres now for St Margaret's. Then we've got Clearwater back to Avon number 2. We come back inside the Rangi number 1. But down the line now in this preliminary race for the Women's Premier Coxed 8, Avon number 1 taking it out now with the buzzer. There's going to be a canvas here for Dunstan. They've held off St Margaret's as they come down to the line now. Here goes the buzzer. Yep, they'll be out to a seat just on the line maybe. Third position goes to St Margaret's. A boat length back to Avon number 2. They've then got 3/4 of a boat length back to Rangiruru number 1. We go across the outside then to Cashmere High School. Back down inside to St Margaret's. And then out to lane number 9 for Rangiruru Girls School number 2. That completes the Women's Premier Coxed 8. The men's under 19 Coxed 8. Heading into the second half of the course now. In lane number 1, St Andrews College number 2. That's with Fletcher, Oscar, Hamish, Isaac, George. I'm not stuttering. Logan, Hunter, Mason is the Cox. In lane number 2, St Andrews College 1, Harry, John, Theodore, Jackson, Kaylin, Oliver, William, Bradley and James Steele the Cox. In lane 3, Christ College 1, Joshua, Max, George, James, Geordie, Henry, George, Will and Jonty Gray the Cox. And he's been ferried down there really quickly if that's the case. Lane number 4, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Harry, Ben, Charlie, Ollie, William, Villimonu and Ruben, Harvey and Toby Brook the Cox. Lane number 5 is Christ College 2, Louis, George, Harvey, Lucas, Shay, Oscar, Logan, Ollie and Daniel Wilson the Cox. There's a lot of Christ College crews in this one. In fact, there's 4 of them. And the 4th one is in lane 6. Alex, Matthew, Jai, Fletcher, George, Henry, Alex, Henry and Jono. Christ College number 3 is in lane 7. George, Edward, Thomas, Jonty, Arthur, Charlie and Freddie. St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. They're out there looking really good and strong at the moment. They would probably be 3rd because it's in between St Bede's and Christchurch Boys High School at this stage. But St Thomas of Canterbury, Noah, Carter, Ben, Luca, Darby, Flynn and James with Andre, Carlson, Fernandez as the Cox. And that's the Bede College crew I just mentioned. That's Cooper, Alex, Jamie, Christopher, Alex, Bruno, Hugo, Quinn and Matthew Casey is the Cox. It is St Bede's, St Thomas's, Christchurch Boys High School, men's under 19 Coxed 8. This is the preliminary race. The final will be tomorrow. And St Andrews would be 4th, I think. St Andrews number 1 at this stage. Just looking at the St Andrews cross on those blades as it goes into the water. Those are your 4. Then we go across to Christ College number 2, Christ College number 3, Christ College number 4, and then it looks like Christ College number 1. Are not there. There's only 3 Christ crews that I can see out there. I can see the 2 St Andrews crews. So just out the back there would be St Andrews number 2. But it's in the outside lane. St Bede's College, coached by Dale Marr. He's got a boat length, or Dale doesn't, the crew does, over St Thomas's of Canterbury, coached by Paddy Dowling. Back there at St Thomas's, a long career with St Thomas's has Paddy. So those 2 crews laying down the gauntlet as we come back across to Christchurch Boys High School, coached by Tim Osmers and Josh Dolan. Those are the 3. Then we come into the St Andrews crew, coached by Mitch White and Liam Parker. That's sitting 4th. Then we've got boat lengths back, 2 boat lengths, in fact, I think, to the Christ College number 2 crew. Then we go to Christ College number 3, and behind then Christ number 4, then back to St Andrews College number 2. So it must be a scratching there for Christ College number 1 in lane number 3. But looking nice and strong, the St Bede's crew. There's some big boys sitting in the middle of that boat. Be interesting to see what time they go through. So the Premiers went through in 5:55. I know this is only preliminary, but there'll be a marker in there somewhere. So a boat length and a half they have St Bede's College over St Thomas's, who have Clearwater over Christchurch Boys High School, who in turn have got about half a boat length over St Andrews. Down they go, St Bede's to take the buzzer in the preliminary men's under 19 Coxed 8. St Thomas's will take 2nd. Christchurch Boys High School will take 3rd over St Andrews number 1. Then we've got 3 boat lengths back to Christ College number 2. It will then be Christ College number 3, back to Christ College number 4, and completing the field will be St Andrews College number 2, The final race is on its way down. So 146 races today. Team, big thank you to Chief Umpire Christine Moffat and all the volunteers that make this work on and off the water. It doesn't happen without volunteers, and they do a great job down here at South Island Rowing. This is the women's under-19 Coxed 8 preliminary. There are 3 crews. In lane 4, St Andrews College 1, Charlotte Galvin, Emily Woodgate, Chloe Lowe, Sophia Drury, Molly Thomas, Sailor Hitchcock, Jasmine Christie, Lucia Apps and Robbie Miller. The Cox. In lane 5, St Margaret's College 1, Leela Elkington, Mackenzie Large, Hannah Jones, Josie Kennedy, Isabel Brooke, Charlotte Brown, Tilly Rooks, Jessica Brown She and Sarah Farrell is the Cox. In lane number 6, Columba College 1, Hannah Bloxham, Ruby Hefford, Katie Nelson, Annika Lysa, Emma Sayer, Georgia Drummond, Charlie Smith, Tiara Patterson, Hannah Paul is the Cox. Heading up toward the 1,000-metre mark, there is very little between them. Maybe St Andrews 1 over St Margaret's 1 and then Columba College 1. So men's under-19 Cox State went through in 6:10. So that's probably okay for the stage of the season. Women's Premier 8 went through in 6:44. Our boats following down these 3 crews in the last race of the day. Thank them for their help and for the safety boats, safety crews. Moving out nicely now, St Andrews College 1 here, coached by Marion Hardwick. Clear water now between them and St Margaret's number 1, and then just about 3/4 of the boat length over Columba College 1. Doing a good job, team. I'm scanning with my eyes. What else would I scan with? I can't see any rubbish lying out there on the grass. That's great. If you do see some, please pick it up, take it with you. Keep this facility pristine. Great to see some of the planting that's been done by the South Island Rowing Committee and volunteers continuing all year round. There's been a lot of work done in the boat park, some big bunds going up with a lot of native and exotic plantings in them. Into the last half of the course we go with the last race of the day. Race 146, the women's under-19 Coxed 8. So St Andrews College, Charlotte Galvin, Emily Woodgate, Chloe Lowe, Sophia Drury, Molly Thomas, Sailor Hitchcock, Jasmine Christie, Lucia Apps, Robbie Miller is the Cox. Probably 2 boat lengths they've got over St Margaret's College, I would say. Good hit out up for them. We'll just confirm lanes tomorrow. Millsy will tell you all about the arrowheads. We'll hear those tomorrow. Sitting in second position there, St Margaret's College number 1. That's Leela Elkington, Mackenzie Large, Hannah Jones, Josie Kennedy, Isabel Brooke, Charlotte Brown, Tilly Rooks, Jessica Brown She, Sarah Farrell is the Cox. And just following them down, Columba College 1, Hannah Bloxham, Ruby Hefford, Katie Nelson, Annika Laser, Emma Sayer, Georgia Drummond, Charlie Smith, Kiara Patterson and Hannah Paul. Thank you today to my fellow commentators, to Frank Dean, Russell Mills and Will Tabendale. And on behalf of the 4 of us, we apologise for any pronunciations which have been very average. So if you've got some suggestions, hit us up when we go past and let us know. We do work to do our best, and we try to make some things up if we don't know what's really going on. But pretty easy to see out there as a little bit of a breeze starts to come up towards the end of the day. St Andrews College doing a great job down here, the women's under-19 Coxed 8. Probably the most distinctive blades that we have of any of the crews down here, with those St Andrews white crosses on the blue background. Pretty easy to spot. Standard rigging on that 8. fact all 3 crews with standard rigging. 120 metres to go for the St Andrews College crew. Robbie Miller doing a great job there coxing. Three boat lengths back to St Margaret's, and then we'll go back to the crew from Columba College. Well done, St Andrews College. Over the line they go. They will get the best spot in tomorrow's final. 4 boat lengths, if not 5, over St Margaret's College here in the preliminary final. And then we would probably go 6 boat lengths, maybe 7 back to Columba. Second there for St Margaret's, and Columba just coming down the line now to complete proceedings. Day 1, Canterbury Championships 2025 here at Lake Roa-Taniwha. Thank you, team, for your attendance and your tidiness. We'll see you all back bright and early. I'm pretty sure the first race tomorrow is 7:30, but it'll all be on Rowett, and we'll do it all again tomorrow.